disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. Just, I'm sorry.
One more time.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I mean, I'm dealing with degenerate animals.
I'm disappointed in every one of you. Disappointed in every one of you.
All right, come on.
Honestly, I can't do it, man.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
Let me tell you why.
It's gonna be all right, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
He's just killed a little fucking man.
What are you going to do about it?
You happy because you got nothing? You don't got a thing. You happy because you got nothing? Lobito! Got nothing.
I want to get out. I want to get out of this rat hole. I want to get online. I need
BDA boxing.
Welcome everybody to BDA Boxing Podcast, broadcasting to you live from the True North. It's your good friends to BDA, and I'm glad. That's right, I'm glad that everybody could be on board for this one, fellas. In this episode, we've got a fantastic one for you, as we are going to be going back to the past a little bit. We're just going to have a general boxing discussion here, nothing too intense, too hardcore, just, going back to the basics, talking about actual boxing. So that's what we're going to be doing in this episode. Specifically, we're going to be focusing on a very interesting thread that I've mentioned before in the past about a guy on Sherdog, anonymous guy, who claimed to have sparred Riddick Bowe. No, actually, he fought Riddick Bowe and a bunch of other heavyweights. We're going to get to that. And it's a very interesting talk that's going to segue us into heavyweight boxing. So stay tuned for that, plus a little bit more as well. And before we continue on, I want to give a big shout out. Can't forget all the people that have become BDA members. You guys are fantastic. You guys help us keep going. You keep the gravy train rolling. I'm still working on that Boxing's Most Shocking Moments and Obscure Moments of All Time, Volume 2. That's coming up very, very soon. I hesitate to give a timeline, but it's coming, fellas. I got about 2 segments left to do, and then it's on. Also, don't forget to hit the like. Really helps us out. Subscribe if you yet to do so already. You can donate via the Super Chat feature if you wish. But the most important thing is you continue to like, subscribe, and spread that BDA gospel. And finally, don't forget you can check us out on Spotify, iTunes, and Spreaker at your leisure. All right, fellas? Speaking of the people out there, let's give a big shout out to everybody out there. Super Sardonic, Isaac NLI, The Quags, shout out to The Quags, Cloudy, Quentin Lassiter, Sam Rando, Nightmurph, shout out to the Nightmurph in the house, one of the initiated as well. The Quags, I said he's also one of the initiated. Frank Sinatra in the house, old Frankie boy. Johnny Barrera, Boxing with Frank Bay, another Frankie. Baron Evola. I'm waiting for René Guignon to show up. Sergeant, So Passive Live. Fight or Flight Boxing. Johnny Barrera. Champy. Who else? We got Frankie Sainz, another one of the initiated. King KO. Knockout Ned. Kane Mack. Who else? We got Nightmurph. James Burrell. Trooper 5131. Double L. Quickslot. Siegfried Lexer, what an avatar he's got. The Viral Chronicles, Never Sowers, Official Scorecard Boxing in the house. Shout out to Official, aka Steph K Boxing Science. Anid. Oh, come on. I'm not gonna see. You got me the first time with that name there, Anid. I'm not gonna read that one again. Mars Boxeo, and many more people to come, I'm sure, fellas. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. All right, let's turn up the heat. Start cooking with some hot grease. Where are we at here? I'm going to call somebody. In regards to, I've seen there's some news out there, some usual drama. In regards to David Benavidez, apparently that guy's all crippled up. It might not fight, at worst, until December. Until next year, they said. Then on top of that, they're talking, Shakur Stevenson's complaining, as usual, pulling the race card again. And I said, you know what, let's save all of that for another show. I want to wait to see what happens with those things, with those comments, with those developments. And whatever happens, then we'll get to it. But for the moment, I want to talk some actual boxing. Just general boxing talk. So That's what we're going to be doing here. I see we got the Chiefurino. Chief, are you there? Chief?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Good morning,
Fantastic.
good evening, and good afternoon.
I mean, listen, I don't know where you are, but yes, it's the afternoon. It's evening here. Hopefully it's something exciting, wherever people are. But listen, we're gonna talk. First of all, thank you for being on the show. We're gonna be talking old school boxing here for starters, and then we'll see where it takes us. It's a very loose format type episode, but of course, as I mentioned to you before, it's gonna center on a boxing Sherdog thread, message board forum thread from years back, where a guy claimed to have sparred at some of the best heavyweights of the 90s. And he also fought Riddick Bowe, apparently, in the amateurs. But he said that he wasn't quite as strong, meaning Bowe wasn't quite as strong back then, so he can't really gauge or compare him to the other guys he sparred when they were professionals. But let's start off, man. Here's what he had to say. He said, what the fuck? Hold on a second. Something else open here. Okay. He says that I fought Lennox Lewis and Riddick Bowe as an amateur. So obviously that had to be pre-1988. Riddick's power, he says, wasn't memorable to me. It probably got better as he got older because he never even remotely buzzed me in either of our contests. Now with Lennox, he says he hit like a fucking tank. He cowed me. I won the first round, and he literally broke my spirit and took my soul with a right uppercut and straight right hand in the second. I tried to stay away and forgot to punch. He never got me quite as good again, but I will never forget those two punches. When we sparred years later, he hit very hard, distinctly unpleasant to be hit by the men. Then this is what he has to say about David Tua. I'm going to get to the names, and then later on people ask more questions and he answers those. But for the moment, let's just start with the original names that he mentioned. David Tua was unpleasant. I can't see myself getting stopped by him early, as he never really staggers me. But every shot hurt, and he'd bang. Every other guy ever sparred would box when I got aggressive, but David would stand his ground and give. I'd get these horrible headaches after sparring with him. And Dave told me once that whenever he knew I was on the dance card, he'd drink extra water for his brain. Nice guy, he says. Hit like a wrecking ball. David Tua hit hard enough to knock my headgear clean around my face. God damn. Dude had a problem. Was that?
I've had that happen before. That sucks.
I mean, but could you imagine? Either it was loose-fitting headgear or... I mean, no, obviously, David Tua. I mean, I want to show... For people that don't know who David Tua is, because sometimes I forget that there's younger people out there, I'm going to be showing some photos of David Tua. The guy had tree trunks for legs.
He was a bowling ball.
I mean...
Just one giant... He was like a giant-sized cannonball, and he had no neck. He was a Samoan Mike Tyson. Little less skilled, but every bit as powerful, every bit as tough, every bit as solid, every bit of a chin, every bit of strength that Mike Tyson had. And maybe then some in some areas, but he wasn't as fast, and he wasn't as well-schooled. But he was probably of the 90s heavyweights that did not win the title. Let's put it this way. He has a first-round knockout win over 2 or 3-time former heavyweight champion in John Ruiz. He finished him in 90 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And you notice when John Ruiz got the belt, he never wanted to fight Tua again. Who was ranked, not mandatory, but who was ranked in the WBA?
You're asking me?
So, no, I'm just putting that out there, and I'm sorry if I interrupted.
No, that's all right. That's all right, man. That's all right, man. This is the point of this. We're going to be reading and we're going to be commenting on this. But first, I do want to get through these first names, and then we'll get back to it here.
Roger that.
No. It's okay, man. So he was talking about David Tua. He says that he had a pretty limited style, but that left hook, which was his bread and butter, was quick as a cobra. And boy, did it have a bite, he said. Having sparred them both, Vladimir Klitschko would have schooled Tua and probably turned his lights. He just likes any sort of refinement to his violence. See, that's what Chief said. Granted, I don't really either unless I'm really on that day, but the best heavyweights I've sparred handled me a lot easier than David did. He says he feels bad about critiquing him because he was a fun guy to be around, very hospitable. He says, I only hope our careers and lives don't end up with me required to face him with 12 ounce gloves and no mask. I can't afford the surgery. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Now he talks about Evander Holyfield. He sparred Holyfield, which I believe might have been in the mid to late 90s. He says Holyfield was a machine.
This was Holyfield as a pro then, right? Because amateur Holyfield was a light heavyweight.
Exactly. Plus, Holyfield turned pro in 84, and this guy was still an amateur.
Okay.
Sparring Lennox Lewis as an amateur, so yeah. Holyfield was a machine gun, he says. He put me on my butt first round we ever sparred with a 7 or 8 punch volley. He just punched well. He'd move around, and when he let them go, they hit hard and fast and in large numbers. He was the weakest of the group, since Bo, but probably the most dangerous. He never found me difficult to find and turned me into a bobblehead more than once. Then he talks about old George Foreman, the old version, the 90s version. George Foreman was tricky, he says. His jab was absolutely numbing. I've never felt a jab like that, where your whole face would feel like it got Novocained after he hit you with it. He'd also throw light punches, primarily almost pity pat, till he had the opening, and then he'd wallop you. His punches had the most force. They didn't hurt any worse than Tua or Lewis, but I remember how badly they'd screw with my balance. His shots moved me. He also broke my nose with a straight right. Now here's the final one. What's that?
I was responding to, I forgot to mute myself. I was responding to his critique.
Well, this is the last one. Then we're going to get into it, and then he answers more questions, and that's more layers to his sparring sessions. Check this out. Keep in mind, this guy fought sparred Lennox Lewis, David Tua, okay, and George Foreman. Big George Foreman. Check out what he has to say about Vladimir Klitschko. Klitschko hit me by far the hardest. I couldn't get past the jab, and his right hands hit like thunder. They reminded me of Lewis, but they were quicker and sharper. Vladimir staggered me regularly in sparring. They are literally whole rounds I don't remember. He also knocked me out with a left hook. Not down, out. Only time in my life I've seen the canvas and not been able to stand up by 10 seconds. Now, one final note in regards to this. The guy later on, he says that people ask him, who the fuck are you? He says he only had 2 pro fights. If he told us his name, we wouldn't know him. And he says he's about 6 feet 4 inches tall. So he could hang with the shortest heavyweights, and he could hang with the tall guys like Lennox Lewis and Vladimir Klitschko. But Chief, what do you make of this?
Well, it sounds like this guy is by just what I'm hearing, sparring partner syndrome, which is a good way of figuring out what these guys are capable of for an average fan. But obviously, he was an amateur who couldn't cross over into being a successful pro. Mm-hmm. This is not to critique and make it sound like this guy was not a good fighter. But I've even said this on there about certain pro guys that end up winning world titles, Enrique Sanchez, Raul Marquez, and guys like that. They're great amateur fighters that might be able to win a title in a vacant situation, but they're never going to be the greatest. And so he fought the greats of the greats. My guess is when he's describing when he sparred Riddick Bowe. Riddick Bowe may have just gotten to heavyweight, because remember, he was a light heavyweight for a majority of his amateur career until he hit his early 20s, or excuse me, his late teens. So Bowe hadn't got his man strength yet. Everything he says does describe very much how I've talked about some of these guys, and he says it better than I do. But I never thought that Foreman loaded up with every shot. And if you watch the way he fought more, a lot of his punches outside of his jab, he didn't load up on unless he actually saw the opening. And in the 10th round, he had timed more down all the way up into that point, and so he was saving his energy. So in the later rounds, once Moore had lulled himself, like, okay, this guy doesn't hit as hard as I think. Now's my time to go out and try and put my game plan together and knock him out. And if Moore wouldn't have done that, if Foreman wouldn't have done that to Moore in the 10th round, he said he was loaded up on carbohydrates. He probably would have had enough energy to do that again in the 11th. If he wouldn't have got him out by the 11th or 12th, he might have been spent. But he was varying his punching power enough to see what Moore would fall for. And so it's just like what the guy said. He was tricky, and he tricked Moore. He used the hook. He would throw it wide and hit him on the shoulder to move him in place for the right hand. He really didn't throw it to try and land it. He used his ring smarts to beat Moore. A little bit was luck, but he also used ring smarts to set it up. Klitschko, I know guys don't like him. I've always said that if you remove Emmanuel Stewart from the equation between Lennox Lewis and Vladimir Klitschko, and you take them pre-Emmanuel Stewart, Vladimir wins every time.
Whoa!
Because Lewis just measured with the right hand. He didn't jab. He had no inside game at all. his uppercut, even after Manuel Stewart, he usually did best in hitting you with when he held you behind the head. And every time someone tries to give me an example, you can play the film. Even when he hit Vitaly with that big one in the 6th round, he was holding him around the shoulder or the head when he landed it. So he's never really thrown it by setting it up from an angle. He's always had to hold someone still to land it. Back to the whole thing between him and Klitschko, Vladimir was just a better athlete. Vladimir was a better athlete than his brother. He was a much better athlete. Vitaly was a better fighter.
Yeah.
He it's on Amazon Prime, I believe, the documentary on the two of us. Vladimir says himself, he says Vitaly was just a born fighter. So you put him in any combat sport, he's going to succeed. He says, me, I had to I was an athlete. He was a fighter. I'm paraphrasing, but he references the fact that I trained to be a great fighter. My brother was naturally a great fighter. So
yeah, I would concur. I mean, just look at, first of all, I've gotten into arguments with people. I was not a fan of Vladimir Klitschko fights, and I still don't, when I rewatch old fights and all that, it's at the bottom of the heap to rewatch Vladimir Klitschko fights. But I do have to admit, the guy, like you said, the guy was an athlete. I mean, come on, Olympic gold medalist, reigned supreme in the heavyweight division for a long. Every time they came up with somebody else that he could topple him, Chagayev, Ibrahimov, David Hay, Povetkin. Now, of course, there's some asterisk with that Povetkin win because he essentially sexually assaulted Povetkin with all that holding and hold. No, I'm serious. It was one of the most disgusting performances I've ever seen. But on paper, we got to go with what's on paper. He won, but still, he was an astounding athlete. Once he got together with Emmanuel Stewart, who taught him the tricks of the game to fight like a Lennox Lewis, holding, like you said, all those little tricks, holding behind the head, clinching, blah, blah, blah. He became a very complicated opponent.
he did. You're right on watching his fights all the way through I mean, I'm not going to say, well, you're not a purist, but you like what you like. And I don't fault anybody for that because there's been times I've been like, I know you're better than this and I know you can stop this guy. I don't know why you're not taking these. But after some of his upset losses, he didn't take chances anymore. I don't know why he didn't use his hook more because given it was an old Ray Mercer, but the way he could just throw that hook and flurry with it, I'll put it straight like this. Caucasian guys can't flurry it like that with power the way he did. But he could. And I don't think anybody in the heavyweight division, if he was able to really get in there and like get that hook really going, Trinidad style, I don't think anybody could have lasted. Now, whether he could have done anything with it, because I see someone commenting about Corey Sanders, against Southpaw, it's not going to work as well. So styles make fights, and I don't think he had the boxing IQ to land it against everybody like that. But I mean, you put him in there against a pre-Emmanuel Stewart, Lennox Lewis, and he gets that hook raining, and Lennox isn't going to have a clue what to do.
Well, so just remind me. So you're saying, just clarify, you're saying Vladimir Klitschko from the version from 2006 on to 2013, let's say, you're saying he beats prime Lennox Lewis?
Well, remember, when you're talking Lennox Lewis, what is prime? He did better in 37 than he did at 25. So I don't know what you mean by prime.
Okay, the Lennox Lewis, I'll give you one version. The Lennox Lewis that schooled Holyfield in the first fight.
That would be a tough fight for Lennox because, let me rephrase. Let's put it like this. Because we're evaluating Lennox Lewis how he did against a 37-year-old shorter guy that can't hit as hard. He wouldn't have fought Vladimir that way because that's not the opponent that was in front of him. So what I'm trying to say is the one that was struggling and getting staggered against everybody he faced from he was the first person he fought after from Tony Tucker all the way to Oliver McCall in his first reign. That guy doesn't beat Vladimir Klitschko. Any version of Vladimir Klitschko, pre Emmanuel Stewart or post Emmanuel Stewart, because he's going to measure with the right hand, he's going to measure with the left, leave himself open. Vladimir was fast enough and strong enough with the right hand to counter over the top of a lazy left. He had a hook that he wasn't afraid to throw back then. He had an excellent jab, and prior to his losses to Purity, to Corey Sanders and Layman Brewster, he was not afraid of getting hit back because if you remember against, I can't remember the guy's name, it was on the undercard of Lennox Lewis Franz Botha in England. one of the French contenders. He wasn't afraid to take punches from that guy. It's the same guy that fought Asim Rotman for the vacant WBC. I just can't remember his name right now. He wasn't a big puncher, but he wasn't a soft puncher, because I do remember him stunning Rotman in that fight. And Vladimir took those punches and it didn't bother him. Neither one of them had a solid steel chin. Lennox got buzzed often throughout his career.
That's true.
Holyfield buzzed him in both fights. He was staggered in every one of his fights in his first reign. From Tony Tucker, Phil Jackson, a cruiserweight. And then he got that was on rubbery legs in every fight. So when you're taking on an athlete that knows how to fight like Vladimir, that can punch like Vladimir and has the skills of Lennox, wasn't an athlete, but he was a good fighter. And Customato and Angelo Dundee both used to say they would rather put their people in against fighters than athletes, because athletes can do more. You can't prepare for them that way, because they have the ability to make moves that most other fighters that you try to spar can't do. So you can't really prepare for him. There would have been no one for Lennox to spar that size at that time to get him ready for Vladimir without a good trainer like Emmanuel Stewart. So again, without Emmanuel Stewart in the corner, I don't think Lennox Lewis knows what to do. It would have been an onslaught that he wouldn't have been able to deal with, because he hadn't learned how to establish that jab very well yet. Stewart taught him how to do that.
Well, before I get to that, shout out to I Am Your Leader for his reestablishing his membership program. Shout out to I Am Your Leader, and he says, Boots versus Norman is a good fight, but Boots will duck. I'd favor Norman. You know what? I don't know who's ducking who, but we'll talk about that in the next show, because right now I want to wait and see what happens or what develops from that. I mean, again, it's same old on Twitter right now. These guys avoiding me. Now you're avoiding me. Now he's avoiding him. Shout out to Brown Gone for his contribution with the super chat. He says, Vladimir ducked Wilder, BDA. I got the receipts. We're going back to 2017, 16, or more than that. Yeah, where apparently Vladimir Klitschko ducked Deontay Wilder. All in jest,
right,
Wilder's
offer that he had to refuse, right? That's what happened?
I mean, come on. It's all in jest. It's all in jest. But I wanted to touch on a couple of things you said about that. It's true. Lewis struggled against, other than some of the tall guys he fought from the 80s when he turned pro, he had trouble with some tall guys. That being said, what's his name? Vladimir Klitschko did have he was chinny too, and you mentioned the fact that he wasn't as tough mentally as his brother Vitaly, and Lennox Lewis, an out-of-shape Lennox Lewis, was going toe-to-toe with Vitaly. He was willing to go. So I can only wonder what would happen if an in-shape Lewis took it to Vladimir Klitschko. Would Vladimir Klitschko break? Because just one final thing. Remember what Tyson Fury did to Vladimir Klitschko? With the feints and all that, he drove him insane and he barely threw anything. So I think it would be a question. I think it would be a dangerous fight for both guys. Because again, like you said, neither guy had the most durable chin out. I mean, they could be hurt. So I guess it gets down to who wants it more, who's more defensively responsible, and who strikes first.
You know that both of them are so similar in their careers that it's like which one, when you say which version, there's many versions of both of them. Let's face it, Lennox Lewis not shocked the world looking like the most devastating heavyweight in the world when he fought Evander both times, but he won. Mm-hmm. He was busy. But he didn't he's completely schooled Holyfield in that first fight. Don't get me wrong. But there was nothing that he went out and proved a statement of like, wow, now that is the greatest heavyweight I've ever seen. Right. It was solid on the fact that Holyfield was coming off so much of a high off of the two Mike Tyson fights and the Michael Moore fight. And none of those fights were overly competitive. And so he was riding high, and Lennox pulled off this upset that should have been a win. And it takes a lot for me to say that because Holyfield's my guy. But he should have won that first fight. But it wasn't anything that he said, you know what, that is a legacy fight that shows he belongs in there with Muhammad Ali and Jack Dempsey. It wasn't. It was a win, and it was a one-sided, but there was no, like, when you could tell the fact that Holyfield had no answers, he didn't turn the pressure up. And Vladimir doesn't do that either. So I'm not trying and draw a picture of like, well, Vladimir, he wouldn't have. Neither one of them would. But when the fights got tough with Holyfield, and you have to say with Bo, when those Galata fights, even if they couldn't turn it up, they tried. They gave everything they could to try and say, okay, I've got nothing left. If I'm not going to win this fight, then it's left in the ring. Lewis wouldn't do that if a fight was clear. It would go in favor. But let's face it, in the Ray Mercer fight, it felt like he underachieved in that fight, or else Mercer overachieved. Either way, Lennox didn't look like he won that fight. Holyfield, yeah, he won the first one. There are some people that thought that he lost the second one. I've tried to rewatch it, and what I came to the conclusion of, without finishing it, was that when they were both standing on the outside, just bouncing on their toes, the fact that Holyfield was just bouncing on his toe with the guard up, and Lennox was moving his arms even if he wasn't throwing punches, gave the illusion that he was still in control. So when that was not a punch stat fight, that was a ring generalship fight. And if I would have kept watching, I probably would have come to the conclusion with not scoring off of effective punches, but scoring off of the perception of who's in control. It probably would have been Lennox Lewis if I would have finished watching at that time.
Well, not for nothing.
Go ahead.
Well, one note on that is both Lennox Lewis and Vladimir Klitschko, Lewis and Klitschko, they morphed. They had a metamorphosis later on in their careers with Emmanuel Stewart. And what was the similarity between those two guys? Stewart had to tell those guys, turn it up. You know, so when you have guys like that, it's that new expression that I heard. I'd never heard it before, but I heard Steve Kim use it on the 3 knockdown rule. He says, and paralysis by analysis. And that's what I get from Vladimir Klitschko. I mean, for Pete's sakes, Klitschko has a PhD in sports science or something, I think. And Lennox Lewis, you know, he's a chess player. So chess requires a lot of thinking, and you can take your time in chess. You can't do that in boxing. In boxing you gotta boom, you gotta let's go. And
controlling everything to where you have time to think.
Exactly. So I think that's what
Lennox was good at doing.
Yeah, I think that's what he ended up doing, definitely. But it is interesting though that Holyfield, this is an interesting thing, Chief, that this sparring partner guy, because again, just to remind those who are just tuning in, we're talking about this Sherdog thread from a couple of years ago, where a guy, anonymous fella, said that he sparred with some of the best heavyweights of the 90s, David Tua, Lennox Lewis, George Foreman, the old George Foreman, Vladimir Klitschko. And what he said about Holyfield, you know, Holyfield was a undersized heavyweight against Bo and against Lewis. But man, the guy made up for it with his heart, conditioning, his combination punching, the fact that he was actually quite quick. But you know what's surprising about that? I was watching there's a documentary out there on YouTube that you can watch called Undisputed. I mean, if you write Lennox Lewis Undisputed documentary, it's a documentary in the build-up to the first Holyfield fight. And it's actually quite entertaining because they do actually embed themselves, the filmmakers embed themselves in the training camp. So it's not like a 24/7 where you see them hitting the bag a little bit for 15 seconds and then you see them with their family going fishing or going to the beach and it's just boring. This is actual fucking training camp life, what I want to see. And Emmanuel Stewart is wrapping Lennox Lewis's hands. And people got to remember, Stewart at one point trained Holyfield for the second Bo fight, I believe. So he's telling Lewis, look, Evander Holyfield doesn't like to run. He does when I was with him and I tried to get him run, he'd complain over and over and over. And then he says that's why you see him whenever he explodes with combinations. There's always a point where he has to get beat up on. He lets the other guy beat up on him because he's trying to recuperate. And I said, what? Did you ever hear that, Chief? That Holyfield that he didn't run or that he was out of shape or something?
So I heard a lot about Holyfield on what he loved lifting weights. He liked sparring. He loved hitting the bag and stuff. But someone, I forget which manager it was, Shirley Finkel, I think it was, I met in 1996 when the Olympic team was training. He was at the hotel where the team was training, and Holyfield actually came down late while everybody else was already training, and came down late for breakfast. And Finkel's wife was eating ate later because they were on a strict diet, and so she was eating pancakes and eggs and stuff like that, and she ate later so that she wouldn't like put the pressure on them. Like, man, that looks good, I want that, because they're eating like just oatmeal and eggs, no potatoes, no, and their eggs are like, they're not scrambled with fat with bacon and everything else. They're eating on a very strict diet. So now Holyfield's late for training. There's number one. And then number two, when he sits down and he sits down with her, he had a pint of peach ice cream for breakfast, training for the Olympics. This is a story that Shelley Finkel told me, so I don't know how true it is, but it's word of mouth. But he had this way of like being serious and fun-loving at the same time. So he loved to train on the parts of training he likes to do. And he was very good and proficient at the things he liked. So he loved hitting the bags. He loved shadow boxing. He loved jumping rope. He loved sparring. He loved lifting weights. He loved working on core. Am I surprised when someone says he doesn't like to run? No, he'd probably rather go to the gym and jump rope and do all those exercises, running up and down the stairs and bench jumps and stuff like that to try and make up for his explosiveness rather than his stamina. Right. I don't have proof of this, but based off of what you could see when you watched him in promos, when he's doing all that stuff, you could see the intensity in his face. It looked like he enjoyed it. What did you never really see him doing very often? Promos of him jogging.
So there's something to that then. But here's my thing, though. When you're sparring a lot, you're mimicking a fight. So essentially, you're working on all the muscles that you don't... Because people think, oh, yeah, I'm going to run. And then I'll go to the gym and I'll be in shape. No, when you actually spar, when you're actually there mimicking a fight, you're working muscles you never thought you had. It's the whole body. It's like swimming. That's why swimming is actually pretty good for boxing, because it loosens up your muscles and it works to your cardio. But when it comes to actually exploding in fights, what actually helps a fighter is high intensity interval training, because that's what boxing is. Especially if you're working the heavy bag the way you're supposed to, you're not supposed to rest. You're supposed to, you punch. If you're not moving, you're punching essentially. So it's nonstop. The jogging is really for professionals. It's there to help the leg endurance. Like a guy like Rigondeaux, for example, I can't imagine him not jogging, because the way he moves around the ring, he's got to have incredible endurance for those legs. That's endurance, aerobic training. So if Holyfield said, you know what, I'm going to actually just spar, all right, he's working that, he's got the explosiveness down, but then that also means that, fighters have rhythms during their fights. Some guys start out fast, and then in the middle rounds, they start fading, and then they get their second wind. That's... Usyk is like that. Usyk will actually start out pretty quickly, but the second round, he's already going. Then there'll be some middle rounds where the guys are having success, and then he'll pick it back up, and then the fight's strong, try to take guys out. So Holyfield's just sparring. It makes sense that he would falter in the certain rounds during the fight, because if you're gonna be a good pro, you gotta be both. You gotta do both. Another example, James Toney. We're talking about fat, overweight James Toney. Remember, the book on him was always that he didn't like to run, no road work, all just sparring. He could do it. He could get away with it because usually he controlled the pace with his defense. If he didn't want you to touch him, he would lay on the ropes and just roll with the shots, bob and slip punches and all that. So that works. But if you're a guy like Holyfield, who undersized heavyweight, he's on his toes, in and out, trying to get inside on the bigger guys, you gotta have both.
Yeah, you do. And but what Holyfield even said, I think it was before the Michael Dokes fight. When they were talking about his training, he said that they didn't train him for long distance running. They had him doing interval runs instead. He'd jog for like a half mile, he'd sprint for a quarter mile or so, and he would end up doing close to 8 miles, but it would be a jog, sprint, and then he would finish like with a 1 mile as fast as he can. And then, of course, he'd do a cool down. So it would be intervals of sprinting and jogging, finish with a 1 mile straight sprint, and then he'd cool down. So even when he was first becoming a heavyweight, when he was a contender, they weren't stressing him running 5 to 7 miles of long distance regular pace jogging, even in his camp back then. So I don't think it was ever meant that way based off of his pro training. So but he did a lot of swimming. He did do a lot of swimming, but again, this is all interval and explosiveness. None of it was really based off anything that's going to help long-term stamina.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, eventually you need that, and that's to his credit. That's to Holyfield's credit that he was able to outlast so many people and go to war with all of them. Holyfield is really. I was rethinking as I was reading this forum post about the Holyfield, the guys he beat, and the way he fought. Rarely. I'm scratching my head here, thinking, what was a boring fight that he was in? I can't remember. So, and then on top of that, beating up guys like Rick Bowe, and giving Holyfield hell in the rematch, that's something to be commended. So Holyfield, this sparring partner, just to remind people, the sparring partner guy says that Holyfield was lining him up in sparring, that Klitschko and Foreman and Tua hit harder, but Holyfield was one of the toughest. In fact, somebody later on, they asked him, who was the toughest? And he says, either Vladimir Klitschko or Evander Holyfield. Vlad hurt me with every punch, and I could never get anything going. He's the only man to knock me out. I'll never forget that left hook. Lennox had a great left hook, but he chose to throw it in combinations. Vlad would crack you with it without warning. You know what? I just remember something. I do give Klitschko credit, and I remember it was an eye-opener when he fought Joshua, because this guy, Klitschko, had been out of the ring for a year. He's fighting a guy that's about as tall as he is and about as strong, if not stronger. And back then, I remember, this was 2007. Was that 2017 or when 2017. I remember I always told people, look, Klitschko was overrated. He only really won because he was so tall and bigger than these guys, blah, blah, blah. That fight against Joshua really earned my respect because he was outboxing Joshua in large spots of that fight. And he was hitting him with lead left hooks, which is to this guy's point, that the sparring partner. So I really grew to respect Vladimir that fight.
He was like 37 when he fought Fury and been out of the ring for 2 years and comes back almost 2 years and comes back and fights a Pete Joshua at 40 years old and almost wins. So exactly, it shows the fact that great as he was still an underachiever because he didn't want to take chances. And even though I'm a big fan of his and I am a big guy that like ridicules people that don't take chances. And so I'm kind of like contradicting myself when it comes to my fan fave of Vladimir, who didn't take chances. I can see where someone can call me on my hypocrisy there. I knew what he was capable of because I actually watched him in the Olympics. I watched him in the bronze medal round. And I was like, this guy, I can tell you, he's only 19 years old. I can tell he's going to go places with the right trainer if he, as he can progress. All I knew was he was Ukraine that night. I didn't even know his name. And later on, I come to find out, that big, tall guy with all that skill that showed more talent than anybody else in the heavyweight division, fighting in the Olympics during that time, that was Vladimir. Okay, this makes sense. But for him, it was because of his athleticism. There's no such thing as a perfect heavyweight. But if you're going to combine 2 or 3 guys together and get rid of their weaknesses and only their strengths, if you take the strengths of Galata, Vitali, and Vladimir, there would be very few people you could combine together that could beat that guy.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's when you watch a guy coming up, you're always thinking about the potential. And what if he develops this and what if he develops that? And seldom do guys actually get to that point. Klitschko, because of Emmanuel Stewart, was one of those guys. He added those wrinkles to his game and he became a very tough guy to beat.
He did. Comment on his resume really quick. You kept saying that every time someone would come up and knock him down after he was champion. Look at his resume before he was before he won a major title, the IBF against Chris Berg. Not Layman Brewster, he lost to him. But Charles Shuford was, every time there was an American going, hey, this guy might actually be the next up and coming. Vladimir fought him. Like the second there was someone like, hey, this guy's a fringe contender and a good prospect, Vladimir's like, get him in the ring, and he knocks him out. So that was every up and coming heavyweight of that era from America before they even got to be contention. Klitschko knocked him out. So everybody that was around him, he completely. I've never seen anybody take on fellow prospects as many as he did on the way up to getting the title and coming out on top with everyone except for Brewster. I mean, I went back and looked at Ali's record, and the best that I knew of the contenders at the time, I didn't see a whole list of fellow prospects on his resume. You certainly didn't see that from Lennox Lewis. You didn't see that from Mike Tyson either. You saw a lot of career building and ring rust and development fighters, but you didn't see a lot of fellow prospect contenders. Right. And everybody that was a prospect in his era, he beat before he even won the title.
Well, may I also say that I don't think Vladimir Klitschko gets enough credit for the David Haye fight. Because people might not remember, but that was a fight that was in high demand. I mean, Haye had become the undisputed cruiserweight champ. He had incredible speed and power. He goes up to heavyweight. The power translates. And he beat some decent pugs. I mean, he beat Nikolai Valuev. He beat Monty Barrett. John Ruiz. Stopped John Ruiz. Even though it was a pass.
Ante Barrett. That's the one that Klitschko fought in the... I'm sorry I interrupted you. You gave me the name. That's the one. You actually returned the favor to me. That was the guy on the undercard of Friends both of Lennox Lewis. That's the one that Vladimir fought.
Okay. Yeah, but he stopped those guys. Then he goes in there against Klitschko. He couldn't get past Klitschko's jab to the point where he had to blame his pinky toe for the reason why he couldn't get inside. Meanwhile, the guy's dancing around the ring, and then he claims he couldn't move. I mean, that was a bit of a bad look for Hay after that fight. But check this out. This is what he has to say, the sparring partner guy. This is what he has to say about Holyfield versus Tyson. Because somebody asked him, I forgot to say, this dude met Tyson, or he knew him when they were younger. He says he had a bad run-in with Mike Tyson in the mid-90s. That was peak Tyson in his worst state possible, where he was just angry at everybody. And so he tried to go at Tyson and said, hey, how are you doing, Mike? And apparently his posse rebuked him for actually daring to go up to Tyson. So he says he used to be amicable with Tyson, but then that situation left a bad taste in his mouth. So somebody asked him, well, what about Tyson versus Holyfield, prime versus prime? And I know we've had this conversation before, but let's just revisit it. He said, I think Evander had Mike Tyson's number. I never sparred with Mike, and I might be a bit biased because he was an asshole to me, but Evander knew how to deal with Mike's style. Evander used to regularly spar with men like David Tua and Gary Bell. Both men were clones of Mike Tyson. Evander also conquered Ray Mercer, another Tyson-esque heavyweight. There isn't a style around that Evander Holyfield couldn't adapt to and beat. Chief, what do you think?
I've always said, if you take a 27-year-old Evander Holyfield and you put him between 195 to 210 pounds, and I know that's a pretty wide variety, he can, when I say can, I don't mean can as in he would come out on top, but he has the ability to possibly upset any heavyweight in history because he's smart. He has a high IQ. He's very skilled. And what he doesn't have in power, he makes up with an activity. But Jim Lampley once said, Evander Holyfield has the highest knockout percentage off of accumulated punches. This was before the Larry Holmes fight. And this was, remember, when he was moving up to heavyweight just before just around the time he fought Buster Douglas, going into the George Foreman fight, it had been 5 years since he'd gone the distance, had knocked every opponent out from cruiserweight to heavyweight. Now, these guys weren't 6'8" and 240 pounds, but they were much bigger men and they'd been at that weight longer. So he had knocked out every cruiserweight and heavyweight for half a decade. So there's something to be said, the fact that he may not have one punch knockout power, but he has timing. And remember what I've said, power thrills, speed kills, but timing rules them all. He had timing. So, and he knew how to, he had that ability similar to Eric Morales and Terry Norris and a young Oscar De La Hoya to bounce on his toes and bounce just outside of your range to where you reached and now you're off balance, and he could counter you with a power punch while you were off balance. Exactly. That's called timing. And then when you're off balance and you're hit with it, you're moving into the shot and off balance, and your opponent's hitting you as you're coming in with all of your weight meeting it, you no longer have to be a power puncher. Your opponent did all the work for you. You're just taking advantage. That my screenshot on Discord is Holyfield doing exactly that to Mike Tyson. When Tyson got buzzed by that right hand in the 10th round, he tried to collect himself and he goes to measure, and Holyfield just drops his jaw and almost like smiles, and he's bouncing for Tyson to reach in so he can counter over with the right hand. And that he landed that right hand just before the bell that wobbled Tyson the ropes. That picture of that icon, I had to slow down to frame by frame to picture it because there's no picture of it on the internet.
Interesting.
But that was my favorite because I saw the look on Holyfield's face. It wasn't a smile, but it was like a jaw drop of like, you're giving me this opportunity. And he was like, oh yeah, I'm taking this. And so again, there's no picture of it on the internet. I had to go frame by frame to get that, but he saw that opening in the 11th round of not an arduous fight, but it was kind of tiring because there's two guys, 210 pounds each, laying on each other and grappling through most of that fight. And he was 35 years old. So, you do the math. He may have been on, he may have been taking some really good vitamins, but
wait a minute.
Body gets tired at 35. And in the 11th round of something like that, and he's able to still see an opening like that and energize himself. Hey.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that Danny in the chat says that Holyfield was really a cruiserweight at heart. George Foreman always used to say when he was commenting on HBO, he said, this guy's, he's a heavyweight in a middleweight frame. It's true. Like, if you take Bernard Hopkins and you beef him up, that's Evander Holyfield. I'm not talking about stylistically, but I'm talking about more like frame-wise a little bit. By the way, don't forget to hit the like. And in terms of Holyfield taking vitamins, I don't know if you're seeing the picture that I'm putting up here, but...
yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man.
Those traps don't look natural. Look, I'm a Georgia boy just like he is. He's my guy, but you got to call a spade and a heart a heart. And, yeah, because he put that size on at such a late age. He's never tested positive, neither has Floyd, but there's been a lot of correlation between the two. Evan Fields, I heard the story. So it is what it is. But you know what? Steroids can only do so much. You still have to work your butt off to get to that. There's still a lot of hard work that's put into it. I'm not making excuses for him. It's hard to not defend what's there, even though that's your favorite guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and just for people that don't know what the reference there the chief made, Evan Fields is when they were investigating Balco in the early 2000s. Balco, which was the Victor Conti's company that was providing PEDs to a bunch of athletes. Holyfield's name, they found a list of the clients, and it was Evan Fields. And I believe it wasn't being delivered or something to the Holyfield's address, or I forget that detail.
I heard, now I've never read the article, so I'm going by what some friends of mine have told me. But my late friend Clay used to follow all this stuff. He's, the guy that had all those videotapes from back in the 80s.
Right.
So he followed a lot of stuff. And so when he was researching the whole thing, not only was it being delivered to his house, they called the phone number that was for the Evan Fields, and Evander Holyfield answered the phone.
I mean, come on. I got to tell you, Holyfield would not make a good criminal, man. I mean, listen, I hate to cast aspersions on the guy, but how many children did he have out of wedlock? He struck me as a guy that... how many?
More than Floyd.
I mean, he strikes me as a guy that doesn't really have good long-term planning, if that makes any sense. But I'll say this, man.
Judgment.
Yeah, judgment, a little askew. Maybe that's why he was a professional boxer. But yeah, this sparring partner guy says that essentially Holyfield was one of the most dangerous, not the hardest puncher he ever sparred with, but because of his mobility, because of his combination punching, his ring smarts, he was the toughest. And everything Chief was saying is true, man. Holyfield, his footwork, highly underrated. Defense, because he used to go at it with guys. He used to slug it out. But when he didn't want to be touched, he actually had very good defense. So just a complete fighter.
Correct. At his peak, when he didn't want to be touched, you weren't touching him.
Exactly, yeah. So a very formidable guy, and hopefully people don't forget how good Holyfield was. I want to touch on this, though, because they mentioned the prime Tyson versus prime Holyfield. This dude sparred with Bert Cooper. For people that don't know, Bert Cooper was a journeyman gatekeeper fighter, very tough. He was a facsimile of Joe Frazier, because at some point Joe Frazier used to train him. And Bert Cooper was a shortish heavyweight. He fought like Joe Frazier with the crossguard crab defense, and he would just go at people. So this guy actually sparred Bert Cooper, and he says that Cooper was very tough, but he had outside the ring issues, narcotics and all that. So he never really got to the point where he could have. But he says he also talked with Eddie Futch, because there's the Eddie Futch-Joe Frazier connection. So Eddie Futch, legendary trainer, some people even consider him the best trainer ever. He asked Futch about Tyson when Tyson was on the come-up during Tyson Mania. And this is what he had to say about Eddie Futch. He says, Eddie Futch didn't jump on the Mike Tyson bandwagon. He told me once that Tyson beat scared men like Michael Spinks and Tyrell Biggs. And he had a hard time with Larry Holmes and Pinklon Thomas when they were past it. Seeing him lose to Buster Douglas and Evander Holyfield made Tyson look like a fraud. He died in 2001, but talking about Eddie Futch. Futch died in 2001, but he picked Lewis to knock out Mike Tyson. He picked Joe Frazier to destroy Iron Mike. Joe Frazier was a born warrior who loved combat. Eddie and many others felt that Mike was not. Chief, what do you think?
Well, first of all, I met Eddie Futch in 1996 in the Olympics, and the man knew his boxing. He also trained a friend of mine, Brandon Mitchum. Remember the guy that fought Fernando Vargas to make the Olympic team? After that fight, one, he told me they thought Brandon won, and two, he signed Brandon after that fight. So we had a few people that we knew in common. And I only got to for a little while. It was after, it was the same night Floyd got robbed and yet also cost himself moving forward in the Olympics. Story for another time. But I talked to him for a little bit there. And, we had a nice long conversation, and he is a little. I do not blame him for his bias on Joe Frazier over Mike Tyson at all. He was like a second father to Joe Frazier, so I do not expect him to be completely unbiased on that, and I don't hold that against him at all. But when you're talking about Tyson, when Tyson believed that he was invincible, he very well may have been. But there's never been another peak guy in the division at the time to prove that true or false. And so that's why we're always going to have an enigma of what could Tyson have done? Because by the time he fought Buster, remember, you can people make the parallel of what percentage is physical and what percentage is mental in boxing. They always say that the larger percentage is mental. Well, Tyson's mental side was gone before he even fought Buster Douglas. It was gone during the frame burnout, and he never got it back. So we never got to see him against another prime fighter because he was the only one. The other one would have been Evander Holyfield, but Don King didn't want to make that fight, and then Buster Douglas pulled off that upset. And Tyson never got that focus back. So my point that I'm making is that when you're trying to compare him against people, it's always an enigma because we know what Frazier was because he faced, even though it was a past his prime Ali, it was another great heavyweight. So he never fought Norton. He got crushed by Frazier, but he gave Ali, the one they call the greatest, everything he could handle in 3 fights. And there are some people, very few, but some people that thought that the only one that Ali clearly won was the 3rd fight. So Joe clearly won the first one. There's some people that thought he lost the second. Some people thought he won the second, and he clearly lost the third because it got stopped. But Eddie Futch himself said that if he would have had Joe Frazier just jump up and down and hold your breath, jump up and down, and just act like a madman, that he's convinced Ali would have quit. So it would have been a psychological warfare game, and he didn't do that. But aside from that, Ali was winning and Frazier was fading.
Remember, both guys were about to quit in that before the 15th round. It's just Joe Frazier quit first.
This is the difference. Okay, so Eddie Futch is probably the greatest trainer in the history of boxing. Angelo Dundee was never really a trainer. He was always a manager and a chief second. He was in charge in the corner. He knew how to manage a corner. Someone else was doing the training. Now, I've talked to Angelo Dundee before, too, also at the Olympics in 1996. And what I'm gathering about how he did things was they were talking in between. He would talk to the trainer in between rounds, but he knew how to get the point across in that 1 minute. So instead of someone trying to drag, okay, you got to do this and then do that, he knew how to take a long, drawn-out research paper of what to do for 3 minutes and combine it into 30 seconds in between rounds where he could, get him back off the stool and back in the ring.
That's interesting.
So
that's interesting.
He would download the information and get the point across. And
that's interesting. Real quick, that's interesting.
Another combination of two people like that was Lou Duva and Georgie Benton. And Holyfield talked about that Georgie Benton was slow in talking and he'd explain everything. He's a great teacher in the gym. You don't have that kind of time in a ring. You have 1 minute. And during that minute, you're getting the chair out, you're sitting them down, you're taking the mouthpiece out, you're giving them water, you're putting the mouthpiece back in, you're taking the stool out. That's about 15 seconds of 1 minute. So you've got 45 seconds left to get your point across. So, again, whoever the lead trainer was for Muhammad Ali, I do not remember his name, and Georgie Benton would be the ones that would say what's going on for 3 minutes, and then Angelo Dundee and Lou Duva will be the ones to get the information out real quick and get the guys back in the middle of the ring.
A good trainer has to be a good psychologist too, especially at the professional level. Robert Garcia was talking about that some guys you talk to him slow, some guys you got to slap him. Teddy Atlas, for example, his approach to scream. There's a reason why you don't see a lot of people calling Teddy Atlas. His number is not on the Rolodex of a lot of fighters out there because he's not for everybody. But Angelo Dundee, that's a great point that you made, that he knew how to condense the information into a minute. That's something that I have a hard time with doing in anything. I tend to filibuster. I mean, just for an example of Angelo, an example of Angelo Dundee's genius, the Sugar Ray Leonard Tommy Hearns fight. You're blowing it, kid. You're blowing it. I mean, that got the message across. He didn't have to tell him, go in there. He knew. Leonard knew what he had to do. Angelo Dundee just reminded him, you got to go after this fucker. I want to remind people to hit the like. We're talking about a heavyweight boxing, but we're going off a thread on Sherdog from years back of a guy who sparred some of the best heavyweights from the 90s. And I just want to go back. We're going to transition to the Tyson talk here about what some people had to say about Tyson. But I want to just one note on Vladimir Klitschko, because again, this guy sparred Lennox Lewis, Holyfield, Tua, Big George Foreman, Lennox Lewis. He said all of those guys hit hard, but the only guy who ever knocked him out cold was Vladimir Klitschko. This is what he has to say about Klitschko again. He says, Klitschko hit hard, amazing jab, great boxer, but like Chief said, he doesn't work on the inside. He holds and he rarely hammers the body. More infuriating to fight than flat out difficult. And I think that is sort of the trap that he springs. He could knock out anything human. He could knock out anything human with that right hand. And the left hook isn't fun either. He also hangs on the back of your head with his left hand. When you get low, he can straight up throw you with one hand. Maddening. So that was a problem with Klitschko. And Klitschko, I think one of the reasons why he went into his back foot bitch style or sexual assault style was because of the Lehman Brewster fight. He had a target in front of him. He fell into that trap of, oh, here's a punching bag in front of me. Let me just punch as hard as I can. And he exhausted himself. Now, there's a theory out there that supposedly somebody poisoned him. And
because back when I was on, I think it was called The Boxing Truth with Ricardo Lois and John Chavez. They had Emmanuel Stewart on the show, and I was occasionally a panelist, and so I asked him to explain it. They took Vlad to the hospital when it was over, and he had an abnormal amount of white blood cells in his pancreas, and a lot of insulin was in his system, and he wasn't a diabetic. So they wanted to know what would cause that, and so they went to compare his A sample with his B sample of blood and urine, and the B sample had disappeared. The Nevada State Athletic Commission lost it. So now I can only say this for that. And it actually made the TV show Entertainment Tonight, which I know that's not a real boxing show, but I mean, it got to that level of conspiracy. The only thing that I can say to add to conspiracy is the fact that we know Don King holds a grudge, and the Klitschko brothers kind of stiffed him. Now, to my knowledge, he didn't pay them any money, but he flew them to his place. He wined and dined them. He did all this stuff and thought they were going to sign. And Vitaly tells the story, and it's also on that Amazon Prime special. Dom was pretending like he was playing a piano piece for him because they both know how to play the piano. And Vitaly went around to the back and noticed the fact the keyboards were playing itself, and Don King wasn't pressing the pedal. And that's when Vitaly told Vladimir, "We're not signing with this guy."
I mean,
so now does that mean that Don King had Vladimir poisoned to try and fix the fight? No, it does not clearly mean that. Does that mean that Dom was pissed at them, and if he wouldn't have minded if something bad happened? That I 100% know is true. But it is what it is. Nobody pursued it any further than that. But it didn't make any sense that a professional athlete who was also an Olympic athlete, a gold medalist athlete who was a doctor in physical education, was having a diabetic attack in a ring that wasn't a diabetic.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, I think Dr. Margaret Goodman had something to say about that too. I forget where I heard that, but be that as it may, I look at that Klitschko-Brewster fight, and I see Klitschko throwing more punches than usual. So couldn't it be just possible that he just blew his load and he had an adrenaline dump or something?
Okay, so let me, the little bit that I mean, Jimmy's better at talking this stuff than I am, so let me just put it this way. I think it probably still will take another 2 rounds to be as exhausted as he was, because remember, after the round, the fight wasn't stopped because Brewster did anything. It was stopped because Vladimir fell out of exhaustion and couldn't get up and get back to his corner in his own power. Now, again, this is a professional Olympic athlete who is a doctor in physical education. You're telling me he blew such a load that he couldn't lift his arms without, and again, his insulin level was nowhere near and he was still in his 20s. He wasn't even 30 yet. So how 1 and 1's equaling 5 in this equation. something. I don't know. I can't say that it was just. Now, did he throw a lot of punches? Yes. Would he have probably worn himself out if he done that burster out in the next 2 rounds? Yes. Should he have already been that tired to where he could barely keep his eyes open? Not off of that activity, no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I suppose we'll never know. It would have been good for Stewart to release those papers, those tests, and that evidence, and actually show. Because at least, even if nothing happens, at least it's on the record that, hey, something was up with this fight. But, his word, I mean, trainers, he's a manager too, by the way, Stewart, or was a manager.
You're right.
He was, so he could have maybe just said that. But then again, it's quite a big deal to make that claim, that, hey, my fighter, even though he never accused anybody. So I don't know. But be that as it may, that was a fight that he lost, and it actually made Klitschko a better fighter because, again, he went into that back foot bitch style that gave him success. I shouldn't say better fighter, it made him a more successful fighter, but in terms of watchability, no, he wasn't. Yeah. By the way, I see Jimmy's here. Jimmy, we're just talking about a thread here, message board thread on SureDog from years back. This guy, anonymous guy, said that he sparred Lennox Lewis, David Tua. He sparred Big George Foreman, the old version. He sparred Lennox Lewis, I said, Holyfield, and he sparred Vladimir Klitschko. And we're just going off of that thread and just talking about, general boxing talk and this and that. And I want to say this too. And then I got to go take a latrine break here, so I'll leave you guys to it. But this is what he had to say about Ruiz, because you brought up John Ruiz, our chief. He says, apparently they're shitting on Ruiz. He says, I never sparred with Larry Holmes or any of the other ex-champions you mentioned. Lennox Lewis used to spar with John Ruiz, who much later became heavyweight champion. So this was a younger Luis. But those camps were boring. All John did was hold and run. Hold and run. With Lennox so big and John so small and constantly running, it looked like Big Bird chasing a chicken. It was frustrating and only a matter of time before Emmanuel Stewart said, get this guy out of here. But of course, back then, no one could have predicted that John Ruiz would one day become heavyweight champion. Heavyweight champion, he won a title. Really want to say...
Yeah. He was a titleist. When the Ring magazine came out with that legacy or lineal title, they would say belt holder. And that's kind of what he did, what he became. Now, remember, he became belt holder because Lennox wouldn't fight him. Now, I got to say this about John Ruiz, and I'm not going to try and put him in any kind of Mount Rushmore, anything. But the run that he made from David Tua all the way up till he fought Evander Holyfield for that vacant belt they took away from Lennox Lewis, he went on one heck of a run. Beating some of these guys were just no-hopers and busy fights, but Gary Ballard, John Ruiz exposed him. This guy was 19-1 with 19 knockouts, and I'm sure that those 19 knockouts were not over anybody favorable of major contention, but it got him up to be in the top level of the WBA ranking. And I was at that fight. It was in Atlanta when Evander Holyfield fought Von Bean. It was the undercard. And I remember watching with my dad because at that moment in time, John Ruiz had developed a decent inside game. Sorry about that.
You call clinching? You call that an inside game? But anyway, go ahead.
Well, no, let me finish because it started from time to time, but he was starting to work on his game a little bit. If you go back and watch some of his videos, he would still hold stuff, but he was letting his hands go more, and he was really good at launching a right uppercut on the inside because that's what he knocked Gary Ballard out with. I actually told my dad, Gary Ballard's going to swing wide. John Ruiz is going to keep his hands up and stay inside the guard. He's going to start throwing uppercuts probably around the second or third round. He'll get a knockout by the fourth. I was somewhere close to that based off of rounds. What ended up happening was when Holyfield caught Ruiz with a good right hand in that fight, because Ruiz was trying to tee off on Holyfield early in that fight. When Holyfield nailed him with that right hand, he went right back to Octopus Ruiz, and he stayed that way for the rest of his career.
Yeah, Octopus Ruiz. That's because people that don't remember John Ruiz, he was a guy that came into prominence or in the limelight in 2000 when he fought Holyfield for a vacant WBA belt. And ever since then, I think most people just remember him for being embarrassed by light heavyweight Roy Jones. But he was, listen, all kidding aside, he was a good fighter. I'm not going to call him a cockroach. I'm going to call him a cat. He had 7 lives, this guy. When you thought he was out, he would come back, and nobody really enjoyed it, but you had to respect him for it, for his tenacity. There was a guy named Kirk Johnson, Canadian, undefeated guy, pretty athletic. He knocked out perennial contender Oleg Maskev in impressive fashion. So that really, and that was on HBO, by the way, back when being on HBO was a big deal. So it raised Kirk Johnson's profile. He gets a shot at Jordan Ruiz's belt, and people are thinking, okay, he's going to beat Ruiz because Ruiz sucks. Ruiz ends up beating him. It was disqualification, but because he's frustrated Kirk Johnson so much, he beat him. He was beating him. Then he loses to Fat James.
He made Kirk Johnson into the clincher.
Exactly. There you go. Yeah.
Doing such a good job with his jab that it threw us again. We go back to timing. The better athlete, the faster athlete, the more powerful athlete was Kirk Johnson on all levels. He had every check in the box till you got the timing, and Ruiz's timing frustrated Kirk Johnson so much that he started clinching, and he got DQ'd because of it, because he didn't want to get knocked out by John Ruiz.
Exactly. But let me just finish with this, man. I mean, let me just finish this because it's important to know who John Ruiz was. So Ruiz, that was in a way, that was a comeback, because people thought he was about to lose, and he ended up upsetting the favorite undefeated fighter. He loses to Jones, comes back, horrible fight against Rahman, but he comes back. He gets himself a belt, I believe. I forget. I forget now if he got himself a belt again. But
yeah. And I think that was against Rotman, but Rotman was the favorite in that fight.
Again, there you go. That's what I'm saying. So he had another. Just when you think he's out, he comes back. He fights James Toney. Fat James Toney schools him. Then it turns out Tony's PED test comes back. He's on PEDs. So then it's a no contest, and the title goes back to John Ruiz. And what does John Ruiz say? I'm back, motherfuckers. So he's not even. He knew people like. If you think Shakur Stevenson is disliked now because of his boring style, that was the John Ruiz back then, and not because he ran, but because his style was jab, clinch, jab, clinch. It was like Vladimir Klitschko, but in a 6 feet 2-inch frame. So that was John Ruiz, but I'm unsurprised that he was a runner when he was born mobile back in the day.
It was like Klitschko without the knockouts.
Yeah, without the skill.
Klitschko, as much as everyone hated Kyle, most of the time he got knockouts, even though he clinched a lot. And because he would dial you in and set you up for, like the sparring partner guy would say, he would use his jab and he'd hold you and he'd do all these little tricks until he dialed you in with that right hand that it'd knock you out. The difference was Ruiz, after the Holyfield fight, the knockouts were gone. He did not knock anybody out anymore. He just hid jab and clinch and jab and clinch. Occasional right hand when you didn't see it coming because you're expecting the jab, like that.
And you know what? I hate to be bringing back to Vladimir Klitschko because I wasn't a fan of either his style or his character. But when people say, you hear some Deontay Wilder fans, the Wilder sexuals, hardest punching heavyweight ever. I'm thinking, look at Vladimir Klitschko's record and look at how he was laying out guys on the come up. Now, when he was coming up, he was knocking out the same type of guys that Deontay Wilder's record is padded with. So I don't know. And he was like, look at how he knocked out Eddie Chambers. So when people say Deontay Wilder, are you telling me Klitschko wouldn't have been able to stop Luis Ortiz? You're telling me he wouldn't have been able to stop, what's his name, Szpilka? You're telling me he wouldn't have been able to knock out Stuvern? I mean, come on. This whole hardest punching heavyweight ever is ridiculous. Just citing Vladimir Klitschko as an example, counterexample. I'm not even going to go into other examples. But Vladimir Klitschko, he was a hard puncher.
Out everybody on Wilder's record. Could Wilder have knocked out everybody on Klitschko's record? Because, because let's face it, a 40-year-old Ortiz who tested twice positive for steroids was beating Wilder twice before he knocked him out. Now, we got to give him the credit. He dug deep because he knew he was behind. He knocked out a skilled opponent. I'm not going to say that King Kong was great, but he was skilled. Tall lefty, and the only 2 times he lost, until he got geriatric, was to Wilder. But that doesn't mean he would have beaten Shagayev or Eddie Chambers or any of these other guys. It doesn't mean he would have beaten any of them. If he would have won, he would have been by knockout, but he might have been losing before he got it. Vladimir wasn't losing to any of these guys before he knocked him out.
Well, I mean, yeah. Then again, I guess the counter argument could be that Lehman Brewster stopped him. What was the first guy that stopped him? It wasn't Obed Sullivan. Who was Purity?
Ross Purity.
Ross Purity. Thank you. And that was
he wasn't losing to any of these fighters.
That's true.
Not a single one. The only one he was losing to was Corey Sanders, and because that was only a second round knockout. And Corey Sanders did knock him out, but every time he knocked him down, Vladimir kept getting up. So he didn't knock him out cold. Vladimir couldn't tie up to clear his head. Now, I'm not trying to make an excuse for him. Sanders beat the crap out of him. But Sanders didn't knock him out cold.
Exactly.
He kept getting. It wasn't he was hurt so bad he couldn't continue. He just couldn't stay on his feet, and so you had to stop the fight. But every time Corey hit him and knocked him down, Vladimir got back up. So even then, so even though he was losing that fight because he kept getting knocked down every time, there wasn't a single fight aside from that one that he was losing. Until he was 38, 39 years old against Fury.
Excellent point.
Because even against Joshua, he was so. Some people thought minus when he got knocked down. Didn't he get a knockdown to like counterbalance that one, and then he took over the fight until he ran out of gas at the age of 40. So even in his losses, with the exception of Sanders, he wasn't behind.
That's an excellent point, man. Excellent point. And Jimmy, you chime in whenever you want, man. Hopefully you don't feel like we're...
well, heavyweight's really on my thing, you know what I mean? Like, I don't get my juice, that division's weird. It just doesn't get my juices flowing. I mean, I'll talk about it, it's just like, but Chief knows more about the old era of the heavyweights, because I just find them a lot of times to be the least talented division, just big, heavy guys, and if they land on you, they put you out, you know what I mean? My favorite was always middleweight, welterweight through middleweight, because they're big enough to hurt you and small enough to throw more punches and just have more skill. They're just better boxers. You know what I mean? If you appreciate the sport of boxing, I think a lot of heavyweights. John Ruiz, I just always remember him as the first Mexican, right? Mexican-American to become a heavyweight champion.
See, that's the thing.
Was he Puerto Rican?
Jimmy, every Hispanic is just a Mexican for Jimmy. Don't take it the wrong way, fellas.
Yeah, we're all the fucking same to me. All you people.
And by the way, we're having a nice conversation here about heavyweight boxing, blah blah. It's a cake. That the conversation was a cake, and Jimmy comes in and shits all over it. Shout out to Jimmy.
I didn't shit on it. I'm just saying that. No, that's Chief's thing. My thing is Wilder avoided fucking Klitschko like 12th period gym class. He wanted nothing to do with him. He just he. It was actually shameful how he demanded walkaway money. Because Wilder, I'll always remember as the guy who did more to, destroy the unification than any heavyweight in history. Klitschko was about to fight Stavern for the unification, but Wilder was Stavern's mandatory, so they offered him, I think it was $700,000, and he said, no, I want $8 million, which would have been $6 million more than Stavern was getting to pay. To fight, even though they both said they would put it in writing that he would have first crack at so Wilder could have become the unified heavyweight champion of the world if he would have taken that deal, but of course he didn't. And after he beat Stavern, that was when his Finkel came out with that famous, he's just a baby in the sport. We're in no rush. We're not going to rush into the Klitschko fight. Go, of course you're not. So, Wilder's, listen, I know the word exposed gets thrown around, but I think it's pretty much, nobody can deny that Wilder has been exposed. You can't have the record he had against literally handpicked no-hopers. And the first time he stepped up in competition, he just got, he lost every round to the New Zealand kid, for Christ's sakes. You know what I mean? Yeah, Zan put him out. He was always a chinny dude. He was did have power. I never bought into the hottest punching heavyweight in history. It was all smoke and mirrors. Everything about Wilder was smoke and mirrors. And those mirrors got shattered the minute he actually fucking... Put it this way. I would have loved to seen Usyk fight Wilder. I think he would have schooled him for 3 or 4 rounds and then knocked him out in the 5th. Would have just embarrassed him with footwork, and Wilder would have been swinging and missing big, and but that didn't even happen. But he did it with Fury, and Fury beat him pretty one-sided, actually, if you actually look at the statistics. So, yeah, I think Wilder was it always drove me crazy because he was who he was. He never fought anybody. The highest-ranked fighter he ever competed against prior to fighting Stavern for the championship was a 42 ranked heavyweight of the world who was a cruiserweight who was dragged up to heavyweight, and he was already past his prime. And that was the most talented guy he ever fought.
Yeah,
and then
that's
it just
interesting thing
it went
about
along. So
yeah, Wilder got his ass kicked. Like he didn't just lose a decision, close decision. Like he got his ass beat, and you're thinking, well, I mean, they cashed him out near the end. Now, Jimmy, the interesting thing in this thread, this dude that sparred all these heavyweights, he said that he sparred Big George Foreman, and he said Lennox Lewis hit hard, David Tua hit hard, Klitschko was the hardest puncher apparently, but he says that George Foreman's jab was numbing. He would feel numb after the sparring. So I don't know if you could talk about that. Did that ever happen to you in sparring? What's the cause for that? And I'll be listening. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm going to go take a latrine break, but I'll be listening, all right?
yeah, this kid Joey Gamache, I used to spar. He just put everything into his jab. He was just a great jabber, and he stunned me a few times. Yeah, jabs. Somebody can throw a good hard jab, but yeah, no, George Foreman's jab was famous. I mean, look at everybody he's ever fought. They all talk about it. Even Muhammad Ali said his jab was harder than most guys' right hands.
Yep.
He was just a notorious heavy punching dude. So it just makes all that, the rope-a-dope. Like I just actually rewatched that fight just recently with Muhammad Ali and Zaire, 100 degrees sitting on the ropes and taking George's punches to the arms and body like that. Just how tough Muhammad Ali was. People just don't, rate him for that because, the 3 years of his prime, he stepped away because of, the war.
Right.
Which, and it's funny too, speaking of Wilder, because I just saw a video of Wilder comparing his to this day moment to, what the stance that Muhammad took about the Vietnam War. Which, I'll be honest, what always bothered me about Muhammad Ali and that war thing, he wouldn't have been sent to Vietnam. Muhammad Ali wouldn't have been in the jungles in Vietnam. What would have happened was he would have went to Germany. Dude, you're in the service. They didn't send those guys to the jungle. They would have sent him to Germany to sell war bonds, right? The same way with Elvis. They don't put those guys in combat situations. But he was making a principled stance. I think was motivated. I think he was talked into it by the Muslims that he was, hanging with at the time. And I think it was a bad mistake. I think he lost 3 years of his prime. The 3 best years probably his physical prime, but he still came back. And it always blows my mind, that rope-a-dope, how he took George's punches. I think he had just the spirit, literally, of the people, man. Muhammad Umbaye or whatever, man. It was crazy to take that stance, lay himself on the ropes and let Foreman hit him. But I think, honestly, if there was ever a fight that put him into the Parkinson, it was probably that. And the fights with the Philadelphia guy.
Joe Frazier?
Joe Frazier, yeah. Though he took hellacious punches in those fights. But he was just such an underrated tough guy. I'm sorry, Chief, what's that?
He definitely had the best chin in the history of the heavyweight division. I think that they close second off of toughness, maybe not overall chin, but toughness has to be Evander Holyfield.
Evander Holyfield, right? I agree with you. Very tough. But it's so true. Muhammad Ali, you think of this float like a butterfly and his skills, the way he moved for a big man. It's just nobody, so when all that, his toughness gets lost in it. He was just such a tough Louisville kid, man. He could just tough as nails, man. You couldn't hurt that motherfucker.
To show you how the heavyweight division had changed by the years, by the 60s and 70s to the 80s and 90s, though, is that Ali's 6'3", and in his prime was 209, not even 215. We'll just go ahead and say 210 to call it even, right? Holyfield's 6'2", 6'2.5", and was 208 to 210 prior to the Riddick Bowe fight, because after that he started weighing in, around the 215 era on a regular basis. And yeah, people could say it was the steroids, and it probably was. But prior to that, when he was moving up from cruiserweight, and we're gonna pretend like he wasn't on steroids at that point in time, because Balco wasn't out yet, and we can't prove that we know that he was later in his career based off of the Balco and the Evan Fields. We talked about that earlier. But when he was first coming to the heavyweight division, we're gonna just say that it wasn't as hard for him to put on 10 pounds. He didn't have to train as hard to train down. You know what I'm saying? So you're talking about a guy that's almost the same size as Muhammad Ali, an inch and a half shorter. and probably shorter arms, but by about an inch or so. Because I think Holyfield's reach is about 77 inches. Ali's was about 81. But you're talking about 6'3" to 6'2.5. You're talking about 77 to 81. Holyfield's shoulders were probably wider and his arms were probably a little bit shorter, but you're talking about almost the same weight. So the difference is that the Ali moved around very gracefully and Holyfield was very balanced. Ali was not balanced. He was really good with his footwork about moving around, but he would lean forward on that with his right foot up in the air and do a backhanded jab to show off a little bit because he knew that his opponent couldn't reach him. And so he would do things that nobody else would do that would, he would still be able to maintain his balance, but he'd only be on one foot and do a backhanded jab and hit you with like 3 little pity pads that nobody else can pull that off because he was just so much bigger than everyone else. Holyfield would have been almost as big, but he didn't have the same style. You see what I'm saying?
But you got to put the asterisk definitely about the steroids. I mean, his best friend was Lee Haney. You know what I mean? That was his best friend, Mr. Olympia, 6-time Mr. Olympia. So it wasn't just the steroids. It was the growth hormone, insulin. I mean, he was a walking pharmaceutical. Fucking, he took so much gear. It's not even, it's insane. Like, you know what I mean? I imagine putting all that kind of gear into Muhammad Ali. I think it would have done him harm, though. It would have slowed him down.
Let's draw the comparison for the picture that's on the screen. The picture that's on the screen to the right is the Mike Tyson era. The one on the left is somewhere around, I can't tell if that's a cruiserweight time frame or not, and there's no way to know without a date. So my question to Jimmy, because you're very versed in this kind of stuff, do you think when he first fought up Buster Douglas and all the way to the first Roy Pro fight, you think he was still juicing then as well? And that's a question, not a statement. I'm asking if that's what you based off what you saw.
Now, are you talking Holyfield?
Yeah, Holyfield.
Oh yeah, no. Holyfield started taking junk right probably 1985. Right after he turned pro, he started messing with the junk. He was training in the same gym in Atlanta, but he started really going heavy into the growth hormone and shit like that because you can tell. Just look at his smile, his teeth spread, his elbow joints. This telltale signs of someone who's taking a lot of growth hormone. And back then, it was super expensive because there was no such thing as synthetic. It was all laboratory made from the cadavers of dead people. They would take the growth hormone out of the patella gland out of the back of your brain. So it was out of dead people. So it was extremely expensive. So, you know, only people like either top end bodybuilders or guys who can afford it. But yeah, you could see he changed his whole body changed from the growth hormone. But Jimmy, the thing is, almost everybody was taking shit back then. So it wasn't like it was just him, you know?
No, we're not saying that. But Holyfield, I don't know if you remember, after the first Moore fight, he was really in retirement technically because he had a heart issue. And what they called it was a non-compliant left ventricle. You know, apparently the street term is stiff heart. And according to Google, it says, prevents sufficient oxygen from being pumped to the muscles and tissues. Lo and behold, he goes to a mega church. He undergoes spiritual healing. He comes back and he's fighting again. Do you think, like, could PEDs have caused that heart issue or?
Oh, well, yeah, heart disease. It does clog your heart. Absolutely. That's part of a side effect of heavy steroid use. And again, when you take growth hormone, whatever problems you have underlining, whether it's a tumor or anything, that grows too with that. So, but at the same token, I think I heard rumors of EPOs. I heard everything with that dude. You know what I mean? He was taking all kinds of shit. But back then, they weren't even really testing. Steroids didn't become illegal until 1991. Up until then, they were legal to have. You just couldn't have the syringes. They were illegal. When you have all the steroids you wanted.
Well, you know, this would have been interesting. This just real quick. This would have been interesting to ask too to Dr. 805. And Dr. 805. I don't know if you're listening, but I contacted you on Discord. Don't forget that that's where we can primarily communicate because it's faster. But I'm going to send Dr. 805 an email because maybe he doesn't really quite know how to use Discord maybe or something. I don't know why. I don't know. But I'll ask him because we were discussing doing a show around his knowledge. But back to the Holyfield thing. Yeah, so Holyfield was Holyfield. And like Jimmy said, he was hanging around with that Lee Selby or whatever his name was, bodybuilder. And then on top of that,
Lee Haney.
And then he brought on a bunch of other guys, like I think he fought people that trained NFL players, that NFL combine training or whatever. So in a way, he was revolutionizing boxing training because even in the mid-90s, it was still, boxing's training was still very old school. It's like, don't touch weights, do road work, sparring, mitts, calisthenics, that's your strength training. That's it. Meanwhile, he was doing sprints, like Chief said. He was loading up with pharmaceuticals, like Jimmy says. So it was actually quite. And now the MMA guys is what I found, because I used to watch MMA more in the 2000s as well. Not more than boxing, but I used to watch it more than I do now. And I remember seeing, wow, these guys are training in a completely different way than boxers. Boxers are still pretty old school, and now boxers, you see them training with the coordination ladder, which you put the ladder on horizontally on the ground, and then you do various drills going through it to practice your footwork. And then the rope training, what do they call it? Battle ropes, where you grab the ropes. All of that shit, you didn't see boxers doing that. It's a modern phenomenon that they took from the MMA.
Yeah, touching weights was a no-no, like a no-no. That was just like you don't do it. It made you stiff. It made you, muscle bound. That was the terminology they used to use back in the day. You become muscle bound. Like, you could do you could use weights, but not in a traditional way, like bench pressing. There's all different ways you could, put weight training into your,
well, Jimmy, just when you were
push-ups,
when you were boxing, what would they? Because you made a shift from. I think I already asked you this once, but you made the shift. For people that don't know, Jimmy made the shift from boxing when he was a teenager, right? You were a teenager, right, when you were boxing?
Yes.
And then you became
up until 21 years old.
Right, and then was it right away that you got into the weightlifting? Yes.
Yep. That's the whole reason I got my whole life. I kept my weight down. Whether it was wrestling in high school and then boxing, I was constantly. My whole teenage years I was hungry. I was always trying to keep my weight down. So when I realized, like, that's it, I'm not going to be a professional boxer. That's not what I want to do. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I just seen too many people with scrambled brain syndrome when they get older. They're all punchy and shit. And I'm like, yeah, it's not for me, man. So I went into training to put weight on for the first time. So my body took to it like a sponge. So I blew up. I mean, I had the syndrome where I kept like, you walk by a door frame, like boom, my shoulder would hit the door frame and I'd almost knock myself to the ground because I wasn't used to my width. I got so wide so fast. I mean, you get used to your body. You can walk past people. I'd bump into it was funny. But yeah, that's exactly what I did. Went right from boxing into bodybuilding. You were boxing in these late 70s to early 80s. What would they tell you for strength training? 1980. What's that? Oh, for what? For strength training. What, for training with weights? No. Just strength training. It was non-existent. Yeah, non-existent with like weights. It was all calisthenics. It was all chin-ups. Pull-ups, sit-ups, and push-ups, cables. You'd use cables just to use your delts and whatnot. But as far as weights, no gyms where I trained actually had weights in the gym. They would have maybe a couple of dumbbells, and that was just for the wrist curls. You know what I mean? For like doing your wrists. And they would have plates so you could hang it around your head. You have that headdress with the chain on it. Oh, yeah. You put the plate on it, you sit there and do the neck bends, things like that. But other than that, no, nobody used weights. That was just a no-no. Because all the old-time trainers, like the trainer, I had my one consistent trainer was Ouchie McGinnis, and he hated weights. He hated bodybuilders. Fucking big muscle-bound pussies.
Trainer...
And it's so true, too. I would say that. I would see guys like, holy shit, dude. Wow, like they would just give you that different order of respect because you're all muscled up. And I'm saying to myself, like, dude, now you respect me? And now, like, all of a sudden, hey, what's up? They just treat you different. It's like, dude, I was so much tougher when I was when I walked around at 150 pounds than I do now when I walk around at 195. Because I was so faster and just fucking hit harder than I was muscle bound. I just couldn't punch with the same speed and whatnot when I was all jacked up. Yeah, I can imagine, especially the size you got at your peak bodybuilding. I also want to touch on something here because
we're talking about that sparring partner that sparred all those top heavyweights back in the 90s. Let Me Ace in the chat says, some people overrate Tyson and some people underrate him. I completely agree with what he's saying, and it's kind of hard to articulate or go into more detail, but like Chief said, Tyson, when Tyson came on the scene, there was never anything other like him. The fact that he nabbed all the 3 titles in so quick succession and then just completely wiped out the competition in so small amount of time, it was unheard of. So, and then he fell off so quickly that it's kind of hard to gauge where he's at. One thing we can say is to go by what other people said about him. And in this thread on Sherdog, some other guy who knew this sparring partner in person chimed in that forum thread, and he started giving some of his own stories. And he actually saw Tyson when he was 18, 18. So he says, I sparred with Mike Tyson for a few weeks in early 1986. I was... What the fuck happened? Fuck, hold on a second. All right. I was 28, he was 18. The kid came to fight each and every damn day. I used to go to bed with headaches and bruised ribs more order than I care to remember. I'd go to my wife with black eyes, bruised ribs, etc., and she'd say, a kid did this or did all of this to you? And I was like, he don't punch like no damn kid. One time Mike broke my nose. He's one of the hardest punches I've ever trained with. I worked with James Bone Crusher Smith too, and he hit a little harder than Mike, but Mike landed those bone crushers far more often than James would. Every punch hurt. The money was real good, a couple of $100 a week, but it's not worth it to come home to your wife and kids and they don't recognize you, and you're always sore and in constant throbbing pain all over your body. I see evolution is a mysterious... Okay, well, so that's what you had to say about Mike Tyson. And then other people... Well, we'll get to that, but what do you guys make of that so far?
Well, I 100% agree. Listen, I can tell you, there was back when the Golden Gloves was still huge, amateur boxing, we heard about him coming down. Everybody was talking about him like 2 weeks before the Nationals that were held in Lowell that year. And everybody was saying this kid coming down from Team Vermont, Mike Tyson. So everybody was anticipation of him coming down. He was 16 years old. And like I said, I'll never forget the first time I saw him, he had his back turned to me. And I just couldn't believe he was a 16-year-old kid. His neck was so fucking big. He was sitting there. And, he was an animal. And his speed. Jerry Conley was the guy who beat him. Right, he was a 26-year-old prison guard at Shirley Supermax, and he said it after because we all ran in there, right, the dressing room, and we said, "What was it like?" And he was like, "Not that I've never felt anything like it. Everything he hit me with hurt, whether it hit me in the arm, hit me anywhere. I've never been hit so hard. That kid, it's unbelievable how hard he hits." And just to tell you how fierce Mike was and how he hated to lose, he literally tore the fucking dressing room apart. Customato was out talking. He had his other kids out with him, but they had to go get him because Atlas couldn't control him. It was Kevin Rooney, Atlas. They were all trying to control him. Mike tore fucking benches that were screwed into the floor. He tore them up. He pulled lockers off the wall. He lost. He was fucking panting. He was so mad he lost.
But Jimmy,
he was just, yes.
How did he lose
Danny
that
Atlas
fight?
also told a story about registering Tyson. He says that everybody lies about their fighter's age. So, like, you might be 15 fighting at a 14 or 13-year-old to try and make yourself a little bit more marketable, to try and, stand out so that you can get ranked higher in the amateurs and stuff like that. Mike Tyson was the one that would lie about his age when he was 13, saying he was 16. And there's how, come on. There's no way this guy's 13 years old. I know, seriously, I'm telling you, this guy's only 13. Because, he's already got a full mustache. He's got, full-fledged biceps and traps at, 14 years old. At, 12, he's already 190 pounds. And so most people aren't heavy. Riddick Bowe was light heavyweight through his teenage years, and he was 6'5". So to realize that Mike Tyson's already 190 to 200 pounds at 12, and a 6'5" Riddick Bowe was fighting at 175 pounds, and look how big Riddick got. So everyone thought that Mike was 19, and they were lying about making him fight younger, like most other people do. So he was way built more maturely than most kids his age.
Yeah,
to wrap up one of the things. Jose
I'm
Revolta
still-
used to say that it wasn't the fact he hit hard; he hit you more often. And I'm done.
I'm still doubtful about whether he was really 13 when they found him because he looked older. But I mean, be that as it may, it is what it is. But Jimmy, I wanted to ask you, when that dude beat Tyson in the amateur, did you see that fight?
Oh yeah,
And
of course, I was right there.
How did it, like, what went, was the guy clinching a lot? Did he beat him outright? Like,
Oh
what
yeah,
happened?
yeah. No, Jerry was a big, tough kid. He was tall, and he just out jabbed him. And Mike was too anxious. You could tell he was breathing heavy. Even before the fight started, he was nervous because he was 16 and whatnot. But put it this way, he retired Jerry. He retired from boxing.
Really?
Because if a 16-year-old, oh yeah, he's like, I'm done. That was his last time. Yeah, I think he was either 24 or 26. He was a prison guy, just got married. He's like, I'm done, dude. If 16-year-olds can hit me like that, he's like, it's the grace of God he didn't fucking kill me. He goes, seriously, a couple of times I was out on my feet. It was just reactionary. Yeah, he said it was crazy how hard he hit. His hands were fucking huge. Like huge. That's when him and Mickey became friends then. That's why he was always close friends with Mickey. That's why you look through even as his prime. There's those pictures with him and Mickey. You ever saw Mickey who would just run over? Like he would always go to Mickey's fights. You could always tell when he showed up because it was an entourage. He had his prime time, like 1989, 1990. He had a fucking 60 people around him everywhere he went, And it was listen, the reason why he fell off so quick, it was Robin Givens. It was the people around him. Mike just wanted, I'm not trying to go deep on people, but he had a terrible, terrible childhood. He just wanted to be loved. He just wanted friends and people. Everybody took advantage of that kid. It was all what they could get from him. And after Cuss died, nobody really, it was all from, the Muslims convinced him to fire Bill Clayton. And Billy Clayton actually did care about Mike. But once the Muslims got a hold of him, and then he married Gibbons, and then he started taking the antidepressants, which basically nuded him. Took the balls right out of him. He just didn't want to fight, didn't want to train. And then he's got people in his corner, for Christ's sake, they didn't even have N-Swell. Remember when he lost in Japan? I mean, they were using a fucking rubber glove with cold water.
Yep.
On his eye. You know what I mean? It was a horror show.
I thought it was a condom.
No clue what they were doing.
I thought it was a condom, right? Wasn't it a condom that they were using?
Well, might as well have been.
No, I think it was. I'm not kidding. I think it was.
The behind the scenes, Bert Sugar said a prophylactic with water in it, and I mean it may have been one, but whether it was a rubber or whether it was a rubber glove, either way you look at it, it didn't have ice. There's the bottom line of whatever was whatever they were using. Even if they were using a rubber glove or a rubber, it doesn't matter. If it had ice in it, they were doing the right thing. It had cold water. That's all it had in it. They didn't know what they were doing.
And the one thing my thing about Mike Tyson is this: boxing aside, well, I mean, what he did in the ring aside, he was a cultural phenomenon. Unless people who are old enough to remember, like he was the biggest named athlete on the planet. Like Mike Tyson, like by 1988. I can't stress this enough. I remember going out on the porch. I was talking to some kid between rounds, and we were just talking. Some girl came out. So, like, we went into the next round, and you could tell every time there was, like, excitement. You could hear the neighborhood. I was in the Highlands section of Lowell. Like, the whole city would go dead when Mike Tyson fought. Like, there was nobody on the streets because everybody was watching on HBO. Like, millions and millions of people. Like, there wasn't a baseball player, football player. I mean, that's another thing, too. I mean, he's doing Late Night with Johnny Carson. He's on every TV fucking show. Barbara Walters interview. Like Mike Tyson, you said his name. There was dolls. There was T-shirts, lunchboxes. He was a cultural phenomenon.
Yep.
I mean, he bought a $33 million home in Connecticut that he only went to like 7 times. He had his cousins and friends living in there, and they trashed the place. They were holding dog fights there, which really pissed Mike off because Mike was a big animal lover. And rumor is he beat the fuck out of his cousin when he found out. But that's like everybody just took from him. You had his guy, Don King, was charging him $8,000 a month for towels.
Yeah.
So people they were just robbing him. They were just stealing from this kid.
And he was an easy target because he was just a kid from the streets that really had no parents when you think about it. By the way, this was that?
I said you're right. Nothing. He had nobody looking out for him. It's actually really sad.
That's why Don wanted to get rid of Jacobs. So not Jacobs, Caton. So we know the story of Customato and that he and Atlas cared about him to an extent because there's the whole family debacle that happened there. But Atlas really had his best interest in mind. It's not that Kevin Rooney didn't. Kevin couldn't control him and was more of a surman because that's what Tyson wanted. And Customado in his older age was a little easier going, well, if Mike likes a surman better, we'll stick with this. Moving on to management, real quick, Jimmy, real quick, just management. Yeah. Both Jim and Bill cared about him. It's just that Bill didn't have a personal side. He was an all business guy and didn't know how to relate to Mike, whereas Jim did. So when Jim died, it was just Caton left. It was easy to fill Tyson's head with the fact that Caton really didn't care about you. He's only after the money, because all Bill was Caton was doing was saying stuff like, was always just talking about, okay, we got this meeting, we got this endorsement, we got this, I need you to sign this. And none of it was, Mike, how you doing today? How's training going? What's going on? That's all what Jim did. And so when it was just Bill left, that's not what Bill did. He didn't know how to do that. And so it was very easy to fill Mike's head with the fact that even though Jim cared about him, it was easy to convince him that he didn't, because there was no personal relationship there, because Mike wanted it, but that's not who Jim was. He didn't know how to have that kind of relationship with people. He was really, his friends were the people he did business with. And the people that did business with him knew that about him and respected it, but Mike was too young to understand that.
And with Atlas too, listen, Atlas was pissed. It stemmed way back in the amateurs, because Mike wasn't the only, he was the only kid living there at the house, but he had a bunch of other kids. And if they say got suspended from school, they weren't allowed in the gym for fucking that week. And he kept breaking the rules for Mike, and that infuriated Atlas, because Cuss knew he was old, and this was the first kid he had in 2 decades. Like, he knew what he had there. So he, it didn't do Mike any good, too. But also, Cuss also used to get him to think about the dark things of his life that drove him, which probably wasn't the right thing to do. But, so that's what started the riff with Atlas. So Mike really hated him, even as a kid. They weren't close because he was always complaining to fucking Cuss. Like, what the fuck? This kid gets away with everything. You don't hold the same standards. And then when Mike was known to be very handsy with girls, even in high school, the girls there, you know what I mean? He was just very handsy. He'd hug them and grab their ass. Shit, it was a different time back then. And Atlas, I guess, went after his, I don't know if it was his sister. Yeah, his younger sister. And Atlas pulled the fucking 357 Magnum and put it in Mike's face, because he knows Mike hand to hand would have beat his fucking head in. So he put a pistol on him, and fucking rumor is that Cuss went through the roof. Fired Atlas immediately. Don't come back to my gym. How dare you pull a gun on him? And, there's Atlas, the fuck kid, so-and-so. I don't know really what actually transpired with him and his sister. I don't know to what degree, but yeah, so there was a lot of shit there. And Kevin Rooney was just, I'm just a trainer. I'm not trying to get involved. That was his thing. But when the Muslims got a hold of him, the thing was, if you were white or especially Jewish, obviously, right, you were done. And that's actually what turned Mike off to the Muslims, was Customado's sister, who he loved like a mother, right? And they were trying to tell him that she fuck her, white devil type talk, and she doesn't really give a fuck about you. It's about the money. And Mike's like, she's never asked me for a dime. What are you guys talking about? I saw him live, you know what I mean, Mike, when he did his stand-up, and he went into details and shit. But yeah, the Muslim Brotherhood, but Farrakhan, they were in charge of his money. It was a disaster.
It's interesting that what rip it. I remember when he was talking about the Teddy Atlas Mike Tyson situation. He goes, you know what? If I would have been Teddy Atlas, somebody does. If he really felt that way enough to pull out the gun, you're supposed to pull the trigger. You don't just pull out a gun. And he says that essentially maybe he wanted Mike Tyson to bang his knees, to keep him happy. I was just laughing at the way White Rapid painted the picture that Teddy Atlas was essentially a pussy that couldn't pull the trigger. But you know what? It's interesting though. Mike Tyson, that we've heard this. His autobiography, I do recommend it to people because it's quite entertaining. Especially to me the most important, the most interesting part was the early years when Cus D'Amato got a hold of him. And Jimmy's right. Cus D'Amato was playing some weird mind games. I don't know what was going up in that house over there, up there in New York, but I really don't want to know, man. But anyway, because it sounded fishy. But he talks about how Cus D'Amato would hypnotize him too, I think. Because Cus D'Amato was as much as a trainer was, as I mentioned earlier, if you're going to be a good pro trainer, you got to be a psychologist too. And this guy, I guess, was way into that type of psychology. But I want to say this, though, because there was another dude in this thread again, it's not the same guy, but he's a guy that knows that the sparring partner. He says that he also sparred Tyson, blah, blah, blah. He says, they say Tyson was so good at 15, 16 that he would bring in seasoned pros to work with him. Bruno sparred with him, and I can't remember who else, but somebody probably can. He'd outwork them. I have seen footage of him sparring with pros, and he was on their asses, and he was knocking guys out. Some boxing people would say that's no good, that sparring is not for that. I think in light of what we were learning about the brain, that's true. In my first gym, my trainer, Joe West, met a guy named Pinkle and Thomas, sometimes around 78 to 79. Pinkle and Thomas, of course, he became a pro leader. Pink claimed to have had a bunch of fights under his belt. Joe had to know that he was full of shit. Hold on. Okay, getting back to Tyson, he never took it easy early on and routinely ran sparring partners out of the gym. As a young pro and as a champ, he hired the best he could get. Sometimes he'd make them quit or knock them out. I still have one article when one guy either quit or didn't want to spar that day, and Tyson said, the N-word got no heart. And Tillis was quoted as saying, I think they're talking about James Tillis, was quoted as saying he was getting stronger every day. This was after their close fight when he said Mike had improved exponentially. Mike also briefly made a minor start of a guy named Mike Williams, who boxes ears off in sparring so well that Mike was giving him name checks in interviews. Williams never made it that far for whatever reason. They say Oliver McCall would really war with Mike, which may be possible. So anyway, so he goes on and on, but yeah, apparently Tyson would deck people every sparring session. He would ice them.
You weren't crazy enough to spar him was fucking
Oliver McCall.
That's a bad habit. You shouldn't. Cuss should have put a squash on that. But he was like riding the lightning. You know, it was like, holy shit, I really do have a future heavyweight champion here. But he should have. But Mike, he was a hard kid to control. He would get carried away. Like that should have been nipped in the bud. Like, dude, stop knocking out your sparring partners. Like, stop trying. You know what I mean? Like that's not what you do in sparring. You know what I mean? Just not a good thing.
No, you're right, Jimmy. You're right, and but it's interesting too that they talked about that in this Sherlock thread. They talk about the speed. Because, earlier on, we were talking about that guy, that same sparring partner, well, not the same, but the original one that we were talking about. He sparred David Tua, and we were talking about Tua and how he was, a lot of people compare him to Mike Tyson, but he certainly liked the seasoning that Tyson had in terms of technique and, of course, the speed. The thing about Tyson is being 5 feet, 10 and a half inches tall, he could cut the distance very, very quickly. That was what gave him it wasn't just, because, again, people get caught up on the power, and, of course, the power, that was a big factor for his success, but it's the speed that he would rush people, and here's this fucking brick house, this iceberg coming at you, and you can't stop it. The best you could do was maybe try to catch him or tie him up. And it's interesting because there's that video, I can't play it because the Mike Tyson people get very iffy with playing his clips, but there's a clip of a 16-year-old Mike Tyson, I want to say, up at the Catskills, and they bring in this pro heavyweight, and you could tell that this is the 80s after Ali created a whole new generation of guys that wanted to fight like him. So this guy he's taller than Mike Tyson, he's a professional, he's an adult, and he's trying to box like Ali. And before the sparring session, Cus D'Amato tells him, listen, this kid is strong, okay? Don't underestimate him, okay? And the guy goes, yeah, I'll work with him, Mike. I'll work with him. And Cus goes, don't work with him. I'm telling you, this guy's strong. So the guy still thought that Mike Tyson, he's a 16-year-old kid. What's he going to do? As soon as the bell rings, Mike Tyson cuts the distance with a 1-2. Again, this guy is like 4 inches taller than him. Pum, pum, hits him flush with the 1-2. So the guy rearranges his head here. He starts bouncing on his toes. Like, okay, this kid's fast. Again, immediately, 1-2, pum, pum, flush. And I'm thinking, holy shit. Then Tyson just crowds him. The guy starts clinching him. Then he clinches him. He goes to Cus, strong boy, Mike, strong boy. And Cus goes, what'd he say? Because at that time, his hearing was gone. He goes, what'd he say? And he said, strong boy, Mike. And Cus goes, I told you that. I'm thinking, that's the legend of Mike Tyson, that he was just a fucking fast, heavy iceberg coming at you.
Which is why when we were talking about Eddie Futch's opinion, I respect Eddie Futch immensely, but his personal feelings are getting in the way of what would happen with Joe Frazier. Don't forget, Joe Frazier was blitzed by George Foreman twice. Now, Foreman was 6'4", and he was a bulldozer, but he was nowhere near as fast or dynamic as Mike. And Frazier was nowhere near as fast or dynamic as Mike. Now, he was tough, and he cut the ring off, and he could throw good combinations inside. But Frazier didn't have much of a jab. He would bob, he would weave, but he wouldn't bob and weave simultaneously like Tyson would. Tyson would like move his head at angles that was really hard to hit him clean. And if you're going to sit right now, the one thing about Mike is if it's an inside fight where both your elbows are up and you're trying to look for an angle to punch, he was pretty good at throwing combinations to drop your hands down and come up with a headshot. But if you tied him up, he would just stay arm in arm with you like you were his prom date for the rest of the night until the referee would say break. He couldn't fight out of a clinch. He never could. And I think Eddie Futch would be smart enough to say to Joe, look, wrap up one of his arms and then wail away with the other. So it probably would have been wrap him up with your right hand and start working your left. And if that would have actually happened, I can see Joe probably beating Tyson up and wearing him down. But if it's mano-y-mano and there's no clinches and they're going at each other based off of skill and talent and speed and everything else, so the intangibles of not knowing the extra tricks of the trade, as people like to call it. If that's not happening, it's just skill versus skill, I can't see Joe Frazier beating Mike Tyson because he's just not fast enough.
Yeah,
he's not going to be able to get off.
I often say that when you got two sluggers, usually the guy with the fastest, let's say the power is equal, it's the guy with the fastest hands that's usually going to get the best of it because his punch is going to get there first. Now, Chief, I know you got to go, man, or I don't know if you got to go just yet, but I was reading to the thread as you guys were talking, and I found this, because earlier on, I told Chief that Emmanuel Stewart in a documentary said that when he trained Holyfield, he said Holyfield didn't like to do road work, and that's why he would get tired in the middle of fights. Look at what this guy says here. This is another one of those sparring partners. He says, funny thing is, in his Holyfield's early pro trainers said that he didn't have a wind for his shit. They said he couldn't go but a few rounds, and he started looking over at Georgie Benton with puppy dog eyes. And oddly, Lou Duva would call him lazy, which I still don't get. So that sort of corroborates what Emmanuel Stewart said, that the guy was sort of, when he came to road work, he didn't like it.
Yeah. I mean, he was known to train excessively hard at what he liked to do. And as it turns out with this piece of advice, this piece of inside information, it seems like the Duvas did his training camps on what he enjoyed to do because he did that well. And so they made a style for him based off of that, and which was in high intensity, interval training, so he could fight in spurts. And so, given he was always in enough shape to be able to bounce on his toes for 15 rounds, like he did against Kawi. But when it comes time for like being able to do it for move around the ring and do the whole package for 15 rounds, like Ali would do, you fight like you train. He didn't train like that, so he couldn't do that. But for little intervals, and remember the one thing about Holyfield that really put things up high is he was extremely accurate. He was always landing 50% or higher of his punches all the way up until around the Riddick Bowe fight. Just that, remember, he was 30 when he fought Riddick Bowe. So he was when he accomplished more on the downside of his career and got more respect on the downside of his career than he did at his peak. But he would throw 5-6 punch combinations, and his punch accuracy, according to punch stats, which, okay, let's face it, it's a computer telling us this, but the punch count was usually saying that he landed over 50% of his punches, which means he landed between 45 to 55% of his punches, calculating for human error. So plus or minus 10% there, because the percentage was 55 to close to 60% of his shots. So plus or minus 10% for human error of watching and recording. He was probably landing, but he still landed. But how many of the heavyweights were doing that? Even Ali didn't land that much. Ali didn't land that much against Joe Frazier in their first fight. He missed terribly in the early rounds because he was still getting his timing down. Like I said, Joe wouldn't bob and weave at the same time, but when he would bob, Ali would swing over his head. Holyfield didn't have that problem. He was fighting Kawi and was landing over 50% of his shots. A very similar height and width and build to Mike Tyson. This isn't to say that would have made a difference in their fight. I'm just saying his accuracy. So they trained with high interval training to throw combinations because he was extremely accurate. And even though he wasn't punch for punch very hard, he would throw power shots and combinations, and it would be the attrition that would get people.
Yeah, that makes sense. Jimmy, what do you think? I mean, because the whole question is did Holyfield tire in the middle rounds before getting his second win? Did he tire because he wasn't doing road work? What do you think is the importance of road work for a professional guy who has to go 10, 12 rounds?
It's the most important thing. Running, you got to have great lungs, man. It's the most important thing. Like that was the one thing like Hagler wouldn't skip on. He might take it easy, might take a day off from abs, might take a day off from his neck, but he always ran, whether it was subarctic, freezing, ice-covered roads. He'd be out there doing his fucking 12-mile run. He'd run stairs. He'd do laps. He would do he would say how he would run this one course. He would do like 5 miles, and it would take him to a local high school. Where then when he got to the laps, he would do 2 laps as fast as he could, and then he'd go run another 3 miles. When he was already burnt. But yeah, no, road work is. If you don't want to do road work, you better be doing a lot of swimming. That's the only other. I guess seriously, swimming will give you good lungs too.
Well, it's better than jogging, no?
Your joints. And the thing is, a lot of those guys used to jog with their boxing shoes. So there's no padding on those things, right?
Right,
So
right.
the worst thing to do is, they didn't know back then, but I mean, think about it. The human body takes generations to get acclimated to things. Humans, up until 100 years ago, never walked on concrete. They walked on dirt roads. Everything was dirt, wood or dirt. You know what I mean? Unless you climbed on a rock, your body never. So it was crazy. All of a sudden, the humans. That's why, like all kinds of arch issues and things that never happened in human history happened after we started paving roads and sidewalks. Because it was the first time in human history that humans walked on concrete. So they used to run with literally just strips of rubber on the bottoms of their feet. So that's why so many fighters back then ended up with knee issues, leg issues.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Shin
Because
splints too.
You're not saying that the running shoe itself is a problem. It's the concrete, because there's this new trend. Well, it's not new anymore. It started about 10 years ago. It's running with flat shoes, because the sneaker thing really has created a lot. I mean, that's a theory that I read in the book. It really created a bunch of disorganization or a weakening of the ankles and the feet, and it long term it morphs the feet in an adverse way, because it's got a thick sole. We're not used to that. We're supposed to be hitting the ground with the flat feet. I mean, with the foot, naked foot. And the sneaker actually hurts it. I forgot exactly what the theory was. That's why you see a lot of people now, they jog with those shoes there with the, it's like a mitten. All your toes go into a different compartment.
They look like little gloves for your feet.
Exactly, yeah. They look like mittens, yeah. So they got no sole, of barely any sole, and it's actually better for your foot, they say. Somebody else in the chat, by the way, I think it was Mr. Pelavaca, said nobody likes road work. I disagree. I like road work. Maybe that's because it fits my body type. My father was the same way. He was maybe it's genetic too, because he was a long distance runner. So maybe that translated into myself as well. But I can work my way up to just jogging aerobically, just an hour, just run. I love it. It's therapeutic. Joe Calzaghe.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Did you ever get runner's high?
What does that mean? When you get like the heroin high?
Well, the runner's high. We get the endorphins start blasting your body.
Absolutely. I feel
unbelievable, isn't it?
I've told people, I've said, I've never done heroin, but I imagine it must be like runner's high, because you feel so relaxed. I tell you, when I box and at the gym, I'm hitting the bag, I don't feel as relaxed, because obviously, you're hitting something, so your joints feel the impact. So you actually go home hurting a little. Jogging, it's like swimming. Swimming is actually better because there's no impact. Like somebody else in the chat, there's no impact from the joints. But it's as good as, to me, it's almost as good as swimming, man. You get that, you come home, you relax. I don't need fucking, that's why I tell people, I don't smoke weed or anything, man, because if I do the running properly, I feel like $1,000,000 afterwards. But anyway, my point was about Joe Calzaghe. That's another guy that I heard he loved, because, he lived up in Wales, and there was, hills all over the place. He said, I love running. I could run all day, he said. So some guys like it, some.
That's one guy, you can tell he was a runner. I was like, this guy's either a runner or a swimmer or both. You know what I'm saying? Because he can just go, bro. That dude goes like 100 miles per hour, bro. Like from round 1 to round 12. Like that was him.
Yeah,
Mickey Ward, the same thing. He still runs to this day. He still does marathons.
Really?
Like the Boston Marathon and shit. Oh yeah, loves it. That was his thing. That was what he would run like a madman.
You could tell Mickey ran because, a lot of times people think you get hurt because of the punch is so hard. I mean, that can happen, but that usually happens early. But you'll see him get hurt and later on the fight, and he's just like calm down, like he just calms down, and he gets his faculties back, and he's back at it because he calms down because he knows he's more exhausted than he is hurt.
Right.
That's a runner. That's a guy who puts in road work.
Yeah, and you know what? The other thing is, we were talking about shoes. Back in the 40s and 50s, they thought, hey, listen, you got to become strong. If you want to be stronger, you got to run with construction boots on. And obviously, you got to, I mean, if anybody, was that?
Yeah. I used to run with Tim's, bro. And when I came to New York, I thought that was stupid. You know, I was like, what the fuck? But then when I was like, there were certain dudes that I met from New York, and I was like, why is this motherfucker faster than me, bro? I grew up in Florida, the fucking sun hitting in the back. I mean, it was the boots. And that's when I realized boots make you stronger. That's exactly what they do.
Yeah,
you take boots and let's say you walk miles and miles, and then you know at a certain point you even run. You're conditioned to be stronger with your legs.
Yeah, but you got the military. They didn't transfer the guys. Guys ran in military boots. That's what they used. I mean, they did all their road work with their military boots. They didn't change that until I believe the late 70s. They started handing out sneakers.
Huh? Yeah, but don't they run eventually with the boots on still?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, they do. Well, they do their marches with full rucks in their boots on. Yeah.
Yeah, because I imagine you got to get used to wearing boots in the field. I mean, you can't, because I heard one guy, because there was one guy who said he was giving advice to those people that wanted to be Navy SEALs who wanted to go to BUD/S, and he goes, start out jogging with sneakers and then work your way up with boots. Because if you start off with boots right away, you're gonna fuck your feet up. So Regis Prograis is another old school. He trained old school. He trains old school. He trains with construction boots on as well. Gonzalo mentioned that. So that's why.
He's smart, man. He's smart.
Well, I mean, listen, Prograis, you can say.
The theory behind that is like weights on your ankle because your boots are heavy. So when you go to put your sneakers on, your boxing sneakers, or boxing shoes, they're actually called, they're so much lighter. So it's supposed to give you, you know what I mean? You make the transition into your shoes. Then you're not you're not weighing your legs down.
Right. That's smart right there.
Once you learn how to run in construction boots or like Timberlands, same thing. Bro, you learn how to run on that, bro. When you take them off and you just run, you're like a fuck. It feels like your legs are so light that you got to be careful you're not too fast because you might trip all over yourself. It literally feels like weight after a while.
You're like Chuck Yeager in The Right Stuff. It's not about pushing him; it's about slowing him down. But anyway, listen. The point is, somebody in the chat is saying, "Hey, Regis is a bad fighter." I mean, listen. You can say what you want about him after he got outboxed by Devin Haney, but in terms of conditioning, he went 12 high-paced rounds against Josh Taylor. I mean, if you're not in shape, you can't do what he did against Josh Taylor. So the conditioning does pay off, or his workouts did pay off.
I like how they're calling a guy who's an ex-champion, world champion.
Well, I mean, listen, that's the internet nowadays.
I don't know if I'll go as far as calling him a bad fighter, but okay.
They say Inoue is a crazy runner too. He runs crazy amounts.
Well, look at his calves. Look at his calves, man. I mean, it's got to come.
In fighters, there's something in fighters when you can tell that they run a lot, right? Like I don't know, there's something about their conditioning, their body shape. You right away know, okay, this guy's a runner or a swimmer or both.
Well, that's what made me laugh. Go ahead, G. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say real quick, Mickey used to get like a crowd of people around him at the gym because how fast he could run backwards. He'd run like 2 miles with the treadmill on full blast, and then he would turn around and run backwards.
Whoa, yeah. On the
like
treadmill.
On a high clip too.
On the treadmill.
On the treadmill, yeah.
Okay, see, that's interesting because obviously if you're a boxer and you're running, when you're jogging, you're supposed to jog different ways, right? Side to side, backwards, blah, 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 to like mimic the fight. But on the treadmill, holy shit, that's dangerous, man. that's holy shit. But I was going to say something about the conditioning. Fuck, what was it? Anyway, I forgot. But Yeah, in terms of the jogging, I mean, you gotta put some work in there. So eventually, we sort of answered the question that Holyfield's lack of road work probably did hinder him. And now, I mean, we got different people saying it. Lou Duva called him lazy. Emmanuel Stewart said he didn't like to run, and then multiple people have said that he would start getting tired in sparring and look for a way out. Which is, again, I know it's crazy to believe that Evander Holyfield, Olympian, cruiserweight champ, heavyweight champ, that he would be sort of soft, but maybe that's why he was doing roids too, PEDs to compete, because
And if I'm not mistaken, I think he complained about the shin splints. He had them real bad.
Oh, really?
From running. So yeah, a lot of guys had them real bad. A lot of guys' careers. Even Willie Pep, he retired. It wasn't because of anything other than his legs. It was his knees gave out on him from all the running.
Jeez, Luis, that's gotta suck, man. Jimmy, it's interesting, man, because you were a boxer, amateur boxer in the '70s, late '70s. You saw Marvin Hagler, you saw Tyson. When you see these young fighters on the come up, professionals, and you see now more than ever because of the internet and Instagram and all that, we can see some others training. Do you think these guys are, because that's what the old school fighters always say, or old school boxing fans, the people of the past were tougher. Do you think these guys are soft, or do you think it's pretty much same old, same old?
No, it's definitely this softer. Absolutely.
In what sense?
In what sense? They're matched soft right off the rip. Back in the day, like, you didn't even have a legitimate, until you were like noticed, like Top Rank wasn't signing guys right out of the amateurs, places like that. You know what I mean? You had to have something, and so you were thrown to the wolves. The same way they still, well, let me rephrase that. In Mexico, in the amateur system down there, that's the only place in North America was still like that. Like guys, I mean, they fight, they throw them right to the wolves. It's sink or swim. Because the reason is, well, and again, the reason why it's different is, I can't stress this one fact enough. In a city of 100,000 people, we had 10 boxing gyms in a city of 100,000. So for every 10,000 people, we had a boxing gym. That's how popular it is. So clearly, if you have millions of people competing at a sport, the true cream of the crop rises, right? Mm-hmm. So when you're one of the best of millions, you've gone through the fire. I mean, Marvin Hagler didn't get his first title shot until he already had 32 pro fights. They're giving guys title shots at 9, 10 fights. They've never fought anybody. You go into these fights like Boots Ennis, as talented as I think that kid is, still got all kinds of questions about him. He's never fought anybody big, anybody who could punch, who's bigger than him. Like, it sucks. You shouldn't have those questions on guys who are world champions. Like, by the time Julio Cesar Chavez became world champion, nobody was saying, well, we don't know about his chin. That question was answered many fights before he fought for a title. Hector Camacho, from New York City, everybody knew that kid, how tough he was, way before he got a fucking world title, because they've seen him in brawls on the way up. You know what I mean? Matched against other guys. And again, because the mafia ran boxing, you know what I mean? And because of that,
like
obviously,
13.
Yeah,
when he was
exactly.
13, he was beating up men in the streets.
Yep.
Come on.
Yeah, Camacho was fighting. Like, he talked about some of the best fights in his first 10 fights. He fought guys who were just like, he probably would have became world champions too, but they ran into Hector Camacho. You know what I mean? And because of that, it's just, the cream rose to the top. So that's the reason why training today, the training facilities they have today, nutrition is so much better than back in the day. I mean, it was professional fighters who were world champions who smoked cigarettes. They literally smoked cigarettes. You know what I mean? After the fucking Jack Johnson, famously, he smoked cigars too, inhaled them.
Yeah, it's interesting that when I did, people should check out, if they haven't checked that already, Boxing's Most Shocking Moments of All Time, Volume 1, which is on our channel. I talked about Ruben Olivares, who, if there's a Mount Rushmore of Mexican fighters, for a long time, he was number one. Or it was either him or Chavez. And Ruben Olivares was the same type of guy. He would party. Later on in his career, he would party. He would, fuck women, smoke cigars, drink. He would show up to the fight, slug it out, go back to partying. And of course, that cut his career short. But that's the way some guys did it. Duran, to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Bobby Chacon was a guy, the schoolboy. Bobby Chacon, he used to be a boxer. He used to actually be able to box. Then I forget which fight he got into. He actually enjoyed the slugging it out. And he told his manager or somebody, he said, "Hey man, I love the crowd cheering." And from then on, he would get into slugfests. And I don't know if he passed away, but I know that if he did pass away, he's passed away with dementia or something like that. I know that for a fact that he was in a convalescence home or whatever they call it. So it's a danger, man. So I mean, but that's the thing. So Jimmy, so you said, okay, so they're soft, but it's still a very dangerous sport. And you mentioned Hector Camacho. Coincidentally, I was watching an HBO fight from Camacho, and somebody put it on YouTube. They put the whole HBO telecast. So there's an interview with him before, they're talking about how he grew up tough in Harlem and, or what was it? Yeah, I think it was Spanish Harlem. He used to get into fights, blah, blah, blah. And now he's making money.
Camacho.
Was that?
You're talking about Camacho, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Hector, yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Camacho,
they asked him, okay, there's, that in the 80s, that's when they started really noticing that, hey, after Ali, hey, this sport is dangerous, what it does to the brain, blah, blah, blah. So they asked him, do you think in 10 years you're going to be okay? He's like, of course, it's not going to happen to me. Boxing's still boxing. You're still getting hit over the head, which is abnormal for a human being. Jimmy, what advice would you give to a kid that wants to get into the pros?
Well, today, before the sport actually passes, into the shadow realm, the way it's just going, but I would, it's ideal. If you want to become wealthy, boxing right now is the sport to get into because you don't even have to have that many fights. Like I said, how many do we see? Guys, it's nothing to see a guy with 10, 12 fights now fighting for world titles. That just shows a lack of competition that's out there. Mm-hmm. I mean, the fact that they're allowing breakdancing in the Olympics, but they're going to push boxing out. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
I mean, yeah, that was a whole. I mean, I think they did.
I know. Right now, there's somewhere where Turbo and Ozone are like, motherfucker. If I was younger, man, I could have joined these Olympics.
Those are guys from Recognize
Breaking.
Time.
Remember that movie Breaking?
I never saw that, man. I never saw it.
Why, Mr. BDA, did you happen to see the performance by that Australian woman?
I mean, it went viral. Yeah, it went viral. And
oh, my God. It was so cringe. I felt bad for her. It's like, what is she doing? Is this a spoof?
I didn't feel bad for her because later on it came out that she and her husband rigged the whole thing so that she could make it to the Olympic team. So yeah, I don't feel bad for her at all, man. And she also had a face like she thought she was hot stuff. Like she's pouting, like the duck lips when she does the duck lips and looking at the camera. I'm thinking, what the fuck are you doing? But the reason why I asked
she was having a seizure.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what that was about, man. But the reason why I was asking you about the fighters is because boxing is still very dangerous, still a dangerous sport. I mean, I don't have to tell you guys, but it's the grind too. Day in and day out, same shit. Road work, hitting the mitts, sparring. You go home, you're hurting. You go to sleep, you wake up punching. I mean, you're dehydrated at night. You gotta piss 8 times. You gotta get up to piss 8. Unless you do the old trick, which is you have your piss jug next to you, so you don't have to get up to go to the bathroom. So it's like that story you always tell, Jimmy, about Mickey Ward when you asked him, don't you get tired of this? I mean, isn't that emblematic of being a professional boxer, of the different mentality that you need to have?
Yep. I didn't have it. I just was like, wow. It scared me because I didn't want to ever like it. And like he said he liked it. And I was like shocked. And he just said it never nonchalantly throwing his wraps into his locker. And I had a big old cut in my mouth that I knew was going to turn into a canker. I knew my head would be thumping around 9 o'clock that night. Because I sparred hard that day, and I'm like looking in the mirror. I'm like, God damn, I'm gonna fucking. And I was supposed to go to a Jack and Jill that night, and I knew my face. People don't know you box. Just like, did you get in a fight? That bullshit. And I was like, wow, man, did you ever get used to the fucking, while I'm looking at my face, you ever get used to the pain and shit? Getting it. And when he ever just said so nonchalantly, I don't know, man, I kind of like it. He giggled, and that was it. Like, and he kind of walked away, and just was. Nothing to him, and that sentence, it was so meaningful to me. It like changed my whole view. I never went back to the gym. That was the last time I ever sparred or fought in the gym. I left that night, and I told my girlfriend, I said, I'm done because I don't want to like it. That scared me.
But see, that's the thing is some people like fighting. And Tank Abbott, the former UFC fighter, one of the originals, he's the last guy a lot of people would have expected to say something poignant. But he said it. He said, Royce Gracie, the famous jiu-jitsu and UFC champion from the first ones, he wasn't a tough guy because of jiu-jitsu. He was a tough guy that got into jiu-jitsu. And it's the same thing here in boxing. You can have, like Shakur Stevenson. I don't want to get too much into Shakur Stevenson, but he's very good. Obviously, he's got a boxing brain. But I don't think he's a fighter. And I think when shit gets tough, he's always going to revert to safety first, just make it to the 12 rounds. And that's going to cost him eventually. Watch, he's going to get one of those close decisions that's not going to go his way. So he's not a fighter.
Same thing as the Charlos. Just very athletic, but they're not fighters. You see what I'm saying? Bud Crawford, on the other hand, is a fighter who happens to box. A lot of these guys are just athletes who box. Like Bud enjoys fighting. Like his mother would try to pay neighborhood kids to see if they could beat him in fights. You know, when he was a kid, his mother was a fighter. Like it's a part of his blood. Like he's a fighter at heart. And those are the guys, the Chavezes, the Hector Camachos. You know, the guys who are just fighters at birth. You know what? It's a mindset.
Yeah, that's a great
point. Not fighting a lot, too, also makes it dangerous for these guys. The reason why I think these guys face more danger, actually, than in the days old, because they don't fight enough. And there's a thing called punch calluses. And I'm not talking about your skin getting rougher on your face, but just your brain getting hit in the head. Your shock absorber muscle in the back of your neck. The more punches you take, the more you get used to it, the more your body takes it. So when you fight so infrequently, that's the reason why Spence reacted that to booze, but reacted so terribly to fucking Crawford shots. He's just not used to getting hit like that.
You know, Jimmy, what I mean? It's interesting that you bring that up because Danny Garcia just recently came out. You know, he's going to fight Erislandy Lara in that horrible card on the Canelo. That whole card is really horrible. But he's going to be fighting Lara, and Garcia hasn't fought since 2002 when he fought Pegleg, Jose Benavides Jr. Now, he said recently, I just saw it today actually, he said, oh no, after the 2 years off, I actually feel refreshed. And I wanted to ask you, okay, he might feel refreshed. It's true, it might have healed some of his injuries, blah, blah, blah. But from an endurance standpoint, is he going to be in trouble?
Of course, his timing's gonna be way off, and he's not gonna react to seeing the punches. Like I really believe old ass Lara has the ability to be the first person to stop him because he hasn't been hit in so long in a real fight. You know what I mean? Like you do feel refreshed. Yeah, it's usually refreshed mentally. Like you get, oh man, it's like cool to be back in the gym. You know what I mean? You kind of get you like it again, right? Because a lot of these guys just get sick of it. They get burnt out. So, yes, that's the mindset these guys get in. Like, oh, yeah, I feel fresh. I want to be back in the gym again. But it's different. Just different. That's why I changed Tony, man. Like, Steve Kim talks about that all the time. The guy would go fight on HBO in front of 20,000 people. And 6 weeks later, he'd be fighting at the fucking Elks or the American Legion. Literally, and some off the card, just so he could fight, just so he could continue fighting, because he knew the importance of fighting and fighting a lot. Same thing with Marvin Hagler. I stress it all the time. Like he would be in the ring, he would always talk to the crowd after, grab the microphone, and because back then your pay depended a lot on how many tickets you could sell. So he'd say, okay, guys, hey, listen, I'm going to beat the Boston Garden in 6 weeks. I hope you all come out. You know what I mean? Like you'd be announcing it. I'll be at Boston Garden in 6 weeks. 6 weeks. Not 6 months from now. Not a year later. In 6 weeks. So he'd take 2 days off and go right back into camp. But he's already in fighting shape.
You know what? Yeah, that's it's it can't go without saying that you really have to love that sport, boxing, be a professional to make it. Because you mentioned Terence Crawford. You look at Terence Crawford, he hit a bit of a rough patch, from a management standpoint in the late 2010s when he wanted the Garcias, the Thurmans, the Spencers, and he wasn't getting them because, that whole debacle with the PBC. But he stuck to it. Juan Manuel Marquez, too, in the mid-2000s, he was getting screwed over. He was having trouble with Top Rank. Top Rank actually let him go. They didn't even bid for the fight against Chris John, and Marcus had to go to Indonesia, and he lost a very close fight over there. He said he was close to retirement. He said, man, this business of boxing really soured my love for the sport, but he stuck to it because they're real fighters. In contrast, you look at Charlo. Yeah, Jermel. Yeah, he became on the D-man at 154, the undisputed guy. But as soon as he got that payday, he got out of Dodge. Same thing with like a Billy Joe Saunders. These guys that fight Canelo, they get their payday. That's all they want. Demetrius Andrade is another guy. He was just waiting for Canelo. He didn't get it. He gets the crap beat out of him by Benavidez, and then he holds ass. These guys they're very good fighters, don't get me wrong. It takes a lot to get to where they were, but part of that is because they were physically gifted. If you want to be an all-time great, it's got to be the mentality plus the physical gifts, and those guys lacked the latter.
You just said it all. It's so true. Like, I would be shocked if we ever see the Charlos ever fight again. I think they'll probably retire. I think Boo Boo is probably never going to fight again. Did he announce his retirement?
Boo Boo, I think I heard a rumor recently he's going to try to come back for something.
Yeah, Jamal is going to look like garbage.
Oof.
I mean, he shouldn't even fight on television. That's another thing. Like, not all these guys have ring rust, but like the fact, like that's what told me with Spence. I'm like, who the fuck is managing this dude? You're gonna go almost 2 years out of the ring, only fought once in 3 years, and you're gonna fight Terrence Crawford? Like, what the fuck, man? That's why he fought out of evasion. Everybody was shitting on him for doing it. But he's like, fuck you. If we're not going to fight by this time, I'm going to take another fight. Because he knew the importance of not fighting, how bad it is.
Exactly. Yeah, you got to get a fight in there. I mean, it's like Jimmy just broke it down too earlier about the punch impact, you know? And then I remember you also said one time in another episode that if you're not fighting and you just, you're training, so you're thinking, okay, my body's strong. But then once you get into the actual fight where you got to redline it, like a car that you got to push the engine and you redline it, you get hurt. They start pulling things, tendons tear. It's like no, it's you gotta toughen the body, and
it's night and day. And people think sparring is the same. I don't give a shit if it's the amateurs or a 15-round championship fight. Nothing like an actual fight, because in sparring, especially if you're the A side, you can just I pulled a hammy. You know what I mean? You see guys all the time, right? If they get clipped a little, they put their hand up like, yeah, give me a drink, man. I just pulled my hamstring. And, of course, everybody stops and they go over and they take a sip of water. All right, get back in there. Like, it's not the same. We get that headgear off. The gloves get smaller. People are trying to knock you out. Remember, when you're the A side, you think if anybody goes in there and tries to knock these guys out during sparring, they get kicked the fuck out of the gym. Get the fuck out of here. She's got a fucking championship fight in 6 weeks and you're trying to fucking take his head off. So it's not the same. I don't give a shit what anybody says. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's still very tough. It's still something very physically demanding and mentally demanding. But a fight is a whole other proposition. Kill or be killed in that ring.
And the crowds make a big difference too.
Oh, yeah.
Big difference. When you're in the gym sparring with just a couple of guys in there and your friends, then all of a sudden you got friends, family, it's on television, all those people are watching, it becomes overwhelming. And it's a hard thing. Like these guys like Canelo who's old hat with it. You know what I mean? He's like, okay, 10,000 people at my fucking, public workout. He's so used to being a public guy, that's another thing you have to get used to. And he's used to it.
Well, it's interesting.
I think, honestly, this fight's going to hurt him. I think this fight is going to do terrible at the box office. And I think he's either going to retire or he's going to fight a big fight, maybe Benavidez or somebody, because I think it's going to be the same thing. Remember, he had a stretch there where he fought a couple of really nobody wanted fights, like Khan and shit like that. His numbers suffered. And that's when he went, okay, time for Triple G.
Yeah.
And then bang, right up over 1 million again. Well, also with Chavez, he did over 1 million, but...
Yeah, we're going to talk about that in another episode about because now Benavidez, it came out that he was injured and he's not going to be... he couldn't even fight in December, September if they wanted to. So now people are saying, well, that's why the Canelo fight... How was the Canelo fight supposed to happen? But we're going to talk about it in another episode. I wanted to say that Muhammad Ali, he was another guy that was notorious for looking bad in sparring. And apparently it's because he would work on his weaknesses in sparring. And then he would live up to the hype in the actual fight. And Jimmy, I don't know if you've ever seen that, but there's guys that look dynamite in sparring. Then they get to their amateur fight, and they don't freeze necessarily, but it's like where's that sparring guy that was demolishing everybody?
Yeah, I know somebody like that kid, Mike Tilton. Actually, two people, Richie Collins and Mike Tilton. two kids I knew who just fucking, they look like world beaters in sparring.
Mhm.
But then you get them into a fucking real fight, and you get the girlfriends there, the parents, and they don't perform the same. It's just strange. And it's not just boxing, man. I found out in hockey too. I've played with guys who are just unbelievable at practice, and they just don't fucking play the same under the hot lights. You know, it's just different when your crowd's there.
Yeah, I can imagine, man. I mean, it's got again. It's a lot of sports are part psychology or psychological.
They call it peaking too early. Like when you peak early and you might do it in the gym, then when it comes to fight night, you're not, you know, you're a little over the overworked, and so you're not as sharp.
And
that could happen.
It gives people false confidence. Look at the Mexican kid who fought Bivol. It was true. Bivol even said it. Oh yeah, no, he worked me in sparring. Again, we don't know if he was like, you know, the third guy that day he sparred. We don't know the, you know, logistics behind it. But Ramirez, he worked the shit out of Bivol. Bivol admitted it. Oh yeah, no, he got the better of me in sparring. So of course Ramirez, that was like, oh, you know, he was right when, and look what happened in the fight. He got fucking embarrassed. It was one-sided.
Yeah, that whole sparring thing, especially now in the age of social media where these guys can bark at each other on Twitter and Instagram. I beat you in sparring. It's like, sparring is sparring, man. That's why I don't know. We'll talk about it in the next episode, but Jaron Ennis and Brian Norman Jr. are going at it on Twitter. And the whole thing is that supposedly Ennis had the best of Norman in sparring. I'm thinking, well, what happened in sparring? Like Jimmy said, who was the third guy? Was one guy in training camp and the other guy just starting training camp and thus not in the best shape? Also take into account Brian Norman's about 3 years younger, I think, than Ennis. So were they sparring when they were teenagers and one guy was 3 years older and that makes a big difference? Or it's not a good gauge.
Or if Boots was in the middle of camp and sparring regularly for weeks and Norman's been on the couch. Of course you're not going to look as good. So yeah, there's all those nuances that people don't talk about. That's why when people say, oh, this and that, this guy did this in sparring, I'm like, okay, whatever, guy. That don't mean shit. Don't mean nothing.
Exactly. I think I've told the story before, Jimmy, that Tarver, when he was sparring for the Jones fight, there was a guy, a reporter, one of the original online reporters. He said he went to watch Tarver spar. He was looking like crap. And apparently it wasn't the first session that he was looking at crap. And so he said when he went back, he said, oh, Roy Jones, you know, this was peak Roy Jones. Roy Jones is going to murder him. And then look what happened. Tarver gave him the toughest fight of his life, and then the rematch ended up knocking him out. So take sparring with a big grain of salt. Big old grain of salt. Hold on a second. I wanted to ask recognize something, but he dropped out.
He's always got shady shit going on, that guy.
Yeah, he really does, huh? We gotta figure out how to get him off the show. No, but I was
in and out.
But okay, while he comes back, because I gotta go soon here. Yeah, so we're talking about the sparring stories about this guy who sparred some of these heavyweights, and he was, you know, Chief said it. He sounded like he had the sparring partner mentality. Very good enough to hang with these guys, but just didn't have that extra to get over that hump and be a professional fighter. So I guess that's what I was asking you, Jimmy, because my Joe Rogan was with Lennox Lewis on a podcast. And Joe Rogan told Lennox Lewis that he was talking to Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson said, my kid wants to fight. He wants to fight. He wants to be a professional fighter. And apparently Mike Tyson told his kid, listen, you don't want to be fighting a guy like me. You've had a soft life. You didn't grow up, you know, tough, whatever. You don't want to go in there. And I know what he was saying, because you can be a professional boxer. I mean, you can be a good boxer. You can have that technique down. You can spar. You got good instincts, whatever. But then you meet a guy like Tyson, and I want to hear more what you got to say about that. Like that you were saying that back in the day there was a legendary mantle around Tyson. Like, who the fuck is this guy? You don't want to go in there against a guy who likes fighting, like a Mickey Ward, and then on top of that, he's got physical gifts, incredible speed, power. He'll make you feel things you've never felt before in terms of hurting. So if a guy ever comes up to you and says, "Hey, I want to be a professional boxer," would you say, how would you characterize, hey, do you really want it? Like, how would you know that? Like, how would you let him know? Like, hey, you got to find out.
Well, I was at the rink once, so shopping the kid skates, and he got into boxing. He was going to the gym. His father sent him to the gym. Kid lived in Westford. It's a wealthy little bedroom community near Lowell. And his father owned a plumbing supply company. They had money. Kid had a soft life. My soft life meaning, big backyard, family vacation. And it's just a different mindset. And I said, you're going to be it's just a different world, bro. These are kids. It's a socioeconomic sport, right? It's kids coming from poverty, and that's their only way out. That's why boxing, there was a feeder system. I mean, George Carlin, that comedian, made that famous joke when he said, for every tough Mexican-American, there's American Indian looking to kick his ass, because they were just even poorer, you know what I mean? Like that type of thing, and it's true. And it's just, and then it's the street mentality. These kids are fighting in the street. Like that kid from Westwood, I'm like, let me ask you, bro, have you ever actually thrown hands in anger? Have you ever been in a street fight, like a knock? He's like, no. I said, see, that's, I mean, Mickey Ward is the nicest fucking guy in the world, but he used to fucking throw hands all the time in the street. And it didn't last too long. He used to take dudes out pretty quick, but he beat the living dog shit out of 3 Andover wrestlers when we were still like, he was 19. Like when the cops came, they were like, they thought the kid, whoever hit him had brass knuckles on. He did so much damage to these kids.
Jeez, Luis.
Oh yeah, I fucked him up bad. Street, never forget it, man.
Yeah, people always come up with exceptions. Like, well, Barrera came from money, so what about him? Like, that's why they're called exceptions. They're the exceptions that prove the rule. In general, if you want to make it in boxing, you can't have an out. You can't have a plan B. It's either you're all the way in or you're halfway out. And as soon as somebody pushes you out, you're easier to shove out the sport. That's why, in a way, that's why a lot of Mexicans, people say, oh, Mexicans are tough. They're renowned for their toughness. And I don't know if it's genetic, because again, Mexico was a place where various native tribes had very weird, hardcore customs. So I don't know if genetically that's what it passed down to us, that most of us are tough. Not all of us, obviously. But I think if I had to venture and make a characterization, it's not necessarily because genetics. I think it's because of, like what Jimmy said, there's no amateur. There's it's still very primitive, the amateur program in Mexico, because over there and it was that way for a long time. People would turn pro at 16, 15 years old. They would forge their papers, say, yeah, I'm 18, because you're fighting for a living. You're fighting for a paycheck to put food on the table. You're not doing it for amateur trophies and accolades. And hey, maybe after this I'll get signed to a top-ranked contract, or a Don King contract. I got a medal around my neck. No, you're fighting for a living.
Yep. So you're fighting to get your family out of poverty. You know what I mean? You're fighting because you want to move your mother and father into a place with running water and air conditioning.
Exactly.
All the things in life that you're not going to get unless you fight. And I think the Mexicans, it's the culture of it. It's the culture of boxing there. Like there's no kid gloves. Nobody is in like, oh, stop, he's hurt. Like if you start whining, like you go to one of those gyms in Tijuana, you fucking start, oh my eye. People just start laughing at you. Like, get the fuck out of the gym, dude. What are you doing? Oh my eye. You know what I mean? Like, and it's that mindset. It's the culture of Mexican boxing. It's just very hubris, right? This is a sport for men.
Yeah, well, there's a thing.
Exactly.
Machismo, there's no really other word for that, as far as I know, in English. It's like, what would you say? Manliness? Not even that. I mean,
machismo. That's exactly the word. Yep.
And, Jimmy, I see some gyms nowadays, especially MMA gyms or hybrid MMA gyms, like where there's hybrid boxing MMA, or they have a place there, like you said, where they got the weightlifting and all that. They got air conditioning. It's well cooled. It looks very clean, which I can appreciate, by the way. But I do wonder if something gets lost in those type of gyms. Whereas you go to a gym where the punching bags are all withered, the equipment is all withered, it stinks. Good, air conditioning. How about you open up a window? That's the best you're gonna get. So, what do you think? Is there something to it? Or?
Oh, of course. Well, look at Marvin Hagler. Even when he became a millionaire, he didn't go to no fancy gym. He still trained at the brothers' gym with duct tape on the punching bags. The heavy bags had duct tape on them. You know what I mean? To hold them from ripping more. Asbestos hanging from the ceilings and shit. It was a dungeon. And, that's where he went to do his, he just because it got him in that mindset. He wanted to be angry. He didn't want comfort because he wasn't about to deal in comfort. He was about to deal in pain and possible death. You know what I mean?
Right.
You want to get punched in the face by John Mugabe. You don't want to be at Bally's Goals, with a fucking air conditioning.
Exactly.
I'm going to drink a latte between rounds. You know what I mean? No.
Okay. Well,
You know what I mean? It doesn't work.
and I want to emphasize that I'm not saying that because you train with old equipment, that means it's going to make you better. Like, you're not going to hit a bag that's old and withered and go, but you're going to become 20% better. What I'm saying is that it's the like what Jimmy said, it's the mentality of you make do with what you've got. Same thing. Oh, I've seen some, and I'd love to get more information on African boxing, because if you think Mexican boxing or Puerto Rican boxing is like, it's the equipment is bad and all that. Africa, I was watching the little that I've been able to find about training in Africa. They don't even have a ring. It's concrete floor, and they put 4 posts and the ropes around it. That there is a ring.
Yep.
Joshua Claudy said that he would train hungry, and sometimes he would train extra just to forget that he was hungry. And I'm thinking, holy shit, that's a different level of.
Along those lines, when I was in the bodybuilding, right, I worked out for a year and a half, hard and heavy, to get the nerve up to go to this one gym in Lowell. It was called Universe Gym. You had to walk down into this fucking basement. It was a fucking dungeon. But you went down in there, and everybody was fucking huge. There was 3 professional bodybuilders, Dan Smith, this kid, McGuan, who ended up being, I don't like him, but it's a long story. But and you would just go in there. It wasn't a place like, you didn't walk around with spandex on and a tank top. You had a hoodie on, and you covered yourself up. And it was like the walls would be covered in sweat because there was no fucking air conditioning. You know what I mean? But it was, like Dorian Yates. It was that type of atmosphere and nothing. That's where I made the best gains I ever made in my life, was training in that gym, because you're training amongst men who fucking train. Like the first time I went down there, Dan Smith, there's a black kid, a black guy, and ended up becoming a pro, but he was doing behind the neck presses with 315. So right when I got into the gym, the first guy I saw working out was a dude doing behind the neck presses with 315. I'm like, oh my God.
Jeez Louise.
This fucking gym is no joke.
Yeah, you better bring your A game, your lunchbox, because you're going to work. I see. Well, hold on. I wanted to say something about that. Well, anyway, we'll talk more about it. I like these episodes where we're just talking boxing. We're not, talking about who's currently barking at somebody else on Twitter.
In fact, Mr. B-Day, want to know something funny? What we used to do for a tea back, like, you bend over, you grab a machine, like you put plates on the end, you bend over, you pull it up to your chest to like thicken your back. In that gym, you would grab the cable, the seated cable row handle. You grab a 45-pound bar, you'd put it in the corner of the room, in the wall, and then put the fucking weights on it, and then put that T-bar underneath the fucking barbell. And that's what you used because there was no machine for it.
What the
so you made, it was that kind of gym, but it was crazy. But everybody there, if they saw you were legit, you were training, they didn't give a fuck how big you were. If they saw you busting ass, they would correct you. They come over you, buddy. What are you doing? You're working every muscle but the muscle you're working. You don't do no trophy work in here. Like, work the muscle. So guys were cool. Like, if they saw you putting in the effort, they would help you. But it wasn't you didn't go down there with a pair of fucking spandex in a string tank top. You would just be fucking laughed out of the place. You know what I mean?
Neon colors, right? Like the
exactly.
Like
no, dude, that was the time when the neon Varney glasses, sunglasses in the late 80s, in the fucking hot pink and hot orange, that lime green color. Oh yeah, you would see. But there was this other gyms that were called Bally's Health Clubs, and all the guys be walking around in spandexes and string, you know what I mean? Their tube socks up to their fucking all rolled down, just goofy. Then you go to that gym like that. But again, I didn't go down there until I trained hard for a year and a half. Even though that gym was literally around the corner from where I lived. But everybody said, nah, dude, you ain't ready for that gym, bro.
Jeez. Hey, by the way, man, before we go, man, Recognize, are you there?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I've ever showed you this. But I was rewatching the HBO 24/7s. And if you got Tubi, and you're in the United States, you can watch them. If you're outside the United States, you can use a VPN to watch them. But they've got some of the
Tubi.
HBO. Yeah, TUBI.
I'm a man.
T-U-B-I.
I'm a real man. I don't watch Tubi.
No.
Well, if you have streaming, it's a streaming network.
Yeah, it's a streaming network. Recognize it's a streaming network. It's free.
Okay.
On Tubi, however gay the name may be, they have some of the HBO 24/7s there. And I was rewatching the Mayweather Mosley 24/7, and there's a part where they talk about Mayweather's bodyguards. He had like 15 or something, and then they talk about how Mosley only had one. And they talk about this guy, and I don't know if I've ever asked you about this guy. Maybe you've heard of him or not, but check this out. I'm gonna play the clip for you, all right?
All right.
Shane Mosley is fine with just one. A man who answers to the name Elliot Ness.
Today in Harlem, Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens, in New York, I am known, they call me the knockout artist. I know for a fact that I'm a one-man army. I've been shot, stabbed, did 8 years in prison, and becoming a Muslim is what changed my life.
I gotta mute the music there because I don't want to get copyright, but hold on.
Man, I would have knocked that dude out. What are you talking about, man?
But have you ever heard of that guy? Because he says that Harlem, Bronx, Brooklyn, New York, he was known as a knocker. Have you ever heard of this guy?
I mean, listen, remember, New York is huge, bro. He could have been known. And like the alien nest, all that thing, like rappers used to, I thought they were referring to, I could have swore I heard a rapper say, "I'll knock you out like alien nest," some shit, something to that effect. And maybe they were talking about him, but I wouldn't know him. Did he say he was from Harlem?
Well, he didn't say, but he said that in all the boroughs, he was known as a knockout artist.
Okay, I mean, he could have been. I never heard of him.
Now, obviously,
because I ain't never heard of you.
Now, yeah, obviously the name Elliot Ness is a reference. I mean, I don't think that's his real name. First of all, he says he's a Muslim, so he probably changed it to Mohammed something. Second of all, Elliot Ness, that's a play on the Chicago guy who, with the prohibition, the Untouchables. So I don't know what his real name is. I've been trying to look into this guy, but I just wanted to know if you've ever, you're a New York legend yourself. Maybe you'd heard of him or something.
Right. That's right. They heard of me. I know he's heard of me.
Yeah, but I mean, but what do you think? Does he sound legit? Like he describes himself as a one-man army. I mean,
I kind of believe. Yeah, I kind of believe that a guy like Shane Mosley met this dude, through doing, obviously as a bodyguard, and like the dude's legit. But maybe is he over exaggerating a bit? He could be, but that doesn't mean that he can't fuck somebody up.
Yeah, there's a
big dude.
I just found, I don't know how I couldn't find this before. From all the places, out of all places, a New Yorker article about Elliot Ness.
Elliot Ness?
Yeah, it says, look at this. Well, it's actually about Shane Mosley. But it says, Mosley is often the quietest person in the room, surrounds himself with people that make it easy for him to maintain his status. His bodyguard is Elliot Ness, a Harlem native, okay, so he's from Harlem, who loves to talk about his long and possibly incomplete journey from disturber of the peace to keeper of it. And his trainer is Nassim Richardson. Well, we know about him. All right, so he's from Harlem. We find that out.
Yeah, Harlem is huge, bro. That's a city. A big-ass city, too. It's not, I wouldn't say like, it's, I don't know. Maybe somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Close to 200,000 just in Harlem alone, maybe more.
So there you go. There's a lot of untold stories from New York. Hey, by the way, apparently this guy became Amir Khan's bodyguard as well. Okay, so he might be legit. Yeah, I was just curious because nowadays with the internet,
I believe him. I don't think a guy like that would talk all that shit and then somebody be like, "Bro, we ain't never heard of you."
Exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah. I was just skeptical as I always am about because we've seen our share of loudmouths here in the YouTube boxing community, and you find out that there are a bunch of they're just losers essentially. So apparently this guy's legit.
A bunch of cupcakes.
That's right. A bunch of what's the word they use? Ragamuffins.
I believe
they are. Yeah. You don't want to be a ragamuffin.
I don't want no static with Elliot Ness.
I mean, if I had to, I would. You know, if you know me, if my back's against the wall, I'm gonna do what I gotta do, man. You don't want to, you know. I'm not asking for it. I'm just saying.
Mr. BDA, from the 50s to the 70s, there was underground fight clubs, right? That literally would have $500,000 fight purses.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Doing bare knuckle, because bare knuckle became illegal for a long time in the States.
In the 50s and 70s.
Still do the underground fighting.
In the 50s and 70s.
50s to the 70s, yeah. Like, remember that movie with Clint Eastwood, Any Which Way You Can? Fido Bello, or whatever his name was. Remember, he was a bare knuckle fighter. They would show up to like big, and it was all gambling and guys, you know, like local tough guys.
Interesting.
You know, and that was true, man. In every city, there was in Hell's Kitchen, New York, man. Glenn Featherstone, notorious tough as fucking $2 steak kid from Hell's Kitchen, New York.
I like to say. Tough as a $2 steak.
You know what I mean? And yeah, he just never fought in the ring.
I think
he'd do those barroom brawls and clear the barroom.
Hey Jimmy, I think I'm not 100% sure, but I have a feeling I had a $2 steak.
Oh, I have. You're sitting there chewing, it's like Hubba Bubba. You fucking take a bite, you gotta chew it 300 times just to soften it up enough to go down the gullet.
My ex-wife was everything she cooked was a $2 steak. But I'll say this, man. I didn't know
she turned filet mignon into a $2 steak.
Exactly. Yeah, I was like every day was like Raging Bull. Don't overcook it. Loses its whole purpose.
Don't overcook it. Don't overcook it. Don't overcook it.
It's like a piece of charcoal. Bring it over here. But I was gonna say that. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's interesting. So the bare knuckle was actually still big business, 50s and 60s. It's true though, because it must have gone, like you said, he had to go somewhere. It didn't just disappear from one day to the next. So it's interesting that it was still huge back then, because I know that today there's still some bare knuckle now, and it's still big money. There was a Showtime.
Yeah, BBK is actually growing pretty big. It's actually pretty good, man. They're starting to get better fights now.
I'm talking about the underground, because I remember years ago I had seen a Showtime documentary, or it wasn't a documentary, it was a small piece on bare knuckle, and they were talking about, you know, the local Canadian legend Bobby Gunn, who, I don't know if he's still undefeated, but for a long time he claimed he was undefeated as a bare knuckle guy. And, well, I'll show you some clips here. This is him in a bare knuckle underground fight against the other dude apparently is JC's bodyguard or something. So did you just see the contrast here between the professional boxing fight with gloves on, and these guys are bare knuckle, so they're picking their shots very well. Bobby Gunn's the guy with the black wife beater. And
you can only have wraps on your wrist. You can't have wraps on your knuckles. I mean, boxing gloves, remember, people think boxing gloves is to
Go ahead.
Protect the head and face. No, it's to protect your hands. Exactly. It actually makes you get hit even harder, because you can't go whipping shots the way you do in boxing with bare knuckles. Paul Malignaggi found that out when he did that bare knuckle thing. And he was like, "Oh yeah, no, it's much different, man. Punching people in the head without a glove on."
Well, Bobby Gunn explains it.
Bobby Gunn's stance when he fight, you know, he's a street fighter, bro.
Well, he can do both.
He's
he was a boxer. He was an up-and-coming boxer, but then he switched to bare knuckle because there was more money. Check this out. In this video, I mean, you guys probably already know this, but I'm showing it to the audience there. He explains the difference between punching in boxing and punching in bare knuckle.
Yeah.
Between boxing and glove boxing and bare knuckle.
Well, number one, people has this thing in their mind that bare knuckle boxing is human cockfighting, it's savage, it's barbaric. It is not. It's a gentleman's sport. What is barbaric is barroom brawls and people breaking glass and
hold on, let me fast forward.
There is proper good men that come to put a good show on and fought. And the art of bare knuckle boxing is totally different than regular boxing. See, when I was boxing, you know, you throw quicker jabs, you're moving around, your hands are like this. You know, bare knuckle. The reason why these fighters fought this way, the jab was kind of almost an impact, is a corkscrew shot. And what I was trying to, if I'm boxing you, you know, the average right hand is down the middle, bang, in boxing. The reason why I throw this, and I've had critics say, That ain't a way to throw a right hand. That makes no sense. Well, here's why. I'm here to explain why I throw that right hand that way. Instead of throwing it right down the middle, boom. Now, I might give you that right hand, and you think that same right hand's coming. So what you do, you're going to block it. But right when I get there, I turn it over, bang, right in the eye socket. And here's this demonstration of that right hand. Here it is. Here's a regular boxing textbook punch. A jab, right hand. Okay, that's a regular boxing punch. Here's the bare knuckle shot that I use all the time. I'm jabbing, jabbing. Now, I want you to come in here and zoom in.
And let me just fast forward real quick where he throws the left hook too. The difference between throwing a left hook in the pros and
twisted, right at the power of your head.
Well, I know that
Anyway, I can't find it now, but essentially it was the same way. He would throw it. He would really turn the punch so that he would hit the target with the two knuckles and really try to target the eye sockets. I think in another interview he says he's broken a bunch of eye sockets. But so that's a difference, right, guys? You know, with the glove, even if you hit it badly, you're still relatively safe. But in bare knuckle, if you hit with the other three knuckles, you're probably gonna fuck that hand up.
Absolutely.
I've seen some hellacious pit fights up in Laconia Bike Week, like the Hells Angels. They used to have a pit. They would dig it. It was like 10 feet deep, and guys would go in the pit. And it would just fight. You know what I mean? Pit fighters.
Fuck.
And they were fucking some tough dudes. There was a French Canadian from the Montreal Hells Angels. He came down with that famous Montreal Hells Angel. Well, yeah, it was when Mom Boucher, whatever his name was. It was one of his boys. And he went through everybody. He fought like 6 guys in one night and hit them all.
What the fuck? Yeah, he said that, it's supposedly it's a gentleman's sport. I mean, it's still a brutal sport. You're breaking eye sockets if you catch a guy easy. I mean, if you catch a guy right, you're going to break the eye socket worse than with a boxing glove. So I don't understand.
Some guys have knuckles that cut people open. I have those knuckles. I've been fortunate. I got those kind of knuckles. They're sharp. I hit people without gloves on and I split them. I don't think I've maybe punched 1 or 2 people my whole life and I'm not gash open. You know what I mean? It just depends on your knuckles. And the thing is, knock on wood, I've never hurt my hand hitting somebody. I've always been fortunate enough to hit them with the right part of my knuckles. You know what I mean?
Better than beating somebody's ass, right? Bare knuckles, and then say, "Hey, listen, no, that's not assault. I'm a gentleman. We just had a gentleman's disagreement."
That's always been my excuse. I go, "Hey, no, man, it was like I was being gentlemanly."
Yeah,
what's the matter?
We just being gentlemen about. We just had a little gentleman disagreement. We took care of it.
Yeah, I was being a gentleman, and all of a sudden I'm the asshole. Like, what the fuck?
The guy's face is all fucking battered and shit. It's like,
I mean, with me, it doesn't get to the point where. With me, it never got to the point where I was battering somebody's face, because usually one punch is done. You know what I mean? So they were lucky in that sense. I wanted to say this, man. Jimmy, if you're interested in it, I think I recommend this movie to you. I don't know if you ever ended up seeing it, but it's called Out of the Furnace with Christian Bale, and it's about this, people living in their, Jersey or whatever, the Appalachians, and what's his name? Woody Harrelson plays a bad guy who runs some sort of like the one bare knuckle thing up there in the north or so. I forget where in the Appalachians, and it's he's a drug dealer too and everything. He's like a local lord boss over there. And it's actually a pretty good movie because he gets into that what you talked about, the fighting pits, underground bare knuckle. It's a pretty good movie.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, no, it was a good.
You
flick.
Did see it?
Yeah,
okay,
Christian Bale, Out of the Furnace. Wasn't it based right up in like the lower Pennsylvania, Appalachia area?
Yeah, so
Did he
those
work
places,
at a steel mill or something?
But that's based on a real thing. Then down in those corners, those places exist where there's bare knuckle fighting there or something.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Especially back in the day before television. You know what I mean? That's what you did. You had local events at the carnivals. Almost all carnivals nowadays. You punch a machine that goes ring and gives you tickets. Back in the day, there would always be a local. The carnival would bring a fighters and they'd pay people $50. Anybody can go 3 rounds. You know what I mean? With the cone, they would yell through the cone, and guys would fucking roll their sleeves up and get in there and fist fight people.
Now recognize
kids eating popcorn and cotton candy and watching people bleed all over the place.
I call that a good time, man. Recognize you were
absolutely.
You were a nightlife person back in the day, in your New York days.
That's right.
Did you ever hear or did you ever actually see in person any of these underground? Did they come your way in New York? Really?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I've been to a few. Yep, I've
And
been
what
to
was
a
it
few where, bro, I went to one with one dude like called me out because I think he thought I was talking shit to him, and I was gonna do it, then a brawl broke out. And I was like, thank God, 'cause that guy would have fucked me up, bro. Because no, he would have beat the shit out of me. I was like, because I was with this group. I was in the vicinity of a group that were talking shit. So he's like, yeah, you keep talking shit? Come up, come. And I'm like, oh shit, he's talking to me. Right? Like, he's like, what the fuck? And next thing you know, I'm trying, like, the atmosphere was very dangerous, right? So you don't want to like come off like a pussy because the guys are like, yo, he's calling you out, man. Go over there and fuck his ass up. Fuck that motherfucker. And I'm like, oh shit. Like, in my head.
That's what's great about friends. More people have gotten fucking throttled because of their boys.
Yo, but you know what I mean? These were my
crazy.
friends. These dudes, I didn't know who the fuck they were. They were just talking shit to him. They're like, yo, he's calling you out. And one guy, as I'm walking over there, one guy was like, I'll fight that bitch. I'll fight that. And then that's when the brawl broke out, bro. Jeez. That was it. I was like, thank God, because that guy one-on-one would have fucking killed me.
Now, how do you know that? Had you seen him that very day or?
Well, okay. Number one, I had to be like 21 the most. 21 years old. That dude was in his 30s and bigger than me. Like, he had more weight. I don't know about height, but definitely weight. He had much more weight than me. And like, he was fighting some dude and the dude quit, right? Like, he didn't knock him out. The dude ended up quitting. And I don't know what happened. The crowd was all crazy and drunk and shit. And one guy started talking shit to him. Oh, you wouldn't do that shit to me. Then, like, I'm kind of like laughing and shit, right? Like, just laughing and whatever. So he sees me and he's like, what's up, bitch? You want to keep calling me a bitch? I'm like, me? The fuck is going? Like, it wasn't me saying anything, And he's like, yeah, you're gonna fucking laugh. Come up here to see if you could do better. Like, don't be a bitch. I was like, fuck.
Up at Hell's Hill, dude, they used to keep a jar with people's teeth in it.
Oh.
Yeah.
So over the years, people get, the jar got nice and full. But yeah, they had weight classes, like small, medium, and large type. And the small guy, I remember thinking, like, a couple of my buddies were like, Jimmy, you box, you could probably do. I'm like, and I was starting to get my, thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, man, I might go in there. And I remember my wife, yeah, you go in there and this ring comes off. You think I'm going to fucking, you know what I mean? Like, you got to get your nose bashed, your teeth. I'm like, yeah, what am I thinking? Like, those guys, you look at them, you're like, they're all fucking ears are all cauliflowered, noses all over the place. They got no fucking front grill. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm good, man.
So
it's just a bragging right, too.
This was a little seedy spot in fucking Manhattan in Chinatown.
Doesn't sound seedy at all, man. Bunch of people fighting, calling each other out, brawls. I mean, come on. Sounds like a nice, upstanding place, man.
It was like in a fucking building. It was like in a building that looks abandoned, and like they had access to like the whole fucking the first floor and the basement, and the basement was huge, and that's where they were having the fights at.
And another reason why I wouldn't have done it too, because the smaller guy was a full patch Hell's Angel. And I'm like, yeah, no way. Why? If you win, you're going to lose. Because in fact, I know for a fact, because one of a non-patch guy, not a hang around, no affiliation to the HAs, went in there and beat one of the HAs. What do you think happened before the night was over? They stabbed him 13 times. He ended up getting stabbed before the night was out.
Yeah, why didn't they give him a prize? Why didn't they give him a prize or something for winning?
Well, they just were going to get him one way or another, you know what I mean? And they used to thumb their blade. They would hold their blade with just like a thumb length's worth of blade out. So not enough to kill you, but just do a bunch of little holes in you.
You know what I would have told those guys? I would have told them that's not gentlemanly at all.
Yeah, this is not a gentleman contest.
There you go, exactly.
It's not cool.
That's not cool.
It's not right. It's not cool. But recognize, were the fights any good?
No, the fights were good. They were really good. I think there was like either 2 or 3. I don't remember, but the fights in the last one, the guy that was calling me out, he that fucking fight was real good. Him and that dude were going at it. You know, it was like I always remember the guy who got beat up. They called him Indio. He was Puerto Rican dude.
Mm-hmm.
Indio got fucked up in the end, man.
Jeez Louise.
Shit. Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
Shout out to Indio.
Shout out to Indio, man. You caught me lacking, but here it is.
It's not right. It's not cool.
There you go. That's not right.
It's not right. It's not cool. It's not sexy. Isn't, you know?
It's just not sexy, Jack. It's not sexy the way it's supposed to be.
All kidding aside, he's supposed to be a tough kid.
Oh, yeah.
Out of all the brothers, yeah, Wahlberg, he was the tough one.
No, I could tell you. I could tell you.
Yeah. He used to beef all the time down in South Boston.
Yeah, it's easy to beat the crap out of a Vietnamese vendor living half blind. Real tough.
And yeah, he wasn't even like that. Wasn't even like a fight. They just assaulted that dude. He hit him with a pole.
Jeez,
he didn't even fight him. He hit him over the head with a pole.
Have you seen the memes where people?
In fact, he was.
What's that?
What's that? No, I was asking you. What's that?
Have you seen the memes where people take photos of the Vietnam War and they insert Mark Wahlberg? Like he's the one that's creating all the abuse. Have you seen those?
Oh, Jesus Christ!
I've got a couple.
Yeah, but he actually got sent away, man. He was he went on the island. He got sent away, man. He did 1.5 years of that. In fact, he was supposed to be a part of the original Backstreet Boys or whatever that Boston band was. Not Backstreet.
New Kids on the Block.
Yeah, New Kids on the Block. He was actually one of the original members, but because he got sent to prison, they had to replace him.
Imagine that. Like, hey, where's the guy? Oh, he went to prison. He went to prison for blinding a Vietnamese guy. I mean, come on.
Yep.
Man, listen, we're at the 3rd hour here, so I think we're gonna wrap it up. But man, it was a fun show, man. Because I know people probably wanted to hear about the Shakur Stevenson pulling the race card and David Benavidez. Now apparently he's injured. That he was been injured for a while now, so they were essentially bluffing about wanting Canelo. So I know people want to talk about that. We'll talk about that another day, man.
I'm glad you didn't, because I don't even know what happened with Shakur Stevenson in the race card. I haven't been paying attention to boxing the past week because other things going on. But
yeah,
he pulled the race card.
He pulled the race card again. He done it before. He just pulled it out this time with Andre Ward. Even Andre Ward, Jimmy, was being the conservative guy, saying, "I don't know if it's that." And Shakur's like, "No, believe me, that's what it is." But we'll talk about that another episode. But this was fun, man.
Yeah, he's doing everything he can just not to be. I mean, like, he's ruined his career. Social media. They'll look back and they'll say, you know, they'll study this time when what fighters or athletes ruin their career because of social media. And Shakur Stevenson is that.
I always tell people, man, if I would have grown up with the internet, there would probably be footage of me doing stupid shit, cringe shit. I mean, there's footage of me now doing cringe shit and saying cringe shit, but I'm talking when I was younger, when I was a teenager. You know, it goes for everybody. So I consider myself fortunate that it didn't grow up as a teenager with the social media and all that, because I would have probably.
I couldn't stand it. I'm so glad I didn't, dude. You can't do anything nowadays without a fucking, you know, like every major metropolitan city, pretty much every square inch is under some kind of video surveillance. Mm-hmm. Never mind, everybody's walking around with an HD camera and nobody's looking to help anybody. You're getting jumped and beat up. Everybody's just, ooh, TikTok, dopamine, algorithm. Let me videotape this and get it on. You know what I mean? People, so it's, yeah, you can't do, I couldn't do half the shit I did as a kid. It would have been, video evidence, no way. Which also kind of, it's another whole story for a second renaissance, but got a thread I saw the other day was fascinating. It's calling out a lot of the tropes.
The tropes? What do you mean?
Well, there was a big thing that a lot of people got involved in. Again, somebody, an Asian woman, a professor, basically said, she wrote an article recently that, you know, white supremacy and white people are responsible for 3/4 of the assaults on Asians. And so people started fucking posting, you know, things like, well, you got to give it up to these white supremacists, man. One thing about them, they're slick. They don't get caught on video camera. You know what I mean? Like, this is like, where are all the, you know, with everything? How come if you go and punch in all the assaults, it's not a white person doing it? So, yeah, she's also wrote an article that, you know, she believes that affirmative action against Asians is a good thing.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's
so that goes to tell you where her brain is, like the discrimination against Asians in college applications. So she's a left-wing ideologue weirdo, but it was funny to see even like Elon Musk fight back against it. Like, that's just bullshit. Everybody's just trying to like, oh, it's white people. No, it's not. It's not white people beating up Asians. That's just bullshit. And she's a professor, and she's saying it. So of course NBC News runs with it. It's like it's lies.
Well,
and
listen,
the video surveillance is the biggest enemy to liars.
Things are only going to get spicier from here until November, and even after November, who knows what's going to happen. So,
Kamala Harris, literally a month ago, she was an embarrassment to the Democrat Party, like a little cringe. The only reason why they went with her is because Joe Biden felt, because they announced now, they're saying how it went down. They actually put out the news press that Joe Biden's retiring, going to step down before he even announced it. He was so pissed that he went in front of the reporters and said, yes, I'm going to hand the reins over to Kamala Harris, because he knew they didn't want to do that. Just look at clips. Look at the mainstream media, how they talked about her. Even MSNBC, CNN would talk about she's a word salad and she's Joe Biden's worst pick politically. Like, and all of a sudden now she's Kamala, so brave, so stunning. It's such a joke.
I didn't want to get Jimmy started on this.
I know.
Because I mean, Jimmy, come on, man.
Jimmy.
It's a joke. Jimmy, listen to me, Jimmy.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, Jimmy, come on, man.
But not our Jimmy.
Yeah, that's right, man. All right, listen, we got to go. But hey, listen.
All right, guys.
Oh, geez, Luis. I really like this show, man. I really liked it. It was fun having you guys on, going back to the basics, actually talking boxing, old school boxing. So shout out to Recognize Jimmy and Chief, who was here earlier as well, too. Shout out to Chief. So shout out to Chief, Jimmy, Recognize. Always good talking boxing with you guys. And
on the BDA, you really are a funny guy.
Funny guy.
All right.
What do you mean I'm funny?
Well, hopefully you guys enjoyed the show as much as we did talking about it. And
that was fun, man. I always like to talk about like the old school guys and what it was like, because it's just wish sport was still like that, man.
I mean, hey, listen, come on, man. This year, 2023 and this year have been fantastic, and part of that has to be.
Well, Heyman's supposed to be back, supposedly.
Yeah, I don't know if that article was I don't know if that was a fake news.
You know what's happening. No, that it's just that you're using Heyman's name to try to like gain some popularity. But it's Steven Espinoza. Him and Tom Brown are running the PBC right now.
Right.
Remember when I told you I was the first one? This show was the first one to mention before anybody talked about it. I was told that he was hired on as an advisor role. He's the one who actually brokered the deal with Amazon. There was connections from Showtime, and he was just a paid advisor. But no, he's taken over like he runs PBC right now.
Well, we'll see what happens. Again, we'll talk about this in another show. And I gotta talk to Dr. 805 about doing the most awaited and anticipated show with him. Talk about I'm gonna ask him about what was it? The thing that we were gonna ask him about we were talking about old school boxing. We're talking about the brain. What was it about the damage?
Paralysis?
No, the heart issue. The Holyfield with the
steroids and heart steroids and heart disease. Well, it does clog the heart, right? It builds up. Depends on what you're taking too. Certain steroids are really bad for you, and other ones aren't. Some steroids, like Decadurabolin, it's like drinking a couple of beers. For what it does to your liver, it's almost no side effects. Parabolin 5, certain stuff that's just it's harmless, next to harmless.
I'm going to ask him another thing.
Then there's other ones that are brutal. Halotestin, literally 3 days into your cycle, your liver's aching.
Ah, geez, Luis. Oh, yeah, you told me about that.
Literally, your liver starts aching. Yeah, halotestin.
If people are interested in everything that Jimmy's saying, there's also the second Renaissance. I think it's still up on the Rumble page, because I think Butcher re-uploaded it, where me and Jimmy were talking about, essentially I was interviewing Jimmy about steroids, and he was giving me the rundown on all those different brands, not brands, but different types. Another thing I want to ask him, you guys remind me to ask Dr. Ridofab about, recognize, you told me once that before hitting the gym, you drink coffee to give yourself a boost. But I gotta ask Dr. 805 too. Does that give you a crash afterwards and actually makes it worse, or what you guys remind me to ask him about?
Well, any caffeine overload. If you overload on it, there will be a crash.
Yeah, you see me, I just drink 1 cup.
Yeah,
one.
if to wake you up, yeah, one cup's not going to crash you. You
When
know
I
what I
say
mean? Just
cup, I take what I mean by that is like I drink it in my house, right? It's glass cup, you know, one of those glass cups, some souvenir cups that you go get from when you're at Disney World or the Yankees or you know some shit like that. A nice full size. I drink it. I take my time drinking that shit, and next thing you know, and it's always like Bustelo, and I do that. I don't do the Keurig or I do the old fashioned style. I do the strainer, cook it in the pot. I boil it in the pot, put it in the strainer,
and then throw shit, huh?
Yeah, really. Good.
Well, dude, back in the day, before it became now, you know how like Sudafed now it's behind the counter. You can't you can't buy like because you know back in the day you'd see bikers going into 7-Eleven and buying like 400 packets of Sudafed. You knew what they were doing; they were cooking it down to meth. But they used to sell these pills over the counter. They were punched through fill. You know, they were called. They were yellow Super Blasters 50 milligrams of acetaminophen. You know what I mean? The stuff that they make crystal meth out of. And you would take 2 of those before the gym and you were zinging. They used to be legal right over the counter. Buy them at 7-Eleven. I used to stop sometimes and grab a couple if I was dragging ass in the morning. I mean, your fucking heart's racing. It was basically speed tablets. Now it's illegal. You need a fucking, you know, they don't sell them anymore because of that. They use them to cook into crystal meth.
Well, speak of the devil, we got Dr. 805 jumping in. Dr. 805, can you hear us?
805, how you doing?
He's probably setting up his mic. Yeah, so that's the thing I wanted to touch on. Oh, there we go. Dr. 805.
Can you hear me, gentlemen?
We can hear you, man. Thank you for being on.
What's up, Doc?
Oh, good afternoon. I don't know what time it is where you are right now.
Well, listen, we were about to leave, but we might as well start previewing a little bit of the next show. Because we were talking about old school boxing. First of all, I'll leave this question for later because it's more complicated. But we're talking about coffee and how we're drinking. You know, before the gym age, you drink 1 cup of coffee, it really gets you, it gives you a boost. How much coffee do you have to drink before it becomes detrimental for your gym performance? That you get a caffeine crash or something?
Wow, this is a really good question. Before I start. Can you tell me, am I coming across clear? Am I too loud? Am I too close to the microphone?
Nope.
You're coming great.
Clear as day.
Okay,
clear
perfect.
As day, yeah.
So this is actually a very, very fascinating topic to discuss. So caffeine, you have to understand the issue of genetics once again to go back to this. Some people are very, very sensitive to caffeine more than others. It has to do with how they metabolize and how the receptor sites respond to the caffeine stimuli. Now, people have a big misunderstanding about just how powerful caffeine is. So when this kind of came on my radar, over a decade ago, I had taken care of 2 young boys, 18 and 19, that had suffered strokes from caffeine. So they were doing energy drinks. So this has been going on for a long time. So what happens with caffeine is if you take a very high dose, and if you're genetically susceptible, it can cause what's called a vasospastic stroke. So the caffeine causes your vessels to constrict. This is one of the reasons why they put caffeine in Excedrin with Tylenol, because the 2 combined, are very effective for resolving migraines. Well, if you are taking too much caffeine and it causes your vessels to spasm, to close down, it's like kinking a water hose, so then blood flow is cut off. And anytime there's blood flow that's cut off to tissue, then you can experience hypoxia to that tissue and cell death, or you can have a stroke. So fast forward, and these are a couple examples from guys that I treat. I have 2 gentlemen. So about 4 years ago, he was about 33 years old at the time, and he suffered a vasospastic stroke. He was working out in his garage. It was like a Sunday morning. And then I got a call from the ER from his wife that he had suffered a stroke. Well, what he was doing, he was hot-shotting his pre-workout. So hot-shotting, for those of you that don't know, is where they take the powder and they put it under the tongue before they work out, and it goes directly into their bloodstream. It's very reckless to do that because they don't understand that under the tongue is one of the few places that you can go directly into the bloodstream. That's why they use nitroglycerin for heart attacks. They put it under the tongue. Correct.
Called sublingual, right? Yeah.
Sublingual. So they will put that pre-workout powder under their tongue because they get a kick, but they don't know what they're doing, how dangerous that is. So he had a stroke right there in his garage from this. So the vessels just collapsed and lack of oxygen and blood, and boom, he was out. Fortunately, he recovered. Well, I'm going to give you a very recent example of a client of mine. Now, if you saw this guy physically, you would have a hard time believing the story. So he's a very genetically gifted guy, very muscular, just a large frame, excellent shape. You know, you look at me like, hey, this guy's a stud. He had a heart attack in the gym. So it was a confluence of factors that led up to this. You know, alcohol, not eating enough food, lots of overtime, wasn't sleeping great. Well, he got up in the morning, didn't eat before working out, went in and did a bunch of caffeine. And as he was doing his workouts, it was quasi CrossFit, he had a cardiac event. So he had a heart attack, and they had to resuscitate him there on the gym floor. And he was in the hospital for about 4 or 5 days. And, you know, I had to work with him, you know, after discharge. And I don't want to go into too many details on his case, but when this happened to him, it sent shockwaves through the community because, you know, a lot of people never get a chance to see these cases. See, that's what gives me a different perspective on a lot of things, because I'm actually seeing people that you only hear about, or maybe you never even hear about them. And to see a guy like this suffer a heart attack, and this was a bona fide heart attack, primarily from caffeine. It helps people to realize what they're dealing with. So you said caffeine before a workout. Well, anybody who's going to go work out should be eating food prior to exercising. It's called meal timing. So that window around your workouts, eating before and after, it's really critical. You'll see a lot of professional bodybuilders talk about this. So if you're doing caffeine before workout because you're tired, well, number one, you're probably not eating enough food like an hour before you work out. 2, maybe you didn't sleep well the day before. You know, a little caffeine is safe, but a lot of the pre-workouts will have like 400 to 500 milligrams per dose. Oh yeah, that's the.
Wait. Is that recommended?
You know what I do, and I found this because there was one time where I did this for maybe 2 to 3 months where I was drinking way too much coffee, right? And what I found out was an anxiety attack. I thought I was having a heart attack, right? But I ended up getting an anxiety attack, meaning my heart was like fucking pounding and racing and shit. And I remember like, you know, flipping out. Somebody's like, nah, I don't think, somebody around me said, I don't think you're having a heart attack, bro. Because if you was having a heart attack, you wouldn't be able to say it. He says, it sounds like you're having an anxiety attack. And then I was like, what? What the fuck you mean an anxiety attack? And he's like, yeah, like it's an anxiety attack. That's what it looks like. He said, it's the caffeine. He's like, you've been drinking too much coffee, like back to back to back. So ever since then, like I kind of like just went off coffee. And when I got back into like liking coffee again, what I always do is like have 1 cup. I eat something, right? Whether it's eggs, toast, butter, you know, all that shit. I'll have it with some coffee, right? Then I will go work out. After I work out, I would I feel like I burn all that caffeine out. Okay? So I burn that caffeine out. Instead of like stuffing my face with like a bunch of food, I'll have like fruits, like bananas, maybe like some yogurt with like one of those low-fat yogurts, right? Sometimes I take the banana and put some peanut butter on it and some honey, and I eat it like that. And I'll feel great. Then later on in the day, I'll have another cup of coffee, but it's a small one, like, like something that you buy at a store. You can make it yourself. And basically that'll be my intake for the day. That's my coffee intake for the whole day. When I work out really hard, right? Like I push it. I have coffee like before my workout with breakfast. No matter what time of the day I get up and I start my workout. That's my routine. And when I work out really hard, I take this supplement called Amino Energy, which is basically caffeine too. It has like zero sugar, concentrated caffeine, all that stuff. But I take the very mild version of it. And so basically what I'm saying is I learned how to, from that time that I drank way too much coffee and I had that anxiety attack, I feel like I mastered the intake of coffee, performance, burnout, and then another cup afterwards. And if I'm working out really hard, a supplement that has caffeine in it. What do you say to that?
Well,
and I feel great.
A couple things. So first off, one of the things that caffeine does is it raises stress hormones, and it's going to raise cortisol. So that's one of the hormones that will be elevated from caffeine.
Right.
Now, that's a problem for a lot of things. If you're really looking to, I hate to use the word optimize, but if you're looking to drain as much out of your training as possible, it's going to get granular. Because if you look at the elite level, what is the difference between the people that win and the people that lose? It is very small. The difference is very small. So it's granular. And enhancing your training, making it stronger, what I'm about to tell you, that's at it's at that level. So when I talk about this, just remember, it's for people that are really looking to get into the best shape possible and be as healthy as possible. So when somebody's utilizing caffeine on a regular basis, there's a big deficit in their nutrition. There's holes in their nutrition program because your energy should come from your food, and it should come from your sleep, and it should come from your water. Those three areas are what's going to decimate your energy levels. When a person is taking caffeine on a regular basis, it is basically your body's telling you, without you realizing what it's telling you, is that you're missing something. And when we work with a lot of our clients, we teach them to start to learn what their habits mean, because a lot of people don't analyze their habits and they don't really understand what the body's telling them. So once we get people to start eating correctly and eating enough for their activity level, eating enough for their genetics and their body type, all of a sudden the craving for caffeine goes away. It's pretty miraculous. Like myself, I grew up drinking coffee, and God, man, this says something about my mother. I would, she would let me order coffee when I was like 5 years old at coffee shops. So I was drinking coffee most of my life. But I haven't had coffee in 8 years, because once I got deeper and deeper and deeper into this, and I said, okay, why am I consuming so much coffee? I'm like, okay, well, yeah, I have sleep apnea. Okay, boom, let me fix that. Then I need to work on my eating and learn how to structure my food correctly, fix my macros, look at my activity level, look at the hours of sleep, what time am I going to sleep, look at my water intake, and are you recognized? Is that who I'm speaking to?
Yep.
Okay. So recognize, as I started to improve all those areas, my desire for caffeine just kind of went away. Like literally, it just evaporates.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
It just goes away. And so for you, let's say I was working with you, I'd have the same conversation I'm having with you now. And then I would just start showing you how to slowly start to improve all those areas. And you would see little by little by little, you're like, I don't even crave it. And it's pretty wild. Because we work with a lot of people who consume a lot of caffeine, and we'll take them, like even my wife, she was at one time consuming like 800 milligrams of caffeine a day because she was in too much of a calorie deficit. And once we started, learning much deeper how to structure a nutrition program correctly, all of a sudden the caffeine just started coming down. Boom, boom, boom. And now caffeine, I tell people caffeine should be utilized when you're feeling really tight. I mean, that's to get you through some rough patches. I mean, you want to tap into it when you need it, but if you're doing it every day, then something's off. So, she uses caffeine intermittently, but she was doing like 800 milligrams a day.
Jeez.
That's because, once again, we treated her sleep apnea. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry for interrupting, but you bring up a good point. Okay, so on days where I don't have anything to do, right, and so like I want to work out, I don't drink coffee at all. But if it's a day where I got to go to work, I got to do something else, and then also I want to work out too. That's when I which is almost every day, to be honest with you. Okay. But like those little days where there's nothing going on in between, like let's say within a 2-month span, a day or two here where I notice there's nothing to do, I don't have the urge to drink coffee at all.
Huh.
And can still work out. And can still
do you kind of understand why that is recognized?
I think I'm thinking it's mental.
No, it's not mental. So what we're talking about here is you're talking about activity level. Mm-hmm. So on the days you're working out, your caloric expenditure is much, much higher. So your body, when you're not working out, your calorie deficit's a lot less. So you don't feel the need. And then when you go to work out, you realize I don't have enough reserves. So therefore, let me tap into the caffeine to compensate for your calorie deficit.
Makes sense.
So, BDA, I just sent you a before picture of my wife and then an after picture. So this is like a good representation. I don't know if you can see those pictures I sent you, BDA.
Right.
So well, I don't know if you want...
yeah.
Oh, I don't care. That's fine. You can show it. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah. The pink sweater, she was 175 pounds, and she was about 34% body fat in that picture. And then if you look at the after picture, she's 145 pounds there. And in that picture, she's 19% body fat. And the hard thing for people to wrap their heads around is that the amount of food she's consuming to get to the after picture is significantly more. I mean, almost double what she was eating when she was obese, because she was obese in the before picture. I mean, I don't know if you can show the guys those pictures so they can see kind of an example.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that now here. All right, so this is the before
picture.
Yeah, this is the before right here.
So recognize she was consuming about 800 milligrams of caffeine in the before picture. And then as we got deeper into her fitness program, where we tapered her off of it, and then she uses it intermittently.
Doc, you don't mind if I ask? I mean, is this now? Is she? I can't really see because it's a small picture, so I can't make up her age. But is she in her 30s to make that transformation too? That's impressive for a female at that age. That's very impressive.
Yeah.
Good for her, man. Good for her. Congratulations on her.
Yeah, because women, I mean, do women have a harder time losing fat? That's something that I've heard often.
It's correct because women have a greater percentage of body fat compared to men. Secondly, their androgen levels are much lower than males. So they have two things that are against them. And the third, their muscle genetics are different. But even amongst females, you'll see females that have better muscle genetics and better fat genetics. Mm-hmm. I mean, look at a lot of, we just had the Olympics in France. Look at how those track and field athletes from the United States look. What do they look like? They're very muscular.
Yep.
And they have they have more androgens on average and better muscle genetics. So, but on average for most females, yes, they have a very difficult time because it's called margin of error. So the margin of error for females is pretty low. Like you really have to know what you're doing. I mean, take a look around. If you look at the amount of money spent on diet programs and weight loss supplements, women spend the majority of the money on these and get the worst results for the return on their investment. There's a reason for that because this is very complicated. But getting back to the caffeine part for you, recognize
Yeah.
It puts a lot of stress on the body. And the reason you're having those symptoms is because your stress hormones were going so high that it was mimicking an anxiety attack. And this is why we teach our clients that most people are having anxiety attacks because they're in a calorie deficit. And I know people are like probably
calorie deficit, right? Like you're saying they're not getting enough. They're not getting enough calories, and they're getting it like through stimulants instead of
just period. So let's take, for example, let's just say a girl burns on a particular day 2,000 calories. Let's just say.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's say she only eats like 900 calories.
Oh yeah.
The body's going to recognize that 1,100 calorie deficit, and it's going to start producing more stress hormones, because one of the things that cortisol does is it raises blood sugar. But at the same time of raising blood sugar, it's also giving the symptoms of anxiety. It's a stress hormone. So the way we bring cortisol down is we teach people how to eat on a schedule, balanced with the right ratios of macros, and then all of a sudden their anxiety goes away. And I'm not joking, guys. This is something we reproduce over and over and over and over and over again. It's reproducible.
So with the correct diet will actually reduce or downright eliminate anxiety.
And when I say correct diet, you got to have enough calories, because a lot of people look at nutrition and you see a lot of videos on the internet, social media. People, girls are eating like a salad with a slice of chicken and maybe an apple, and that's not even close to being enough calories and energy for someone to feel good and to be healthy. Because you can actually be very unhealthy, but eat healthy. We get a lot of girls that come to us and they're eating lots of salads and vegetables, and we teach them that there's no energy in that food. It's nutritious, but there's no energy, and you're hungry, and they start bringing in more of the calorie dense foods, and they're like, oh my gosh, I feel so much better. What in the world? I could tell you case studies, just like I told you 2 stories about guys that had one a stroke and another one a heart attack from caffeine. This happens way more than people realize. Way more.
Going back to the caffeine, one of the things you were talking about in the last show was, you were poking holes at the whole fasting fad, where people like to fast. And one of the things I forgot to say, one of the things that, in conjunction with caffeine, one of the things that these guys advocate is that if you wake up in the morning, you really got to extend your fast and only have breakfast way later in the day. So one of the things they recommend is to drink coffee on an empty stomach, because that's going to eliminate that whatever hormone that is that makes you hungry. Why is that even? What do you think about that? Does that make it worse for the stomach, for overall health? Or?
Yes. Yeah. So if you look at, once again, caffeine is raising stress hormones. In the morning when you wake up, that is the highest level of your cortisol. So you take an average, majority of people, the way the human body is designed, cortisol level spikes in the morning. Why? Because it's supposed to wake you up. So if you look back the way people used to live before we had electricity, as the sun started to rise, that light was perceived through the eyelids, like your eyes could recognize that sunlight, and that would send a signal to the brain, and the body would start to release and produce more cortisol, and as the cortisol would rise, you would just wake up. That's how this was supposed to work. And it not supposed to. That is how it worked for thousands of years. So then you would wake up, and we're supposed to have breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to break that fast, because everyone intermittent fast. Everyone on the earth. There's nobody eating while you're sleeping unless you're taking Ambien. But most people are
not taking Ambien.
So when you get up in the morning and you take coffee, a couple things happen. You're going to suppress your appetite. So it turns off your appetite. So that's why people take it when they're in a calorie deficit, because they're hungry. So they're trying to shut that signal down because it's uncomfortable. And what they're doing is they're raising more cortisol, because that's what caffeine does. And cortisol is going to break down muscle tissue. So, and I can show you all this. I can show lab work. I can show you data, excerpts, presentations. I'm telling you, when I give advice, I'm looking at people's blood work. I'm looking at their paperwork on their health history and their current physical a report on how they feel they're doing, issues. We have a whole paper people fill out on symptoms. If you look at how the body works, preserving muscle, stabilizing your mood, that is not what you're supposed to do. I'm telling you, I have thousands of people we've done this with. And when you look at the amount of information on social media, what they tell people, they're really hurting people, because if you're getting the signal that you need to eat, you're supposed to eat. If Greenland's pumping, telling you're supposed to eat, you haven't eaten for 7-8 hours. You wake up, you're like, okay, I need to eat, because your body's going to start moving. You're going to start burning calories. To shut that down and then try and get your body to move, this is why there's such high levels of anxiety. And people don't even understand it, because it's like a slow pulse. And it builds and it builds. And some of this stuff takes years, but when it hits, people are having mental health issues, aggression issues, work performance issues. Like you felt like you were having an anxiety attack, a heart attack.
Yeah.
Well, that didn't happen overnight. It took a while for you to get to that point.
Oh yeah, that happened. And that happened, I had to be still in my 20s, like maybe mid to late 20s when that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I remember that shit.
So
like
the
word anxiety wasn't, like, I've heard it obviously, but me having an anxiety seemed foreign, right? It was like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? No, that was a heart attack. Yeah.
I don't even classify it like that. I just tell people what you're experiencing is the symptoms of elevated stress hormones. I don't even tell people you have anxiety. Like, I don't even diagnose people with anxiety. I say, let's fix your food, let's fix your sleep and your water and your exercise, and then let's see how you feel. And then boom, it goes away. Because I'll tell, like, for you, recognize, let's say you came to me and you're saying, I think I have anxiety, I'm feeling anxious. I said, well, have you been like that since you were little? And you're like, no, this just started like 4 years ago. And when I just start going through your health history and ask you questions, and then I already know, but I just need you to give me the information. And then all of a sudden I need you to realize, like, you're talking to yourself, you're like, oh, wow. Yeah, I started working nights, and I started dating this crazy girl, and man, I was trying to, get, cut up because I was going to do a photo shoot for some men's magazine or whatever. And I cut my calories, and man, I've been doing more coffee. Then I just help you start to realize all the pieces, and you line them up, and you're like, oh, this is why I have anxiety. Yeah, you don't have anxiety. It's just, it's a symptom. Like, your body's telling you something. You just got to go back and kind of, reverse engineer what happened, how you got to this point.
Right.
And then you figure out what it is. It's pretty wild. I mean, honestly, a lot of people, when they come to us, they have a huge level of skepticism. But we have so many patient success stories, and most of our clients come to us directly from a direct referral, that they're seeing their friends' health completely turn around, and they're like, how are you doing this, and why are you doing this? And then we have to spend a lot of time educating people so they understand how this works. Like, for us, you should eat within an hour and a half of getting up. I mean, because if you just start pushing your body, here's the other thing about BDA. I'm going to share with you something very interesting as to why people make the incorrect association with caffeine in the morning. So for a lot of people, they've blown out their adrenal glands because they just have run themselves into the ground. So when they take coffee, it's going to give them a lift in stress hormones. It's going to raise their cortisol to where they feel better because their levels have been low. So they don't realize is that coffee is making you feel better. It is. But it's covering this deficit of stress hormones, because people just think, oh, I have too many stress hormones. Well, I see a lot of people that they have underproduction of stress hormones, and that creates a huge set of problems. So, once you start showing people through blood work, and like I just had a guy, let me pull this up real quick. I'm going to send you a screenshot, BDA, and you can load this up.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 2 seconds. Because this is literally from this week. Let me pull this guy up so you guys can see this. I'm just going to take off his name so you don't see his name. Give me 2, because this is going to mean more when you can see this. Here we go. And this is how quickly people can do this to their body. Because this is great, because this is going to have a before, and it's going to have an after level. And you're going to see, so here we go. Okay, give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, take your time. Yeah, to make sure that you don't put any information there on the air. Well, that's interesting. So anybody that's jumping in here, we're talking about caffeine with Dr. 805 and how you gotta really watch out for that. It makes it seem nowadays people think caffeine, it's not that bad. I mean, it's legal. As long as it's legal, it can't be that harmful. But plenty of things are legal that should be harmful and vice versa. So okay, so you give me this. Hold on a second. Let me just
load that up so the guys can see it.
Right. What are we looking at here?
All right, so this is a cortisol level for this guy. So this guy came to me, and this is oh my God, this is like a perfect example. So he started with me about 8 weeks ago, and he has a pretty significant, mental health history. So if you look at his cortisol level, when he did his initial blood work, it was, I think it's saying 7.7. Do you see that there on the previous, to the right?
Uh-huh.
All right, so he got on treatment, and he started feeling better right away. I mean, immediately, he's like, oh my gosh, he's like, I feel so good. Well, when somebody starts feeling better, what do you think they start doing? They start doing more. Starts exercising more. So he started doing more sessions of jiu-jitsu. And I was telling him from the very beginning, I said, dude, you got to get on a structured meal plan. And I gave him a lot of guidance.
Mm-hmm.
But people don't always listen because it takes time for people to make changes. So we just did his follow-up visit and look at his cortisol level. Look what he did. Now, you're probably wondering why that level dropped. It's because his caloric expenditure, his activity level went super high and his food intake dropped. And guess what he was doing? He was having more coffee, energy drinks. And because he's not well, because it's going to take a time for us to get him healthy, his adrenals are depleted. See that low cortisol? That would be considered like adrenal fatigue. This is a perfect example.
Now that's the thing.
This guy,
so when you say adrenal fatigue, what exactly happens? Like because he's no longer eating as many calories, the body can't produce that. Or it's the coffee does that to you. Like what does that mean? Adrenal fatigue.
I'm going to show you a picture here. This will be good for you to be able to see this because when I talk, I find it's always helpful for people to look at something as I'm describing this. So I have a picture here. Where are we at here? Okay, perfect. So take a look at that BDA if you want to put that picture up so people can kind of see what we're talking about.
Hold on a second. All right, here we go.
Okay, so sitting on top of your kidneys are two little glands called adrenals.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll send a couple. In fact, you know what? This is probably better here. This one's better. It's enlarged. So you can see the actual glands inside the body as a whole, and then there's a separate cutout for the actual glands themselves. I just sent that to you, BDA.
Yeah, it's up.
Okay, perfect. So the adrenals are these little glands. They look like a triangle, but they are a powerhouse. So let me explain to you kind of how this happens. So when we had older cars and you had a battery and you had alternator, when the battery drained, what happened to the alternator?
You're talking to a guy that's not car versed. Automobile versed.
What was the question?
Jimmy, do you remember when the older cars, we had batteries and we had alternators? When the battery went dead, what happened to your alternator shortly after?
Yeah, you'd be running just on your alternator. Like you can literally take a battery out of the old cars and drive for a little while, but you would burn your alternator out. You could your car could keep running depending on what it was. But yeah, back in the days of solenoids and shit.
Right. So your alternator, think of your adrenals like your alternator. That's your backup.
Okay.
Your battery is your food. So you're bringing in food, energy.
Yeah.
Well, when you don't bring in enough energy, and the body taps into the adrenals, your alternator, to produce more cortisol. Because what does cortisol do? It makes blood sugar. And anybody can look this up. The three functions of cortisol, it's listed right there. glucose stabilization or managing blood sugar levels. That's one of the main functions of cortisol. How it does it, though, oh boy, this is where it gets nasty. It goes after your muscle tissue. So it breaks down your muscle tissue and converts it to glucose because it takes the amino acids back to the liver.
That's it.
And the liver converts it to glucose through what's called gluconeogenesis. Now, if your body has to keep relying upon the adrenals to fill that glucose deficit,
it's going to burn out.
Bingo.
Right.
Done. See? Yeah, you're good. You guys are getting this.
It's overworked, yeah.
Well, genetics plays a part in this. Like some people it's going to burn out faster. Some people are going to push themselves harder. There's a lot of variables to this. But ultimately, this is like this example I sent you. This is how this guy ended up like that. Because he...
And you said something about this guy, this guy in particular, that there was history of mental health.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah, those people, I almost feel like adrenaline, like drinks and shit like that, is like part of their problem. They need that all the time.
Well,
they need something to stimulate them.
So just think of, if you're looking at that picture of that guy right there, that animated man, you look at all the systems of the body. There's 11 organ body systems, and your genetics is going to kind of determine where you break. That's going to ultimately be the difference between each person. So if you, let's say your heart is the weak area, well, you know, and all those issues in your life, it's going to hit you there. Well, let's say your brain is a weak area, and you are going to be somebody who's going to probably have issues with mental health. It's just different from person to person. And you don't know until you start living life and going about your life and you start to experience issues. But you know, if you work with someone like me who has a ton of experience in this, I will show you kind of how your symptoms are connected to like your genetics and your lifestyle and your nutrition. And it gets pretty deep here, but it varies from person to person. So what happens is people, they don't understand the red light and they just keep pushing themselves, and you just burn yourself out and then you crash. So people think, oh, like I have mental health issues, I have depression. No, you're just somebody who just kept going. You didn't stop, and then you broke.
All right, now this makes sense,
Like
man, because you want an example of that, Dr. 805. There was a guy by the name of the Dingling Man, Darnell Wilson. He was a cruiserweight contender back in the 2000s. And I remember reading in Ring Magazine, in an interview, he said he was drinking 2 to 4 large-sized energy drinks. I think they were like the Monster drink or Red Bull variety. And that's what he said. He said adrenal fatigue. And now I remember thinking, well, what the hell does that mean? Like adrenal fatigue. And now you've broken the nut perfectly. This dude was
not the 805. There's somebody I found. This dude that I know. It's got to be in his 50s, right? I found out that he passed away. I had no idea, right? And they were like, "Oh, he died of a heart attack." I was like, "What?" Like that's fucking crazy. But I remember. So I knew this guy from the club days. He was older than me, right? I'm early 50s. This guy's mid to late 50s. Has to be in his mid to late 50s. And I remember he used to always drink Red Bull. 20 years ago, Red Bulls and Monster drinks and all those stuff. And so when somebody, when the person told me he died of a heart attack, I was like, what the fuck happened? When I was asking what happened, he was like, the guy was like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't speak to him for a long time, but I heard that he died of a heart attack. It made me think back then, all those Red Bulls he was drinking. And I remember drinking one Red Bull and I didn't like the way that shit felt. I was like, no, I'm done with that. Yeah. Right. And he would drink them. He would drink them like they were nothing.
Yeah, they're toxic because they are overriding the body. And I just sent you something BDA right now. If you want to understand the human body, the 11 body organ systems, I'm telling you, this is how you're going to be able to get a good framework on how you exist, what your life is made of, and how these systems work and how they interconnect and your genetics. So I appreciate you guys letting me talk about the caffeine because it's such a broad topic and it affects so many different areas. And for a lot of people, I get it. They're like, hey, this is complex. I don't have the time to research this. Well, listening to something like this can probably help somebody understand, hey, there's a way to live healthier and better. And it's through eating enough food. You got to eat enough food. You don't hear that enough. Like I sent that picture of the before and after of my wife. We had to basically spend a lot of years unlearning everything we had learned in school because she's in the medical field as well. And then everything you consume in social media. And what I did is I let the blood work teach me. I didn't come in with preconceived ideas trying to fit data to fit my perspective. I said, okay, I'm going to let the blood work teach me because each person's different. And once I got my head around that many, many years ago, that's what allowed me to really jump outside the box and start to learn all this. So, caffeine and eating enough food, eating the right foods, eating the right amounts, right times a day, all of that is what comes together. And sleep apnea is a big one. One of the big reasons why people consume a lot of coffee is they have untreated sleep apnea. And like you look at that picture of my wife, nobody would think that she has sleep apnea, but she does. And people think that only somebody who's obese or overweight would have it. And that's not the case. I mean, you look at her, I diagnosed her when she was thin, but I looked at the symptoms, like for her, she was having a lot of issues with energy. Hence, she was on a lot of caffeine and come like 6, 7 o'clock, she was falling asleep on the couch. And I told her, I said, hey, you have sleep apnea. You have sleep apnea. And she was like real recalcitrant to even going and doing the testing. And I told her,
cat fighting?
Oh, we have a cat who thinks he's a werewolf. Every time he
all right. I thought I heard some cats going at it. That's awesome. I got
as soon as he
cats
hears
too.
me
All right,
talking
cool.
to me, he comes downstairs and he wants to jump on the desk and he's a butthole. But anyways, so she would fall asleep in the evening, like at 6, 7 o'clock. And I told her, I said, there's no reason why you should have less energy than me. I said, I work way more than you. My stress level is way more. You're in better shape than me. And then she was having recurrent headaches by 3 to 5 times a week.
Whoa.
So finally she broke down. And here's the crazy part. So I hope this part right here resonates with somebody or helps someone. So she did a sleep study and she failed it. It said she didn't have sleep apnea. And I told her, I said, disregard that. I said, the sleep studies, the way they're designed, there's a high rate of false negatives. So I got her the device, I set it up, and, the first 3 nights she was resistant because, she was worried about her femininity and she didn't think I'd find her attractive with this device on. Well, the morning of the 4th day, boy, she woke up and I still remember. She looked at me, she said, I thought I slept good. She's like, oh my gosh. She's like, I cannot believe the difference. And that was a huge turning point in her life for many reasons. For many reasons.
There's a lot of background noise there. I don't know who it is, but please mute your mics if you're having a background noise. But it's interesting. So the proper eating is just it rebalances the body. That's the interesting thing right there, and I guess the main point here. Another thing I want to touch on real quick because we're running out of time here. You talk about the overuse of caffeine, but then on top of that, here's another thing that I think people are gonna dislike, but I think it needs to be said. You're jacking yourself up with caffeine throughout the day. Then, I gotta relax and I gotta sleep. So what do people do? Marijuana, or they take other depressants. Well, so essentially, what type of state does that put the body in and the mind?
It's a state of, if you think back to Elvis Presley, and he's before my time, but it's uppers and downers. You're just doing it with different drugs. Instead of doing speed and barbiturates, you're using caffeine and marijuana, and you are really, really putting a ton of stress on the body when you do that. Because if you do it right, when you do it right, you should have enough energy with your food, and then if you're living correctly, you'll be tired when you go to sleep. and then you should have no problem going to bed. It's when people don't know how to do it correctly, to structure their life program, if you will, things are off. And the other part is that, a lot of people are going 100 miles an hour and they take a shower and go to bed. I'm like, that is something called sleep hygiene. You got to prepare your body to go to sleep. And I learned all this and I implemented this, and I have a very, very specific way of getting ready for bed. Like, I give my body about an hour and a half to wind down. And by doing that, I have no problem going to sleep. Years ago, when I was working, jump in the shower, floss my teeth, jump in bed, I'm laying there for 20, 30 minutes. I can't go to sleep. Well, you got to wind the body down, let the brain start to wind down. There's a lot of details to this. It's why people are doing that, doing the marijuana. Under eating is a big one. Like, I just had an appointment today with a guy. And, that's why the appointments are great, because it helps people kind of reset themselves. And, he fell off his program. His food intake dropped and he started drinking more coffee. He's like, my sleep is terrible. I said, look at your caloric intake. He's like, oh man. He's like, I messed up again. So, we gave him some specific recommendations on what to do to help improve his sleep, bringing up his calories. But I can get very detailed on this, BDA, but you're correct.
Is it really needed? Do you really need to get into that much detail? Isn't just because the old school way was, if you're really too stressed out, you give yourself a little release, if you know what I mean, and then boom, you're ready to go to sleep. Yeah. You're saying that it's more complex. You said an hour. You give yourself an hour to wind down.
Not right.
Oh, absolutely.
Interesting.
Yeah,
do you remember the things you used to buy? Do you remember those things you used to buy? Do you remember the name of them? What they call, like, Super Blaster 250? They were 50 milligrams of basically a set of what they were, but they sell at 7-Eleven.
Sudafed?
Yeah, remember those are illegal now, but I saw so many guys spark out at the gym on those because they would take too many, and they would think that they were having heart attacks, but it was because the old hardcore guys at the gym right away would be like, how many of those fucking yellow pills did you eat? I took 4. Like, well, that's why, dude. You fucking. But yeah, man, remember they sell at 7-Eleven, the blister pack, 2 of them for like 99 cents. They were basically speed tablets.
Well, they sell the Blue Chews now. Well, the other variety, the other brand, they all throughout the gas stations now. They sell essentially Viagra. Obviously it's not Viagra, but it's the same family of chemical to give you the hard on. And some people say that it gives you, like, there was a journalist that tried a bunch. He said the first one he tried, he thought he was having a heart attack. He was about to explode.
I'm going to share
and those things like they're selling now, like, nothing like back in the day. But yeah, okay.
I'm going to share a wild story with you. You're talking about ephedrine. So
ephedrine, yes.
Yeah.
Ephedrine.
So years ago, I was up in Sacramento, and I was having to drive back late, and I grabbed a couple no-dos. Do you remember they used to sell no-dos at the gas stations? These little packets of energy.
Especially trucker stops.
Right. So
trucker stops, yep.
I popped 2 packs of no-dos, 4 capsules, and a large cup of coffee. This was years ago, like 15 years ago, before I knew any better.
Yeah.
This is no joke, guys. I was coming down the Grapevine, and I started to hallucinate.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Holy shit!
The road started to lift. The road started to lift. I felt like I was on a roller coaster flying in my truck. Oh my god, you guys! When I got back to Burbank, and I crawled out, I got there and I parked. I'm not exaggerating. I had to crawl out of the truck. I was crawling on the asphalt.
You were freaking out. Dude, you were having a hallucination freak out is what that shit is.
Psychosis.
Yeah.
From an over-the-counter stimulant.
That's fucking insane, man. Let me ask you a question. Was this the first time you've ever done that, or you've done it?
That was the first time. I'd never done that. It was late. I was like, I just want to get home, and I didn't want to.
You were tired, right? You were
super tired.
Yeah.
Tired. It was so real. And, all these things that I've gone through in my life is giving me a certain amount of humility and empathy for people. So when people tell me stories, dude, I've literally gone through so much. I can relate to almost anything except having a menstrual cycle. I mean, beside that, dude, I can relate to almost anything. I have a story.
Well, wait a minute. Now, just for context, were you you said you were driving. Is that you needed that to keep on driving? You were doing a extra long route or something?
He was tired. Yeah, he was super tired.
I was driving from Sacramento to Burbank, which was like 6 hours, I believe. And it was like 12
I remember
at
the
night.
name of them now, Doc. Remember they used to be called Stacker 2s. Remember? They were called Stacker 2s. They were yellow. Yep, yellow Stacker 2s. That was the name of them. They sold them everywhere. Literally, basically, pure 50 milligrams of ephedra. But once they outlawed them, you remember, because people would buy cases of them and turn them into some other illegal substance.
That's interesting.
It was messing up. It was sorry, BD, go ahead.
Well, no, go ahead, and then I got a question.
Oh, so it was causing a lot of heart problems in females. I don't know if you remember this. Remember fen-phen? So fen-phen was banned because women were getting mitral valve issues. So the valves in their heart were becoming defective and leaking because they were spun out on the stimulants and they weren't eating. And it put so much stress, blood pressure would go up, and it was leading to permanent heart damage. Same thing happens with caffeine. Same thing.
So ephedrine is a stimulant.
Oh yeah.
But it's no longer used in Sudafed because of the whole meth thing that people were using to make meth. So
I think baseball players used to use this shit back in the day.
Oh, did they?
Right, but it is still available. You just have to get it from the pharmacy behind the counter, like Primatene.
You know what they used to call them in baseball? Greenies. They used to call them greenies.
The Red Sox pitcher just 2016 was suspended for 30 days because he was taking them. Pills, pills.
I had a question about that because as far as I know, because here in Canada, it's about to allergy season is about to start, and people are popping the allergy medication. Does allergy medication did it used to have ephedrine as well?
Yeah, well, they changed it. It's called pseudoephedrine. Look it up.
Okay, so it's still, that's my thing though. So it's still, they replaced that one with another stimulant essentially with the pseudo now.
No, they took out the aspect so it doesn't stimulate the body like ephedrine used to. It's called pseudoephedrine.
Okay. So, but it's not a stimulant then.
No.
Because I still think, I remember when the last time I took allergy medication, it did kind of jack me up a little bit. And
it still has an effect, but nothing like it used to. When they were using it in baseball. Oh, that was like speed. It was wild.
Because I was going to ask if you let's say you take ephedrine before a workout, but essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, these things constrict the blood vessels, right?
And what is happening when you're lifting weights? You're constricting the blood vessels.
Right. So that's what
I just. Oh, Mr. BD, I was going to say, I just posted a picture exactly what the packets they sold in packets of 4 for 99 cents at 7-Eleven. Think about that at any store.
I'm starting to think
they were blue and yellow.
I'm starting to think that
nuts. They were nuts.
I'm starting to think. I'm putting on my conspiracy hat. I'm starting to think that they use 7-Elevens as a front to test people as guinea pigs, get them to buy this.
It was like Red Bull on a pill.
But, dude, it's like, but it's Red Bull on steroids times 1,000. Those things were crazy. But it's the same thing. Well, GHB, that knockout drug, the sex drug.
Oh, yeah,
GHB used to be sold in the 90s in health food stores. They used to call Blue Nitro. It was called the Liven. You take just enough. You would have these insane workouts, but you took a tiny bit more. You would go into a G hole for 6 hours. Literally into a G hole for 6 hours that you would, literally I took too much one night before the strip club. I was at the strip club. Next time I remembered, I woke up in bed. My wife said my friends had to carry me up 2 flights of stairs. I don't remember any of it. That was over the counter. Check this out. No bullshit. It went from selling it over the counter at my local workout place to a Class A along the lines of heroin in Massachusetts.
And you passed
from completely legal to Class A heroin level shit. That's how strong that drug was.
Thank God this was in San Francisco, Jimmy. Thank God you didn't pass out in San Francisco. But hey, my thing
that was crazy, man.
Okay, so
if that would have happened in San Francisco, something else might have happened to you.
I'm just saying.
No, it's so funny too because it was actually it made sex incredible. Like that was the drug. Like you would bring a bottle of that stuff into a nightclub, and back especially when people were taking ecstasy, they would sell it for $5 a shot. And a lot of the sex club and the gay club, they take that because it would keep you going. It was crazy. But yeah, once the state realized, oh, wait a minute, what's going on? Where they getting this stuff? Oh, getting it at Flexapil in Burlington, right over the counter for $9.99, and now it's a Class A narcotic.
Okay, so I just want to go back to
gamma hydroxybutanol.
I want to go back to the question I had. So, doctor, so let's say you take one of these, you take an allergy medication before going to the gym because you think it's going to jack you up, and then you do like a boxing workout, not a weightlifting thing, but a boxing workout. What's going to happen, or long term?
All right, you're putting even more stress on the body. If you look at training, when you work out with weights, and if you're doing jiu-jitsu or boxing, you're putting a tremendous amount of stress on your body. It's almost unnatural. It's unnatural. So if you're exacerbating that by putting a stimulant that's causing more vasoconstriction, you are putting stress on your heart. And I'm telling you, if I can't send you a picture of him, but if I sent you a picture of this guy who had the heart attack, you would be speechless. You would be speechless.
You're saying,
how could a guy who looks like that have a heart attack? And I mean, this is like a pretty serious thing. I mean, I know this guy. I like him a lot. He's a great dude. And, you know, I talked to his wife. And, I mean, do you understand the conversations you're having at that level? You don't know if somebody's going to make it.
Jeez, Luis.
Like, your whole life is going to change. I mean, there's a lot to this. And we can talk more about this another time. But I tell people, if you do this right, you won't need caffeine. You'll go into the gym, you do a couple warm-up sets, and that blood's moving. There's so much energy just from getting your blood moving at a higher velocity. People don't understand this. But because they never tune the body up, it's like a Formula One car. They do a lot of maintenance on those cars to get them to perform at that level. But if you don't take care of it, it's not going to produce that type of performance. The human body, if you do this right, the body's going to give you so much energy that you won't even know what to do with it. It's just people have never experienced it. Oh, let me give you a little story here. This is literally from 4 to 5 weeks ago. Some days when I get it right, I mean, I get it perfect. It is miraculous. So about 4 to 5 weeks ago, I woke up one morning, I'm not exaggerating. I felt like I was 10 years old again. When I walked out of my room, went into the bathroom, it was like the air, the light coming through the window. I felt like I did when I was 10. I felt like I was having this supernatural experience. And it's because my sleep was so good. My diet was on point. My training and my brain, just everything just popped. And it was so emotional for me because I take notice of those times. I said, look at my body, what it can do naturally when you give it everything it needs. And that's what I'm always trying to chase. Getting my body to give myself that experience and not having to dump a chemical in it to reproduce that. You know, like tonight, you know, I'm so excited to, you know, because I wrapped up work early and it's an off day from the gym. And so I'm just going to start prepping for sleep a couple hours earlier just to wind down, just to relax. Because I want to kill it tonight. I want to have a great night of sleep. And I know it sounds silly, but I appreciate these things so much more now because I've had to work so many years to get here. Because I've had a lot of health issues, man. Horrible. If I told you my health history, you wouldn't believe what I've been through. But anyways, getting back to doing the stuff before the gym, I tell people, believe me, you'll feel so much better when you've had good sleep, plenty of food. If you time your food right, you eat enough food, the energy, the strength, it's way more than you'll get from doing inhalants, because a lot of guys do inhalants, like they huff those powders to try and jack their brain up. You see a lot of powerlifters do it. They pop or they get those powders and they inhale it to give them a rush. It's just an inhalant stimulant. That's all it is. Or doing lots of caffeine, because you're right about the crash. The thing with ephedrine was, like, after you took the ephedrine, you would experience a crash just like you would with meth. It was horrible because I took it once. I took it for like a couple of weeks because I wanted to experience it. And after I do the ephedrine, I was like, this is horrible. I felt wasted afterwards. I was like, nope, I'm done with this. Never. Done.
Yeah, that's interesting because what you mentioned, by the way, when you woke up and you felt like a 10-year-old again, there's a writer, he passed away 11 years ago, but his body of work, his life mission was to find out how to cause the peak experience. That's how he coined it. His name was Colin Wilson.
Hunter Thompson?
Colin Wilson. And he used to talk about that, the peak experience, because it's a long story, but essentially he was, when he was younger, he had a poet's mind, a philosopher's mind, and he was living in a working class environment, and there was no way for him to use that knowledge and that craving for literature that he had. So once he decided to go to university, he thought that was gonna solve it. So he went into chemistry, but then he found out again that he was getting depressed. So one day he was gonna kill himself, and he heard a voice, sort of like a second voice, say, "Are you a fucking idiot? What are you doing?" And that's when he realized, well, wait a minute, who's the real me? The guy who wants to kill himself and who's depressed, or the one who feels moments of jubilance and exuberance? That's when he started realizing. So the peak experience, essentially, it means, if anyone here is Christian or they celebrated Christmas, the day before Christmas, when you're a kid, you're elated. There's nothing that can stop you. If your parents were told you to clean the room and you hated it, but it was the night before Christmas, you'd do anything. It doesn't matter because you know something's coming. So he started researching that. What is the peak experience? And he came to realize that a lot of peak experiences are caused by exertion. Once you actually use your energies, the natural energies that our body has, at first you're going to hit a wall where you're going to go, oh man, I can't anymore. But if you just push past that and keep on going, eventually you're going to start feeling a little bit of the peak experience. Now, the peak experiences vary. Some other researchers call it the mystical experience. The peak of the mystical experience is when you actually start sort of hallucinating a little bit. You start seeing lights. I think William James, I forget which James brothers. There was William James and then there was Henry James. One of those dudes wrote about that famously, about a peak experience where he actually started seeing, he was in a horse carriage, I think, and he thought there was a fire outside. He realized it wasn't. He was seeing lights. So my point is, Abraham Maslow, who was a psychologist, he was the one that came up with the hierarchy of needs. He also spoke with Colin Wilson about that because they were essentially researching the same thing. He says that once you get everything done and once you get, taking care of your basic body needs, shelter and all that, then there's a question of, well, what's next? What else do I've got, I've fulfilled everything. Then comes the next big one, which is self-fulfillment or self-actualization. And I think now that you're talking about this, because he said he started, instead of researching sick people, he started researching healthy people, psychologically healthy people. He realized that a lot of these guys were having more peak experiences than the rest of the population. So I'm thinking, now that you mentioned the nutrition aspect, maybe that's one thing those guys missed, since they weren't trained in this type of stuff. Maybe it's one of the reasons why some of these guys are having more peak experiences is also nutrition.
Absolutely. BDA boy, I love it. I love what you just shared right there, because there's such a black hole when it comes to understanding how much food the body needs. I really, honestly, my honest opinion is that we've been propagandized to believe the path through health is less food. That is not accurate. Like, let's just take protein, for example. Let me share one little point about protein. So you've heard lots of important details about the importance of protein, right? We hear that.
Right.
Well, how much protein do you need each day? How much protein does a woman who's 5'3" need, or a woman who's 5'8"? Okay, well, you need to get that every day. Well, what if you're not getting that every day? What are the implications of that? What are the consequences to the way your body works? What role does protein play in the body? Well, if you start learning the role that protein plays, then it gets real hairy. So let's just
What do you recommend for a female, like 0.5 gram per body pound? Or is that too much?
Well, I mean, a general safe way to do it, if you're going to really do it, is take your weight, multiply by 0.8, and then that's going to give you your protein goals. That's a safe way to do it. It's going to give you plenty of protein. Not too much, but plenty of protein. But
your body can only break down so much protein, right? Doesn't the rest go to waste? I mean,
it doesn't go to waste. So you're talking about your liver's capacity to break down ammonia, because protein is broken down and one of the waste products is ammonia. Well, your liver has a finite ability to convert ammonia to urea. So this is why if you take in too much protein, you're also putting tremendous stress on the liver because high levels of ammonia will cause mental changes. So if you know anybody who's had liver disease, they have to take a medication called lactulose. And there's other stuff you can take, but it binds up the excess ammonia and pulls it out through their rectum in diarrhea because high levels of ammonia cause them to become almost like obtunded. They're like drunk. They're altered state. Like they can't communicate. They look like they're drunk. They're confused. They slur their speech. And that's what high levels of ammonia does. So anyways, you can do that by taking in too much protein. So, knowing how much protein you need is important, but here, let's keep going with that. So let's say you have a guy who's 200 pounds and he's supposed to get like 175 grams of protein per day. Well, what are the implications of him taking in, let's say 100 grams? And then the next day taking 130 and the next day taking in 90. What you're stacking up is a deficit of protein each day. And then you look at what does the body use that protein for? Then you start to understand, okay, this is how the body starts degrading. Because the body's not getting enough of what it needs to do its job. And then it starts compensating to try and keep you alive. And this is how it gets crazy because then you have the same with carbohydrates. So the two issues when it comes to nutrition, people are deficient in protein and they're deficient in carbohydrates. The macronutrient that I've never seen not one person deficient in is fat because it's the cheapest food source in our food system. And it's the one that tastes the best. So people are deficient in protein, they're deficient in carbohydrates. And if you look at the neurotransmitters that are made from protein and carbohydrates, getting back to eating enough protein, look up right now, just type in neurotransmitters synthesized from protein. And then you're going to see them come right up. And then you're going to understand what I'm saying to you, why it's so dangerous for you to be protein deficient on a day-to-day basis. Because guess what? Your whole perception of your reality is shaped by your neurotransmitters. Mm-hmm. Isn't that why people take antidepressants? Isn't that why people take Adderall? Of course it is, to try and raise neurotransmitters. So then let's talk about carbohydrates. Same thing. If you don't have enough of these, how's your body going to give you that peak experience without chemicals and meditation? So nutrition is the best vehicle to get you there. Then you look at the other stuff like exercise, sleep, and meditation, and mental health work and introspection. But just to come back to here's one point about protein. So look at the health and beauty world. How much money is spent on skincare products, hair products for healthy hair, skin, and nails? Right? Billions. Check this out. The body has to get rid of urea, which is a nitrogen-based molecule, through your urine. It's a waste product. It has to get it out. But guys, there's another way the body gets rid of urea, and the body's brilliant. Do you know the body pushes out excess urea to your skin, hair, and nails? So that waste product, the body is like recycling the waste product into something good, because that nitrogen is what's going to give you strong nails, hair, and skin. So all these women who are out there spending billions are overlooking the most important component, which is their nutrition. How much protein do I need each day? Am I measuring it? Am I tracking it? Am I getting enough each day? Because they want what? Good skin, good hair, and good nails. So they're trying all these products. But do you think L'Oreal is going to teach you about this? Hell no. They want Susie, who's eating 30 grams of protein a day, to keep doing that because she's going to have messed up hair, messed up skin, messed up nails, and she's going to be spending money on my products. This is how insidious it is when we've been propagandized. So if you start preaching to people, intermittent fast, restrict your food, eat less, that's how you can be healthy. It creates this huge gaping hole in your health. And don't worry, there's drug companies that are there with an antidepressant. Oh, we got some Adderall for you. We got some modafinil. We got some skincare products. If you learn how to do this and drive your nutrition, and then you're like, okay, like my wife, if you look at her pictures there, hitting her nutrition consistently for 7 years. I mean, eating her required protein for 7 years every single day. Then you start to see what the body can do on a whole different level over time. So that's where things get wild, is doing these things over time. See, a lot of people can, like getting ready for a fight. Oh, I'm going to go into boxing camp. Oh, I'm going to be good for 10 weeks, 12 weeks. 12 weeks? What a joke. Do it all year round. Look at Bernard Hopkins. How did he train and how did he eat?
He was a gym rat.
365?
Yeah.
All year long. And how long did he compete?
20 plus years, man. So he was a 50-year-old man.
You guys, people don't really look at the signs in front of us. There are a few people that have come along, and how did he learn this? He was in prison. He got super focused, man. He never wanted to go back. So when he came out and he trained and he's like, I'm going to take care of my body 365 days a year, every single day. Look at what he could do. People look at him like, oh, he's a rarity. No, that's what good nutrition and healthy lifestyle can do.
Absolutely.
It's interesting because you mentioned the fact that there's a lot of misinformation going on there, and the fasting now, it makes me, listen, I'm a bit of a conspiracy guy at heart, and not, people hear that the term conspiracy is a pejorative term now, but it's a multi-billion-dollar industry out there, whether we're talking about the pharmaceutical industry, whether we're talking about skincare products, hair products, the cosmetics, in other words. I can't help but wonder if this is just another con, the whole fasting thing, because Dr. Ridofav, I don't know if you've ever heard of Dr. Patrick Leroy. I think he's a Belgian guy. No. Well, he talks about, he's a bioengineer, and he talks about how there's a conspiracy, that how they're trying to reduce meat intake now? They've been doing that for a while, right? And they're talking about how, well, it's because, it destroys the environment and blah, blah, blah. The alternatives, I don't know if you've seen the alternatives that they're trying to push via the WEF and other platforms, soy drinks, toxic pellets, these type like bean pellets and stuff like that. He says that this all started when McDonald's started introducing nuggets, or, stores started introducing as well, microwave food, and it's in the form of nuggets and all that. He says that that's a way of dehumanizing food, to turning into pellets. In other words, like we're livestock. You give pigs and your dogs pellets, and And he says that meat now is being demonized, and people are being told to reduce their meat intake, and eat insects. That's going to be the one of the big things too now. Eat insects. So everything you're saying, do you? I mean, I don't want to push too much, but do you think there's a conspiratorial element to this?
There is no doubt that is what is going on. So I don't know if you can put up that screenshot I sent you of the 11 body organ system.
Hold on a second.
Can the guy see it? At the very.
I think I took it. Well, I'm going to put it back. I'm going to take the picture again that you sent, but I'm going to put it up.
Yeah, if you can put it up, BD, I'd appreciate it. Because I want to direct people to look at the bottom of that list.
There it is.
The immune system. Now, as a person's nutrition declines, every system in the body weakens. And when the immune system weakens, what happens to you? You get sick. You can't fight diseases. So please, gentlemen, if you think fasting is healthy for you, go talk to some kids in the Congo. Go talk to kids in Sudan who are starving. They're fasting.
Oh, yeah. They're fasting to the point of death. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you talk about the lie. If you can twist something and to fool people, to shine it up, boy, that's evil. And that's what they've done. I mean, do you know how many women come to us broken? I'll tell you one story of what this toxic message has done. So I got a call one night. It was a Friday night from a therapist who's also a client of mine. And it was like 7:00. So, I mean, I have a very good relationship with the people I work with. So, they can call me all hours. And she says, look, I hate to do this to you, but I'm with a client right now, and she's in a bad place. I mean, I'm afraid she's going to be hospitalized. It is really bad. So when someone tells me that, especially a therapist, professional, I'm like, okay, this is serious. I said, okay. I said, I'll talk to her. So put her on the phone. And I already knew, within 5 questions, I already knew what was wrong. And I said to her, I said, I will help you. I said, first off, do you feel like you're going to hurt yourself tonight? No, I won't do that. I have a daughter. She needs me. She has special needs. I would never do that to her. I said, okay. I said, I'm going to give you homework. I said, I'm going to give you 2 days. I said, we're going to talk on Sunday. If you do these things I'm going to tell you, I will work with you. If you don't do them, I will not work with you because you're not going to make any progress. So I'm not going to take your money. So okay, I'll do whatever you tell me. I said, I want you to leave your session. I said, I want you to drive to Domino's Pizza. I'll never give you this advice ever again. I said, but this is a one-time deal. I said, I want you to get you a large pizza. I want you to get French fries from McDonald's. I said, I want you to start eating. I want you to go get some ice cream. I said, tomorrow morning, I want you to go out to breakfast at IHOP. I want you to eat as much food as you can shove in your mouth. I said, I don't care about the quality right now. I said, I want you to eat like your life depended upon it. Tomorrow afternoon, I want you to go get 15 street tacos. I want you to go get cheeseburgers. When I talked to her Sunday morning, what do you think she told me? Oh my God, I can't believe how much better I feel.
Now wait a minute.
I know.
Why did it have to be junk food?
Because it's got to be fast metabolizing, high calories, because this girl had been intermittent fasting for so long. Her stress hormones were off the charts to where, like what Recognize went through, he thought he was having a heart attack. She was having a psychotic break because her nervous system was shutting down. So the way to reset that, to shut those stress hormones down, is I had to get super high calories. So try getting 1,200 calories in your mouth right now with broccoli, sweet potatoes, and chicken breasts. Do you know how much you would have to eat? You would
have to eat a whole lot of that. Yep.
You would have to throw up.
Yeah,
to get a
point
girl.
Now that makes sense. I know what you mean now. Yep.
So that's why.
So to get this.
That's why all these. I don't know. I read an article once about how these actors kill themselves to look as jacked and ripped as they can for one day, like for one scene, right? They pre-planned that months earlier, and that's it. That's the thing they always talk about: chicken breast and broccoli. Well, of course, now it makes sense that they're losing so much weight, so much body fat. I mean, you're saying they'd have to eat a lot of that to actually gain weight.
Correct. So this girl had been doing this for so long. Why? Because her dad was doing it. Her mom was doing it.
Oh, yeah.
And then once her dad and mom saw how much her daughter turned around, they're like, hey, we want to work with you. Oh. Okay, I'm going to send you guys this. This is, okay. You got me cooking now. Here we go. This is a real example of what can happen when you eat more food. And you would never believe this if I didn't have the data to show you this. So check this out. So her dad was intermittent fasting, and that's where she got this from. So anyways, when she talked to me on Sunday as I'm getting these snip tools, she says, I can't believe how much better I feel. She's like, oh my gosh. She's like, thank you so much. She's like, I feel like my brain can work. And so I had explained to her what was going on. I said, now we're going to start to work on eating healthy. I said, but we had to reset your brain so you could think. That's because when she was talking to me, I mean, you're talking, she was crying. She was distraught. I mean, it was bad. It was horrible. So now she's doing so much better. It's a different person. Honestly, it is a different human being from learning how to eat enough food. This is a girl, and think about this, BDA. This is a girl, young girl, in her 20s, special needs daughter, doesn't know anything. She hears this, and this podcast sounds convincing. I'm going to do this. It almost took her out of the game permanently. That's how serious it is. And when you give people medical advice, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just sent you one screenshot. Can you put that up?
Yeah, I've got it. I was going to ask, what is that?
Okay, here we go. So this is from an InBody, and it's a body composition analysis test. And I'm just going to send you the second one so you have both of these. So we can rock and roll and I can kind of share with you what this is. Okay, let me see here. Let me just pull this up. Let me send you the second one. There we go. All right, guys. Chew on this. So this guy's weight was 278.7 pounds. Do you see that there?
Yeah. Okay, so this is a guy. It's not the woman, this one.
No, this is a guy.
Okay.
So her dad was 278.7 pounds. His skeletal muscle mass was 110.9 pounds of skeletal muscle mass. His body fat mass was 86.5. All right?
Uh-huh.
Look at the second screenshot I sent you. This is 30 days later.
30 days later. So he goes...
From eating way more food. And I'm talking, I think at the time of this one, my wife had raised him probably like 60% of his calories from what he was previously. So look at the second screenshot. 30 days later, his weight went down to 271.6. He lost no muscle mass because his skeletal muscle mass is 110.9 pounds. Look at his body fat mass.
Well, let me just go back to the first one. So the first, it was
78 point. Yep.
86 was the first one. Then it goes to 70. Okay, so he lost body mass. Excuse me, body fat.
Body fat.
Pure fat. Pure
Right.
fat. Pure fat.
Was he working out at all? Or?
Hold on. He actually lost 8.2 pounds of pure fat. That's not water weight. That's pure fat he lost.
Huh.
You see, when people lose weight, they don't know if they're losing water or they're losing muscle.
Yeah.
Most people are losing water and muscle.
Yep.
To do this in 30 days is unbelievable. But because he did everything my wife told him, she turned up his metabolism by feeding it. I'm telling you guys, when you learn this, if I teach you how to do this, you're going to be so disgusted when you look at everything people are teaching you. And Jimmy, if you're still there, I don't know if you're still there. But if you look at professional bodybuilders,
I'm still there.
How do you think they build muscle?
They're eating all the time, yeah.
Of course they take drugs and train,
exactly.
but they eat. This guy lost no muscle mass.
That, yep.
110.9 pounds of skeletal muscle mass, didn't move a dime, and this dude doesn't even work out.
Uh-huh. So wait a minute. This was a 7-day difference, you said?
30-day difference.
30. Okay, so 30 days, all he did was he started eating more, and I'm going to guess he was eating healthy food as well. He wasn't going, you didn't tell this guy to go to the Pizza Hut.
Correct. No. Yeah, he was going through a nutrition program with my wife. She was teaching him how to eat. The ratios, the macro ratios are everything.
Well,
there's a lot to this.
Yeah, so that's people are begging to know then in the chat. What's exactly is a good eating regimen? How many carbs, how much protein, how much fat?
All right, so I'm going to share something with you. Here we go. I know I'm kicking a lot of information, but I'm in a good mood right now. So let me show you this. Okay, so I'm going to send you this BDA. I'm going to start blowing people's minds. Okay. So if you saw a guy who was that heavy, let me get the correct one up. One second. I'm going to get you his starting one. Here we go. I'm glad we're doing this because this allows me to kind of give people stuff that they can see so they can learn. Because a lot of stuff I tell people, it's like their brains start to split, like they're going through the event horizon. They can't believe it. Here we go. Here we go. Title on this one is going to be example 3. And if you wouldn't mind uploading this so the guys can see this.
So this is in relation to what exactly you should be eating.
I'm going to how much you need to eat. I'm going to start giving you clues. This is just a clue because there's more to this, but I'm going to give you a very powerful clue.
All right.
So, BD, if you could load that up and just, if you could tell people what the guy's basal metabolic rate is, because you'll see it there. it'll say basal metabolic rate, and if you could read out the calories, so they could see this.
2,254 calories.
All right. Now I'm going to send you the definition, because there's a lot of people who don't know the definition of this, because I want people to understand what I'm basing this on. I don't want to come off like a clown, like a lot of people who you see on podcasts that are just talking off the top of their head, and they're saying a lot of incorrect stuff, but people don't know. They're like, well, it sounds credible. I don't ever want people to just listen to me. I want to show people and then listen to me talk, and then boom. So if you wouldn't mind, BDA, can you read, or can anybody read, the definition of basal metabolic rate?
All right, so now this is the second. Yeah, okay, hold on. So basal metabolic rate. Basal metabolic rate is the minimum number of calories needed to sustain life at a resting state. BMR is directly correlated to lean body mass. Basal metabolic rate. All right.
So this guy, when he was 278.7 pounds, so you think that, you're like, oh, this guy's fat. And he was obese. That's off his first in-body.
Mm-hmm.
His calculated BMR, basal metabolic rate, was 2,254 calories. That means 24 hours of rest. If he was just laying in bed, sitting on the couch for 24 hours, that's how many calories he would need to eat to sustain life, to deliver nutrition to all those systems in the body. When we teach people this, they can't believe it. But the machines have been calculating this for so many years but unfortunately, the answers are right under your nose. But unless you have somebody show you, you're not going to find this.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people know this, but I'm telling you, it's a very small percentage. So that means that for his body, because people don't realize fat requires energy. If you don't get energy to fat, that fat's going to die. It's going to become necrotic. It's going to rot. So fat consumes energy to stay alive.
Mm-hmm.
Fat is not inert. It releases lots of hormones. People don't realize this. It's very active. So this guy, I can tell you because I know his nutrition. When he came to us, he was eating about 1,100 calories a day. Do you see a problem there?
Of course, yeah. You're saying, because here, just to remind people, it says basal metabolic rate 2,254. And this guy was 50%.
That's doing nothing. That's doing nothing. That's how much he needs to eat. You get out of bed in the morning, you start working out, going, running errands. Your caloric expenditure goes up. I know this is a hard concept, but once you get this, you're like, oh, this makes so much sense. So my wife started bringing up his food gradually. So within a month, he's eating about 60% more than he was when he started. And his body says, thank you. We know what we need to do. We're going to start dumping this fat. And that's what the human body does if it's done right.
Okay, see, that's an interesting way of explaining it, because there's a lot of people out, well, not a lot. There's some people in the chat saying, well, I already know this. This isn't mind-blowing. Well, first of all, this is a boxing sports podcast. We attract the best. I'm not tooting my own horn here, but that's what we do. That's the influence we have on people. Second of all, do you think the thousands of Americans out there who are obese know this? There's a reason why.
Absolutely not.
Exactly.
And so I'm going to keep going, BDA. For the people that think they know this, how do they know how much to eat each day? They don't have a freaking clue how much to eat. That's your BMR. That doesn't tell you how many calories you're burning. See, the hook here, and where people don't understand. So you look at that before and after picture of my wife. I'm going to give you some specific numbers.
Mm-hmm.
In her before picture, she was down like at 1,400 calories a day, and she was obese. We had to start tracking her caloric expenditure. So her caloric expenditure was fluctuating all the way up to 2,400 plus calories a day. You see, this is kiddie stuff. To be able to produce those type of results in another person, to get them to change their body composition. See, people can have a lot of ideas and know bits and pieces, but to put the whole puzzle piece together, is very complicated. Because if I told you that this guy right here is eating over 3,000 calories a day and dropping body fat, would you believe me?
I mean, I got to tell you, as a layman, I would have said, whoa, wait a minute, how? But then you explained it and you go, okay, makes sense. I mean,
Correct.
in the last episode you were on, you were talking about the people from the Papua New Guinea and all that. These people aren't overeating, but they're eating enough and they're still lean. I mean, some of these dudes are fucking ripped.
Now let's talk about that. So when you start looking at genetics, muscle tissue genetics, you look at physical activity, because what's one way to preserve muscle mass? Isn't it resistance training? Yes. You got to exercise. So those people are exercising. But when you look at them, look at the health of people in Africa. You have people who are dying of diseases that here in the United States we laugh at. We're like, what? Because they don't have enough nutrition. And guess what? Their immune system's weak. How about blindness? What about rickets? So they're having other problems. You just don't see it because on the outside, they're super, super lean. Mental health issues. What's their life expectancy? What are the cancers? I mean, look how many people die of malaria in Africa. I know there's reasons for that. But you look at all the other infections. Look at the waterborne illnesses. Bronchitis, pneumonia. Health is not just based upon how you look. For us, is like we're trying to get people to be as healthy as possible all around. And then when you get into the mental health component, that is a big part of this. And see, so a lot of people in the chat who think they know about this, BD, the biggest mistake people make is they're eating the same amount of food every day. It's because they have a very shallow understanding of nutrition. So let me ask you this. So recognize, remember you were talking about how on some days you felt you needed coffee, some days you didn't. Like, when you worked out, you needed coffee, and when you didn't work out, you didn't need coffee, right? What's happening is that, your caloric expenditure fluctuates. But your caloric expenditure as a man can swing sometimes up to 2,000 to 3,000 calories a day. Now chew on that for a second. Because I can tell you for me, my caloric expenditure will swing between like 3,300 calories a day up to 5,000 calories in a day. And I'm not even pushing myself super hard. So how are you going to tabulate a swing of 1,700 calories in your daily intake? Just based upon intuition. You're not. You need someone to teach you how to do this. And when you start looking at, okay, like for example, let me use me as an example. For many years, when I was having a lot of health issues, I was eating 2,400 calories a day. Same amount every day. But it wasn't until I started to learn that, hey, my activity level is bouncing from day to day. For lots of reasons. Not just working out, maybe more stress at work. Let's say I didn't sleep as much. Let's say you sleep 5 hours one night. Well, the next day, you're going to burn more calories, BDA. Because you didn't sleep as much. Your body's not as recovered. So it's more stress in the body, so you burn more calories. There's lots of variables to this. So then I was eating 2,400 calories a day every day. And as time was going on, I was getting more irritable, more frustrated, more depressed. My brain would stall at times. And I literally one day I told my wife, I said, listen, I can't do this. I said, my brain needs more food. I said, this is not working. I said, there's something wrong here. This data is wrong. And boom, it led me down this other path to learn this. And we have people now eating astronomical amounts of food and not gaining any body fat. Like I have a client. Go ahead, BD, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No. So, I have a client, and this guy is 6'9". This is a big dude. And if you look at what he was eating before, and if you look at what he's eating now, to go from like 2,500, 3,000 calories to eating almost 7,000 calories, the guy just chuckles. He's like, dude, I can't believe I'm not gaining any body fat. Dude, this is crazy. But he's putting on muscle. He's stronger. He has more energy. His mood's better. See, this isn't just about, I'm gonna meal prep and I'm gonna do some sweet potatoes, some chicken and some broccoli every day. Who stays with that? Nobody stays with that. You know, why do you think some of the reasons why people can't stick with a diet plan? What do you think, EDA or the other guys? What do you think? What are the reasons?
Well, first of all, first will be like a discipline. They want to go the sweet route. They want to get those sugar levels. But I suppose the other thing would be, based on what you're saying, is if they're eating the same thing day in, day out, at the same amount of calories, they're not adapting to the amount of work they might do on any given day.
Bingo. So do you know what's stacking up day by day?
No.
Calorie deficit. So let me show you guys something here. So let's say here, BD, if you can kind of tabulate this, if you can type this, because I don't know how to get this across to you.
Uh-huh.
So let's just pick a number. Let's say you're in 1,000 calorie deficit every day.
All right.
Okay. In 30 days, how many calories in the hole are you?
Well, wait, you're at 1,000 a day, you said, right?
And after 30 days, what's your calorie deficit?
Well, 30 times 10, that's 30,000.
30,000. Okay. In 1 pound of fat is roughly 3,500 calories. So divide that 30,000 by 3,500.
All right, what do you get?
8.6 pounds of fat.
Huh.
Okay. 8.6 pounds of fat. That's the energy that you are missing in your body. That's the equivalent of fat on your body, because that's what people are trying to do, right? They're trying to lose fat.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're trying to reduce your food intake and lose weight in a calorie deficit, what is the signal being sent to your body? What is your body picking up? It's called nutritional signaling. Do you have enough food or you don't have enough food? You're lacking. That's why they call it a calorie deficit. So what does the body start doing? The body starts fighting back. So here's the kicker, man. This is going to blow you away. Let's say the body lets you burn 8.6 pounds of fat every month because you're in 1,000 calorie deficit.
Right.
Whatever you burned, you're in 1,000 calorie below that. So do 8.6 times 12. What do you get, BDA?
Well, you're going to get 100 and something, right? 106?
103.2.
103.2, all right. That's after
in
30
12
days.
months, you would lose 103.2 pounds of fat on your body. Right now, BD, I don't know what you look like. What would happen to you if you lost 103.2 pounds of fat?
102. How many? Repeat that.
103.2 pounds of fat.
I don't think that's possible.
You would be dead.
Right.
You would be dead. So I'm leading you somewhere. So if you would be dead, your body knows this. So how quickly does a person die without food? How long can they go without food before they're dead?
Well, from my understanding,
Weeks.
it can go pretty long way, right?
Weeks. Because what people don't understand is that you're getting progressively weaker. So your body's progressively shutting down. And based upon your baseline health, is how quickly you would die from a lack of food, right? Because you're going to die from what? You're going to die from dehydration before you'll die without food, won't you?
Right.
Absolutely.
Right,
yeah. Right. So if you're getting nothing, no water, no food, right? You're going to go weeks at the most. So now you got to look at the body has a different perspective on you and your world than you. Your body's got to adapt to things very quickly. Let's say you see some guy running up to your car with a gun. How quickly does your body have to react to that threat? In milliseconds. How quickly does the body have to respond to these nutritional threats to your health? We're talking right away. It's not like the body can sit back and just let you kind of do your thing for 6-7 months. As you're depleting the body is fighting back at the same time. That's why, Jimmy, how many people complain about going on a weight loss program and they start losing muscle? How many people complain about that?
All the time, because their diet isn't correct. And what happens, because muscle's water soluble, and fat is just like it would look like lard. And I said all the time, it doesn't come off the same. And your body will always attack the first available source for energy, and it eats muscle quicker. It's the same thing with long distance runners. You ever see them, like marathon runners? They look fat. They look like they got fat on their legs. Whereas sprinters, quick blast, they big, huge quads. Yeah, it's the same type of thing. They just they don't eat if you don't take in the right amount of protein. You're not eating properly. It's a waste of your time.
Right. So the body's responding super quick to these deficits. You don't know this, but your body does. So your body's making these changes literally hour by hour, and it's eating muscle because it knows if it just burns through all your fat, you're going to die. You're going to be dead. So it's trying to ration it. Pull a little muscle, pull some fat, take some cartilage. Let's eat some organs, right? Because as people start to starve, their organs get smaller because the body's eating the organs.
Right.
So a lot of people know like, oh yeah, I'm going to eat 2,200 calories every day. That is old bro science nutrition. Cutting edge is what we're doing here, teaching you how to adjust your calories day to day based upon how active you are, the stress level, your recovery score. Because how do you recover from one day to the next? It's what? Sleep, water, and food.
And Doc, too, back when I was back in the day in the bodybuilding, like people would think like, oh man, that's great. Because I would say, yeah, I try to get as many calories. It's actually hard to get as many because, my nutrition needs were different because I was trying to pack on muscle. And I would say, no, it's actually hard. It's like, yeah, if I was eating cheesesteaks and pizzas, I could get up to 5,000 calories. but when you're trying to eat clean, man, that's 2 dozen chicken, egg whites, lean chicken, rice. I mean, I'd go to work every day with fucking big brown bag with containers, literally. Swordfish and stuff. It takes a lot. You have to eat it. It's very hard. It's why I say all the time, bodybuilding is the most selfish sport there is. Because it's just, you know what I mean? Everything's fixed around you and your diet. Even when you travel and do vacation, terrible.
You're right. So the other thing, I'm glad you brought that up because that takes me back to BDA's, what I said about why people fail their nutrition program. Something called food diversity. Now, if you don't know this, you better listen. If you don't change up the food you're eating day to day, you're going to damage your microbiome. So the ratio of bacteria in your intestines, your body craves variety because different foods are feeding different bacteria colonies. Mm-hmm. One of the reasons why people fail their nutrition programs, and they don't know this, is because when you're eating the same foods, you're causing a imbalance in your microbiome. And your body is going to force you to bring in different foods by sending you those hunger signals. They're like, hey, this is not good for us. We don't like this. Boom. And you go off your diet. So this food diversity part to this is one thing we've already learned. We do this. My wife taught me this because I used to make fun of her. I was like, that's dumb. You're always changing your foods. And she would teach me. She's like, no, dummy. This is why you do it. It's going to, enhance your microbiome diversity. Your body needs this. You can't eat the same stuff. It's unhealthy for you. And I'll be honest with you. I mean, I have a lot of education. She taught me this years ago, and I listened. And she's right, because she's a very intuitive eater. And here's the thing about females. Females have a greater level of intuition about food than men do.
Is that right?
This has to do with survival. So if you look at how the species has evolved, men and women are so connected to their body signals. Unfortunately, they don't understand what they're feeling, but they're very emotion driven. The body's talking to the woman way more than a man's body talks to him. So women are like, oh, I don't like that food. It's because genetically the body rejects it, say that food's bad for us.
Right.
So people think women are picky eaters. They're not picky eaters. It's just the body's communicating to them, don't eat this. Because some of these foods that they reject will damage their microbiome. If you look out throughout history, women carry children. They carry fetuses. And they're like, okay, well, I don't want that food. That's not good for me. I need this. I don't need that. That's why when women get pregnant, they start having different food cravings.
Yeah.
But for guys, go ahead.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I was gonna say that every time you talk to a pregnant woman, they always tell you about the cravings. I'm thinking, well, it's the body's on hyperdrive telling them what it needs. But hold on, so because essentially you said in the beginning, you were talking about the calorie deficit, and you made the point that every day if you're in calorie deficit and you add it up and you stack it up, it's deleterious long term. Now you're saying, now you're talking about gut flora, and you're saying that it's the variety of food, the body seeks variety of food. That's what I've been trying to get down to here. You know, not necessarily to skip over everything, but what you said you're supposed to eat the amount of calories. That's the important thing to focus on. Once you got that down, now you're getting into the diversity of food. So how much are you supposed to, how much fat, how many carbs, how much protein? Because earlier you said eating too much protein, that's not good either. So what are we doing here?
Yeah, so,
what's the...
so here's some, this is where, I can tell you some things, but each person's individualized. That's the thing with her clients. Each person's individualized because it's based upon your skeletal frame, based upon your amount of muscle mass, based upon your activity level. All of that's going to be different, and that's going to change the amount of calories you like. So if you're looking at basal metabolic rate on this guy, how did that machine determine this? Well, the machine's determined based upon the amount of muscle, the amount of water, the amount of fat, the amount of bone. You put in the height, you put in the age, and it takes all of this and it calculates this because this has been established for decades. Decades. And it's scary to think how long they've known this and why isn't this disseminated to the public? So here's a couple. So let's say I'm going to give you two legs of the table because there's no way I could give you the other two without working you up individually. So if you look at protein at a minimum, 0.8 times your weight. That's number one. So just take your weight and multiply by 0.8. Now, this is the beauty part about blood work, because blood work is going to teach you where your threshold for fat is. Now, for a female, the lowest a female should ever go is like 35 grams of fat per day. For most females, the highest they should go is maybe 70, 75. So I'm giving you a parameter there. And this is based upon the amount of blood work I've done on people. We just recently did an audit. And just in the past 5 years, BDA, we narrowed it down between 10 and 12,000 blood panels. Do you understand how much data that is? It's insane. Because my clients, the ones that are really doing hormones and nutrition, I'm seeing them like every 8 weeks. So over a year, look how many blood panels I'm stacking up on these people. And I'm tracking their changes. So that's how I've collected so much data over my entire career. So anyways, blood work is going to tell you what your threshold for fat is. And here's the other part to this. Why people don't really understand the role of fat is because a lot of these people preaching, higher fat intakes, they're running massive calorie deficits. So if you're running a 1,500 calorie deficit, you can eat a hell of a lot more fat because you're still in this massive deficit and your body's trying to use up more of that fat for energy because it's still missing a ton of fuel. But when you start eating and getting your calories up where you're supposed to get it to, and fat really becomes a problem. Because getting back to, I think I've touched on this before, this is what the fast food industry did to us. They took carbohydrates and meshed it with high amounts of fat, and it became toxic.
Right.
Because you can't create that combination without processed food. I mean, you look at somebody cooking with a huge bucket of lard. You know how many calories are sitting in that bucket? And now we're going to get French fries and we're, deep fried biscuits and deep fried chicken. What you're doing is you're taking, like mashed potatoes and fried chicken. You're taking high amounts of fat, high amounts of carbohydrates, and between those two, the body can't metabolize those together. They can't. Because fat breaks down very slow. It's the slowest metabolizing macronutrient. So when you're taking in high amounts of fat with a lot of carbohydrates, how do you feel? Horrible.
Right.
How do you feel after Thanksgiving?
Sleepy. Yeah.
Horrible. Like, how do you feel when you had a bunch of fried chicken with mashed potatoes or, 15 tamales? You feel weighted down like an anchor. because there's tons of carbs and tons of fat. So when you do this, and I'm sharing things with you, God, man, I'm just giving this information away. Whatever, I don't care. Let's take a cyclist, and let's say they're going to do like a 80-mile bike ride.
Before you get into this, man, I just wanted to say I got to go because I got to go do something, and I'm pissed. I'm keeping my wife waiting a half an hour already because, I mean, I'm hanging on every word, man. This is like gold, but I got something I got to do. I got to take off, and I will lose the reception. So I just wanted to say good night, and man, I could listen. You're a wealth of information, brother, and like you said, I appreciate and everybody listening. And tell we don't get a major drop off when you call with this. This is great stuff, dude. And I will be listening. And hope to talk to you again soon.
Yeah, I mean, we can also do this another time when there's more time. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't. No, I don't know. Don't cut it off with me. I just because I had to do something. I just didn't want to hang up without saying good night and thank you.
Jimmy
Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate you listening. I appreciate the feedback. I hope you enjoyed this information.
Very interesting, man. Oh, it's excellent.
Well, actually,
and we're just scratching the surface.
All right, Jimmy, man. Thanks for dropping by, man. And Doc, yeah, listen,
no
Doctor.
Problem.
It sounds. First of all, it sounds like when you said you do a lot of blood work, it sounds like you're not at a deficit of data. Second of all, speaking of deficit, I'm at a deficit right now. I haven't eaten in 5 hours, and we were actually supposed to. We were actually supposed to end this at the 3-hour mark, and then you came along, and we've been on for 2 hours. But that's just.
What?
I think so. No, hold on. What time did you join? You joined at 9:11. Yeah, you've been on for about 2 hours almost.
Oh my! I am sorry.
No, that's all right. That's all right, man. It's because again, it's you broke a lot of things down here. First of all, and for people to think that this is just easy, it's like, well, tell us what to eat and how much. I guess it's a little bit more complicated than that, especially since you, and I know you don't like the term, but optimum, to be in optimum shape or optimum, what's the word I'm looking for here? Again, I'm not kidding. I am at a calorie deficit here. I haven't eaten in 5 hours. Peak, at your best. You're going to have to get some sort of an understanding of how much you really need in your body. And like you said, fluctuating. Because I've heard that before. I've heard boxers say or trainers say, well, on sparring days, I make my guy eat a couple more carbs. I make him carb up the day, before sparring. And I used to think that was
Correct.
BS, actually. I used to think that was BS because when I heard that was about 7 years ago, and I was doing ketosis, the keto diet. And I used to think, you don't need to eat no fucking carbs. What's the matter with you? So again, you're breaking down a lot of these and poking holes on a lot of things that people out there are misconceptions. And I just want to remind people, so again, this is a boxing podcast, and not for nothing, but we do attract a certain level of people who have a certain level of education. So for them, it might seem, some of what you're saying might seem obvious. But again, I reiterate, the United States is filled to the brim with obese people out of shape. They don't know any of this. That's why they're fat. That's why they're unhealthy. And so I think this is really necessary to tell people. And by the way, I'm glad you touched on gut biome and gut flora, because I was going to ask you some stuff about that in the next episode, because you were talking about how good nutrition and good eating habits can decrease anxiety. Well, I've heard a whole bunch of things about the stomach. They call it the second brain for a reason.
Correct.
And I was going to ask you about that. Well, I'll get it in the next show about whether fixing gut flora can actually fix certain psychological ailments. So we'll get into that in the next episode.
I'd love to come back and talk more about this, because what I do is I try and teach people to start building and building and building, because all these branches, you're not going to see the whole picture until I give you the education for it to make sense, because it will not make sense. And, I had so much more to talk about to build this out, because a lot of people, they know how to cut weight or they know how to put on some muscle, but they don't sustain it. And they don't know why they can't sustain it. And then they don't understand how to start hitting all those other systems to regenerate those organ systems. That's where it gets really amazing, BDA. And we'll talk about that. We'll get into that. This is just like, this is like kindergarten, what we're doing right here. There's more to this. So I'd love to come back anytime.
All right, listen, we'll try to work. Well, I'll message you at least a day beforehand. Because tomorrow's already Saturday. Because I know you said, I think weekends work for you. So Sunday.
Yeah, they do.
Sunday, 2 p.m. Would you be down for that?
Sure, I can do that. Yeah.
Sunday 2 p.m.
It's at
right?
2 p.m. What I'm on Pacific, so what would that be my time?
Well, my time is Eastern time, so you're 3 hours behind, I think. So that would be
So it's 11 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, 11 a.m. I'll come on. I'll just listen, and then when you're ready, I can just drop in. I'll be here.
Fantastic. Listen, I'll direct message you tomorrow just to confirm.
Perfect.
In case your schedule changes or mine changes. But yeah, okay. And again, I want to get into the gut flora. And I also want to ask you about, because again, when we're talking about good nutrition, that's essentially what I've been trying to get at is you can't analyze every person out there. So that's why I was asking, what's some general, indication for good eating habits?
Yeah, we'll get into that. Yeah, we'll definitely get into that.
Fantastic. All right. Well, listen, Dr. 5, I appreciate your time. Thank you for dropping by. And we'll talk
thank you,
on
guys.
Sunday.
This was wonderful.
All right. Well, thank you, man. Thank you. All right, listen, fellas, thank you for joining us, everybody out there. We're on for 5 hours. Hopefully you enjoyed it. It was a varied boxing talk here. We talked about boxing, and then 2 hours with Dr. 805. And we can get into a whole bunch of things too, by the way, nutrition as it pertains to sport too. That's the other thing I wanted to ask him about Evander Holyfield and the stiff heart thing and whether that was caused by PEDs. So I guess we'll get to that in the next show. It's already 11 p.m. here. Boy, oh boy. And I'm not kidding, man. I am starving. I got to go get something to eat. So fellas, thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoyed this show. Don't forget to hit the like, spread that BDA gospel, subscribe if you yet to do so.